And obviously, when you do speak, if you can identify yourself for the listening and viewing audience. Okay. Anyone have any correspondence? I don't have anything. No, I see shaking heads. Okay. All right. We had warned a couple of policies for possible adoption tonight. So Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to speak to those and walk us through what needs to be done?
Sure. The weapons policy and the school closing policy. We're going to change. This is what do we call it? It's not it's not school closing. It's called
it's emergency closings.
Emergency closings. Okay.
Yes.
Because we don't want to go open up a can of worms saying we have a policy on closing schools. Okay. So anyway, emergency closings, F32. We warned it at our last meeting. We need to adopt it, and we need to also adopt C5, the weapons policy. I will be eventually calling a meeting to resign as chair and take up apparently we're going to be taking up the weapons policy. So I didn't have time to do it before this meeting. So what I'll do is I'll just get in touch with Meg and have it warned, and then I'll set up a Zoom meeting. I just need to make sure I have everybody. I think we have 1 or 2 new members on it now.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and check my notes to make sure who's on the policy committee, but I know there were some new members. Okay. I can get it to you. I just don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, if somebody can send me an email with them, then I'll set up the meeting.
You bet. So we would just need a motion then to adopt policy C5, the weapons policy, and F32, the emergency closing policy.
I'll make those motions.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Oh, gotta let Mike Foley in. Any further discussion on those policies?
Joe?
Yes?
Do we have to vote, this is Dana, do we have to vote on them separately? Or can we group them?
I don't see any reason to vote on them.
We have to have a verbal.
We have to have a verbal aye on each one. So we'll do the motion, I guess, as 2 parts. That makes sense. So any further discussion on those? Seeing no hands. So all in favor of adopting policy C5, the weapons policy, please say aye.
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 Wait.
Aye. You have to do a roll call.
Let me just go down the list here. Emily?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Trish?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Howie?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All in favor of adopting policy F32, the emergency school closing policy. Again, please say aye. Howie?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Leanne? You got to unmute. Lindsay?
Aye.
Did we
Leanne, can
record?
you unmute?
Yeah, we have to unmute Leanne.
Let's
My
see.
internet cut out. Aye.
Okay, thank you. I'm like, I can't even unmute her. And Mike, you're the last one. Or did I? No. Mike. Trish.
Aye.
There's
I had
list down
already said aye.
Yeah, I know. There's a list down the side of my screen, and as people mute and unmute, you move on the list. And I was using the list as as a way to go through it. Again, the ayes have it. The motion carries. We have adopted policy C5 and F32. Thank you. Okay, we don't have a student report. I know they got invited to the meeting, but they didn't send a written report, and I don't see them here. I haven't actually talked to any students to know how they're doing, but I think from what I hear, they're actually admitting they missed school, or most of them. There, we had the principals' reports. We have all the principals. If anyone has a question regarding any of the stuff regarding any of the materials in the principals' report, anyone? Trish?
Hi. So this wasn't really in the principal report. Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Bob. Question that I have is what, besides the lessening of, I guess it was Google Classroom alerts and some work, what's the reasoning behind canceling called humanities for the remainder of languages, art, I think it was band and chorus?
Yes, the middle school, what we were hearing others, that middle school students in particular were really overwhelmed. And when you think about a high school student who has 4, maybe 5 teachers, they get the alerts from the Google Classroom for those, credited courses. But the middle school level, they have 5, 6 really with PE and health added on to the 4 cores, plus all their exploratories. And so what we try to do is limit the overwhelming feeling that we were getting. And with the recommendation from the state of the 2 to 3 hours per day of work for middle school students, we wanted to also lessen the workload. So all the exploratories have been taken off. Band is still in the mix, and PE and health are still in the mix, but the others have all been taken off, and they're building a spreadsheet or building a website that families, much modeled after Newbrook's, actually. Nice work there, Scotty. That people can go in and use. You do it as enrichment exercises and things like that instead, if kids are needing more work to do. But that way it takes that onus, the additional burden on kids, and not to mention the additional emailing of the alerts that parents are being inundated with. So that was the idea. I don't know if that helps clarify.
It does. I guess I have 2 follow-up questions. One is, when will, I guess, just as a parent, a concern of mine is, so what happens to Spanish? Where do the middle schools, where do the 8th graders who are in Spanish go from here? When they become freshmen, are they taking Spanish 1 again? Is there going to be some kind of testing? When will we know what the next step is to do these things voluntarily? I have so many questions in spot. I'm sorry. Will they be graded? How will they be graded?
Yep. So let me try to answer those as they come in, so I don't lose track of them. The first is that earning credits towards the high school coursework. So all students, regardless of the dismissal, would still start at Spanish 1 in 9th grade. So in that process of selecting courses for 8th graders has already begun, and hopefully you've been in touch with Sarah Grasso about selecting courses for next year, which could involve a level 1 of a Spanish class. So the grade part of those exploratories is really not, it's not an essential part. We really want kids to use that as a way to explore what the things are that we have at the high school level, and not do it as in a way to overburden them. So it doesn't have an impact on what they would do in high school in that regard. They won't be graded on it at this point. The 4th quarter scores will just be the 4 core subjects, PE, health, and band if your student is in band.
That makes sense. And then I guess the final question is, what are those teachers doing now?
So because those are teachers that are shared staff with the high school, they're focusing on their high school classes, and working on developing the enrichment stuff, because they're still going to have things on that website for kids to do and families to engage with. It just won't be required work. So they're still providing work and putting on the website. And like Kevin Burke, for one of them, is actually doing the website building himself as part of his role.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, anybody else have a question for one of the principals? Moving on to the superintendent's report. Any questions from there? Bill looks ready to get grilled. Ken. Ken, you're on mute.
There we
You're
go.
unmuted.
Now I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
It's because the host muted me. Don't you wish you could do that in a live meeting, Joe? Anyway, so we have new recommendations from the Secretary of Education. A new grading policy up the high school, correct?
I wouldn't call it a policy, but I would call it how we're operating under the COVID-19 pandemic period of time for the final 9 weeks of school.
So we don't need a policy.
We do not.
Awesome.
And the specifics to that, Ken, will come out with report cards this week from quarter 3.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Yes, Trish.
Bill, how do you think it's going? I mean, it's such a, I don't even know. I have a lot of words that I could use, but none of them are appropriate here.
I would say that I'm unbelievably proud of the team that you guys are a part of. The frontline workers, our counselors, social workers, teachers, food service, people that are paraeducators that are jumping into new roles. It's really quite amazing. I'm very heartened by the approach that all of our people have taken. It's been very team oriented, but yet specific to the talents and skills that people have. More often than not, I am communicating with principals about how they are communicating with their team members, about how to get people to stop communicating with families, how to give themselves times to recover, because the care and dedication of our colleagues is unbelievable. So as crazy as this time is, it has really shined a light on the quality of people that you all employ. And it's been very enjoyable to watch everybody rise to the occasion. In terms of specifics, we have certain families we're very concerned about, but again, when you have professionals as the social workers and the principals and the teachers, the paraeducators and the counselors that are focusing on those families that really need it, I don't worry. I'm concerned, but I'm not worried because people are on top of it. And people are making sure that needs are being met. I think the flexibility and the creativity of the teachers has been amazing. And I'm really hopeful that all the skills that we build during this time will be able to be transferable for the foreseeable future. So as challenging as this time is, I'm really proud of our team and I'm proud of the work that we're doing.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Watching this go. Oh, Emily, go ahead.
You were about to say, I'm sure, what I was going to say. So I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had my hand up and you didn't notice it, but I just need to say that I so respect what we just heard from our superintendent, and I so respect our teachers and our staff and the people, the parents and community members who are working so hard to make this effective for our students. This is the most challenging time ever. And I had no doubt that our SU would step up, being intimately knowledgeable about it. But I just wanted to also say that this is what we're seeing across the state. And while we're still trying to figure out how we move forward, what we've done in Wyndham Central is exactly what needs to be done everywhere else. And I just can't thank the staff and faculty and every support system beyond that, which we have a ton of, including our community members. This is really, really challenging. And thank you, Bill, for leading that, and all of the principals and everyone beyond that, because this is really, really challenging, and our families and our students will make it through this. I have no doubt. So thank you.
You did. You did. That's essentially what I was going to say, although I
My
think you said
apologies.
it better. You know, it's really, you know, gratifying to watch. This thing twists, turns, and changes every week, every day. And you guys just kind of calmly adapt and continue moving forward and do the best you can by the kids. You know, I've seen it in not so much because I don't have any students anymore, but in you know, the feeding the students and, you know, the support that comes out that I see just copied as a board member that goes out, the weekly briefings and the daily briefings and some of the, you know, things that go out. You guys are doing an incredible job. And thank you.
I definitely agree with that.
Yes, Bill.
I just want to thank all of you because I've had
Good.
multiple principals and teachers reach out to me to let me know that you all, as board members, have individually reached out to teachers and counselors and social workers and principals and food service professionals, whether it's a kind word or it's a quick email or it's sharing something with somebody else in the community. That means a lot to our team when we hear from our elected representatives that they feel like we're doing a good job. So I just wanted to thank you all for continuing to reach out to the people that are doing the work, because it does mean a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Now I actually have some business I got to do too. Can I do that?
Okay. We'll let you.
So I just wanted to update the board on a couple things that are going on. And Emily, feel free to jump in if I say something wrong. But the legislature is working on some possibilities for voting of budgets. There are 18 districts or SUs or SDs that have not had a budget completed yet. 9 of them had a budget that was turned down. 9 of them, like West River, have not brought it up yet. And the legislature is working very creatively and very helpfully to have some different possibilities rather than the only fallback being the 87% of borrowing from the previous year. A couple things that are up for consideration, I believe it is coming out of the Senate, is the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20, or the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20 plus whatever the average increase is for all the budgets that have been passed, not the 18. Is all in the beginning stages. Things are moving rapidly and fast, but I just wanted you all to be aware that those paths are happening so that the legislature, I think correctly, is thinking through what would the reality be if we can't have a vote in June, and what is the position that we need to have for school districts to operate responsibly in their communities in an unprecedented time. So I'm going to ask you guys later to change your date to June, but I wanted to prepare you that June may not happen. But I think the legislature is doing good work to make sure that even if that doesn't happen, there'll be some other possibilities that would do well by our community. Emily, did I hit that?
You did. I raised my hand, want to step in until Joe recognized me, but you absolutely did hit it. And just for a quick update about what's happening in Montpelier, the Senate has already been able, with 30 members, it was a little easier for them to navigate the training process it takes to vote remotely. So they have already started work kind of ahead of us a little bit in the House. We're still in the process of training members so that we can actually take a vote to authorize ourselves to vote remotely. I know that sounds a little crazy, but that's the process we're on. We need a 3/4 majority of members of the House, of the 150 members of the House, to be able to actually vote to enact legislation or to change legislation. So you're absolutely right. It's the work is happening in the Senate. And I applaud the work that they're doing. I thank them very much for that. I do know that our House Education Committee and our House Ways and Means Committee, they're both meeting and they're both following this very closely and working closely with our colleagues in the Senate so that we can come forward with some form of legislation that will be supportive of not only our kids and our schools, but our state. We are in an unprecedented time for challenges around funding. If anybody has been following the VSA and the VSBA and the work that they've been doing, trying to get a handle on what this actually looks like with the loss of sales tax revenue in the Ed Fund, it is going to be a huge challenge, without a doubt. I mean, we're facing challenges in every area, but the Ed Fund is particularly a challenge. So thank you for staying connected and sharing with not just me, but everyone who's working up there trying to find a path forward. I don't know what we're going to end up on, but I do know that when we end, it will be the best path forward. I have confidence in that because everybody's focusing on what can we do for our kids and our communities. And so just stay tuned, as I guess all I would say. And the path for the House to be able to enact any legislation, because obviously the Senate can't do it on its own. It has to be both the House and the Senate and then signed by the governor. And we're staying very closely connected with the governor as well, both of our bodies, so that we are all working in the same path to try to find answers for all these questions. But we're still in the process of training, as I said, to be able to enact remote voting. You all know, you're feeling in your own homes and your own communities, the challenge even around broadband and whether our members of our House have enough internet access to be able to do remote voting. So since the governor has extended, rightfully, it seems, the stay at home to begin in the middle of May 15th, we have to adapt to that. So we're moving forward, hopefully by the end of the month. Don't hold me to any schedule because it's all dependent on how things are panning out. But by the end of the month, hopefully we'll be able to start to enact some of this COVID legislation that we have on the path, and we're working very closely in our committees to have it happen. So thank you for all of your patience. We really do have a lot of work ahead of us, but we're focused on kids first. So thank you.
Yes, Bill.
So further segueing where Emily's coming from, Joe and Lori and I got to participate in a joint fiscal office presentation on Thursday, which followed presentations to the legislators. And just in a nutshell, FY20 revenues are looking really bad in the fourth quarter. And we could be talking anywhere from a 70 to 100+ million shortfall. That's for FY20. And then for FY21, which will be starting to collect revenues July 1st, they're predicting that it could be very similar and could go into the multiple hundreds of millions, which will mean when we build a budget in the fall, it's going to be in the context of the Ed Fund having serious downward pressure, which means serious upward pressure on the tax rate to raise the same amount of money. So don't want anyone to get too scared, but I don't want anyone to be too surprised when we have these very difficult financial conversations over the next 6 to 8 months, because the context has completely changed from everything we were talking about 4 months ago. And so I will keep dribbling the crumbs down the path and keep you guys well informed, but I think it's critically important to understand we're in a whole new world. And raising, just for our example, raising the 12,047,000, if we duplicated that next year, it would look very, very different in tax rates than it would today. So it's something to consider as we start thinking about what we're going to be doing over the next 6 to 8 months.
VSBA sent out actually a link to go watch that webinar along with the 3 documents that were presented to the attendees. As a board member, everyone should have gotten it. If you didn't get it, let me know and I will get the VSBA link to you. It's about an hour and a half maybe of the gentleman from the Joint Fiscal Office and a couple of other people presenting.
Yeah.
And you know, it's very clear. He says, you know, it's not policy, it's just facts, and this is actually what the legislature got as well, so that we're all working from the same information. It was an interesting presentation.
Yeah.
So let me know if you don't have it.
I don't have it, Joe. Would you send it to me?
Sure. Does VSBA not send you things?
Yeah, for some reason I never get their emails.
That's because you keep changing your background, man.
Come on, it's the closest I can do to an LNG meeting.
Hey, Mike, you should contact them immediately and add yourself to that list because you need to be getting those.
I will send it to you, but yeah, you should definitely follow up with
Just call.
VSBA.
All right.
Okay. So the next thing on the agenda. Oh, nice, Bob. You got a top mic. The next thing on the agenda was
Nice one,
the
Bob.
discussion on postponing the annual meeting and budget vote. So, do we have to go through the same procedure that we had before, where we call the special meeting to actually do it, you know, at the right before it, or can we just have a motion to do it right here?
You can do it right here, right now, but you just have to do it in a roll call vote. You have to have a motion to change the meeting from May 5th, 6th,
May 6th.
to June 10th.
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to postpone our annual meeting from May 5th, 6th to June 10th. Any discussion on the motion? What?
Joe, I made the motion, so I just want to quickly say for the folks who are listening in and for minutes, maybe I should have said Emily Long, I make the motion, just so that everybody understands. And my apologies for not doing that.
Well, they can see you. They'll be able to see you.
They can see me, but they may not be able to recognize my voice and they may not see it quickly. So I think it's probably really important for transparency that we state our names when we make a motion in the second.
Any discussion on that motion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. I'll run down the list. Emily.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Howie.
Aye.
Ken.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're pushed to June now. Thank you. Okay. Next item was the class configuration update. Bill, you have some information for us?
So at our last meeting, we had a vote, I believe it was 5-4, to allow us to post the position. I made the executive decision not to do that based on after your guys' meeting, we got way into the world of COVID-19. Doesn't mean that we can't do it, but after hearing the Joint Fiscal Office report, I just don't think we should be committing any dollars beyond what you guys have proposed for the budget at this time. If there becomes a time in the future that it becomes necessary to recommend the hiring of an additional teacher, I will take the responsibility of working in partnership with the principals. I will bring that forward in an evidence-based argument saying that this is why I believe it should happen. That does not have to happen today. It does not have to happen in a month. I think we have to understand what the context of the decisions you guys will be making further on in the future. So my recommendation is to direct me not to post an anticipated position and scold me if necessary for not following your original direction. But I felt it was necessary not to take that action during this unprecedented.
I would say those are the decisions we look to you to make. I think that's a wise decision given what we're facing right now. Dana's got his hand up, like using the thing, not waving at me. So Dana and then Ken.
I just want to point out I'm in a closet the way my household is going right now. So you don't need to see my closet. I agree with Bill that maybe we better hold off and see how this COVID-19 plays, because I think with this shifting economic structure that's going on right now, we may lose families because they need to go somewhere else in the country or things have changed. So we might want to wait and see. And then if we let Bill pull the plug real fast and find somebody, I'm sure there'll be somebody out there looking for a job. So let's, kind of wait and see on it and see how these chips fall.
Ken?
Dana just said it all. That's pretty much it. Good job holding off, Bill. I think you made a wise decision.
Anybody else? Okay, so there's your new direction. Well done. Okay, now we need to talk about the long-term work planning calendar.
So last meeting, I presented 2 calendars to you. You guys had a little bit of discussion. We said we were going to talk a little bit about it tonight. Basically, one calendar is adding a second meeting every month for the next 5 months. This other calendar is keeping those meetings, but then adding a check-in with the budget committee in between. And so I need the board to make a decision about one of those 2 calendars. And then secondly, I need direction for me and my team to start working on what those different scenarios can look like for the board. And in doing some reflection and chatting with my colleagues, I would like to keep it as open as possible in terms of direction so that we can provide you as many different options as possible. My suggestion would be that every scenario or option that is presented back to both the board and to the budget committee reflect the West River values. But any other constraints, I would say, can come during the process rather than at the beginning. But I take my direction from you all, and so I'm just going to make that suggestion. And then I need to hear from you what marching orders you would like us to take.
Okay. I know we talked about it at the last meeting, which calendar we wanted to use. There was discussion back and forth about whether or not we kept the budget committee involved and let the budget committee do some of the extra work. What's the pleasure of the board? Mike?
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee, and I mean, it's all going to go in front of the whole board anyway, but let the budget committee do some of the groundwork so we don't have to have multiple full board meetings every month.
I also, I know there were concerns about the budget committee maybe not sharing. I think if we use the budget committee more like we've been using the administrative tasks too, the board can set the budget committee to look at certain elements of the plan or, investigate certain things the way they can happen. And then that'll get reported back at a board meeting. So I was, just trying to think of how it works. Emily's hand is up. Lindsay's hand is up.
Very quickly, I agree with what Mike just suggested, and I think that that's maybe a more efficient model at this point in time with all the unknowns. I would just also add that we should probably be prepared to be called to a board meeting in case it's necessary. So maybe a second meeting as needed by our board any month, but in the meantime, the budget committee could be acting in, you know, to keep all of us apprised and to make sure that they are sharing whatever they're learning with the full board as it unfolds. So thanks.
Lindsay.
Emily just said what I was going to say. That, yeah, I definitely think that's the right structure. And I also was going to say that in terms of communication between that committee and the rest of the board, I think it's totally fair for the larger board to ask for clearer communication and also to be prepared to step up and do some more of the work as need be, because things are probably going to be pretty strange.
True enough. Anyone else? Oh. Dana agrees with you. He's chatting. Okay, so it looks like move forward with the budget committee schedule. In terms of direction, thoughts? As much trouble as it got us in last time, I'm sort of like, remember plan A, B, and C, where we just said, show us what you can do and go back to the values and show us what you can do. I'm inclined to let you have that sort of freedom for the initial discussion anyway. Yes, Bill.
My only caveat would be that what we learned from our last process is that we have a process that both Lindsay and Mike talked about the interplay and the information being transferred from the board level to the committee level, as well as presenting something to the public in a rollout in the fall over multiple meetings, multiple periods, not at a summertime period when it could be challenging for parents to fully participate and community members to fully participate. So the idea is that we would do the work from this point up until about August, back and forth, board, budget committee, so that the board would have some options that they felt that they had vetted, that they felt comfortable, and then they would present those to the communities, even though the community can participate throughout the whole process, but have an official opportunity just to present those things in September and October. So the board would be well informed about where the community stands before they got into budget building season.
Absolutely. Yes, Mike.
Just wanted to piggyback onto that. And I mean, obviously we all know we're in unprecedented times, but how are you even going to be able to come up with options? Because you got the options based on this year's numbers or last year's numbers, and then this chasm of we have no idea what our budgets are going to look like and what the fiscal end is going to look like.
Yeah, go ahead.
We will build it on the best information that we have at the time, and it'll probably involve multiple options because you guys are going to have to vet them. You guys are going to have to say, oh, I like this part. Can you build it over this way? Or can you take this core and can you extend it? I consider the next 4 or 5 months this ongoing conversation as we get more information and we realize what's possible and what's not, and then what's palatable and what's not.
Right. Are you finding, I mean, any glimmers of hope from what we're going through right now as ways to cut, reduce costs going forward? You must be seeing something, right?
No.
No.
Nothing is on a positive side of money as of right now.
Yeah. I was more thinking like with more stuff online or ways to cut the costs that we currently would be spending.
Well, I think Ken Ken and Lindsay's dream of not having snow days is a real possibility. So, I mean,
Yeah.
that's low hanging fruit. I think we've just basically trained everybody to be able to make that happen. In terms of the ability for us to offer more remote learning, I think we're kind of doing a little pilot now to see what's possible. But in
That's
terms of building for the long term, I don't know how that's going to look.
Fair enough.
Go ahead, Ken.
Got to unmute. I was going to say we got to be saving money on transportation and mileage.
We are in certain arenas. Some of our transportation is currently being spent making sure everybody gets fed. So we're using that transportation system in a different way. But our special education transportation is different. But remember, every time we don't spend $1 right now in special education, we lose 56 cents on the dollar in reimbursement. So there's a little one coin and the other. And we're spending more money in other areas than we're not. So we may be saving some money on electricity, but we're spending 3 times as much on food. And we're spending way more on outreach to families that goes above and beyond contracted hours.
Well, these are points that should be made to the state that these things are being done.
They absolutely
good.
are. And as Emily said, what is going on in Wyndham Central is going on across the state. And so there's $31.1 million that's supposed to flow through to the SUs and SDs. Unfortunately, a lot of that money, there's a lot of places where that money could be gobbled up. One is the things we're currently doing right now in overspending certain line items. Another one is the discussion at the state level about whether that money will actually end up getting to the SUs and SDs, or whether there will be some other accounting structures that would have that money be making up for other money that would not be being received. And if you need more explanation on that, Lori Garland is fabulous at it, and she's on the line.
Yeah, she just popped in when we started talking money. Yes, Lori.
So just to piggyback on what Bill is saying, basically this COVID CARE Act, COVID-19 money, as we refer to it, will be coming down from the feds into the SU level. It does not go into the ed fund. However, they need this money because of the shortfall. So I envision something like maybe the healthcare recapture. I don't know if you all remember that. Some of you were on the board at that time, where they captured the potential savings of the healthcare changes when we went to the new plans. So what they did was they reduced the ed spending money over a 2-year period. So I can envision something like that happening, where the money will come down from the feds, and it will probably come down, think ERA money, through grants, that type of thing, and have to be used in a supplement, not supplant way. So, that means you can't, you might be spending more on, teachers' contracts or counselors or something like that, but you've already done that. You can't pay for that type of thing. And then sometimes you can. So it is a little broader than a grant, but that's how I envision it happening. So we may get this money, but then there might be some other mechanism for the state to take it back. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, Ken.
It always makes sense when the state intercepts your money. Got it, Lori.
Okay. Do you need more, Bill, or do you have enough to go?
I just want to make sure that the board is comfortable
Howie.
with me and my colleagues going off with coming up with options for the board to consider over the next 4 or 5 months. Obviously, every time I touch base with the board and every time we touch base with the budget committee, we'll get feedback. But the goal is by the end of August to have some fully vetted options for the board to have to be able to share with the community and get feedback before they go into budget building season. And the only guiding document we're going to use, or the only requirements, the only guidelines, the only guardrails are going to be, it has to meet the values of the West River Board.
Thanks, Scotty. Howie, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say, plan for the worst as far as the budget goes. Give us a worst case bare bones budget as a basis, because things are going to get bad. Wyndham Elementary School has cut down to 1 teacher/principal, to keep our end going. I think we need to look at, now that kids are getting used to doing online learning, switching over any class that can't attract 20 or more kids into an online version of that class, so we can continue to keep our offerings without, exceeding our budget. We need to look seriously at it because it's a serious situation. So yeah, I would like to see in that range something where we sharply curtail staff and continue to offer the range of options curriculum-wise by online learning.
I think that fits in with, as long as we, make sure that we are satisfying the values of the West River. I think all those options are open. I mean, that's what I'm hoping that the discussions are about for the next 4 to 5 months. We have to look at them all. Then the board has to decide what they want to present to the communities, and the communities will give you guys feedback, and then some decisions will be made. So yeah, I think we're in the same line there, Howie.
All right. Thank you all. Any final words on that? Okay. So administrative tasks for the next meeting. Anything? Keep us posted on, essentially just kind of keep us posted on this. I mean, the next meeting on the calendar is April 27th, where we're going to start talking about designing goals and parameters. There's really,
I'm thinking you don't have to meet on the 27th, as long as you guys are okay with letting us go forward to start our work, and then we can give our first, salve to you all at your first meeting in May.
okay. And if you need a budget committee, if you need feedback, board feedback for ahead of that, you could always ask for a budget committee meeting.
Perfect.
Or a full board meeting, whatever you want.
Okay.
All right. So there really aren't any tasks then, necessarily.
Well, we're going to be doing some work before your next meeting.
Oh yeah, but nothing we're going to task you with. And I don't think there's unless there's a policy committee meeting where you look at the weapons policy again to take care of those things. I think that's the only committee task there is.
Yeah, I'm confident that the policy committee will get together prior to you guys meeting at the 3rd week of May. Just to let you all know, Scott Tabachnik has volunteered to assist that committee as the superintendent's designee. I thought it was important to have a principal on that committee to be able to have voice and reflection. And he will keep me well informed of anything that I need to know, but kind of that boots on the ground so that those conversations can be really fruitful for the budget committee. And so Scotty, I just want to thank you for doing that.
That's great. Thank you, Scotty. Okay, so I have a question just before we move down the list here. We're going to approve pay orders. How are we going to do that remotely, Lori?
Okay, so what's going to happen is next Monday, I'm going to email or share a folder with 2 people on your board to go ahead and approve pay orders. And then that way you don't have to come in and you don't have to touch paper, because there's certain time frame that you're really not supposed to touch paper. And then because you haven't touched the paper, then the treasurer can come in and sign the checks. So typically you have a meeting on the 3rd Monday. So that's what we planned for, is the 20th. And, you know, it's been a little slower with people not being in the building, getting all the information together as well. So if you want to just give me the names of 2 people I can email this folder to, that would be terrific.
I'll do one. Anybody else want to volunteer to review the pay orders by mail? Trish,
Thanks,
thank you.
Trish. Okay, so look for an email from either myself or Terry Fletcher. It'll
Okay.
probably come in a Google folder type of thing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we won't have a motion to approve pay orders tonight then?
Not tonight.
Okay. Trish, question.
That's a question.
Sorry, just a total aside, nobody cares. Just be patient with me. For some reason, sometimes I have multiple email addresses, and so Google Docs are sometimes a pain. I might have to do a little back and forth, but I'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve the minutes of March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th. Ken,
I will make the motion to approve the minutes for March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th.
there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Howie. Any discussion about the minutes? All right, ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye. Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes. Okay, we have an executive session for a contractual matter. There's actually a way to do this without canceling the meeting, starting another one and doing it, that BCTV has figured out and given me the directions. So essentially we need a motion to go into executive session for the contractual matter. And then anybody who wants to be here after the executive session, you know, after we come out of executive session, I'll just put you in the waiting room and then I'll let you back in. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to. So we just need a yes, Bill.
So Lori and the principals can go and enjoy their evening.
Thank you, Lori and the principals.
I'll make the motion to go into executive session for a contractual matter.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
We're out of executive session and we didn't take any action. So we just have one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Don't all make it at once. Mike, you made it. Ken, you seconded it.
So be it.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye. Be safe.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. BCTV and Aaron, board members. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you.
You too.
Good night.
Bye now.
Night.
Good.
Thank you.
Bye.
So we're calling the meeting to order at 5:03, and this is a special meeting for COVID discussion. So, Tom, do you want to go first?
Yep. And I'll stick with my normal presentation. I'll do the state things first, and then the local. So just to bring everybody up to speed, as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, Vermont had 759 positive cases, 58 of which are within Windham County, and 30 deaths, unfortunately, throughout the state. At this point, as of 2 o'clock this afternoon, actually, I'm sorry, 11 o'clock this morning, the governor, as well as the health department, are cautiously optimistic that even though the total numbers continue to rise, the individual daily increase in positive cases is starting to decline. So they're cautiously optimistic that things are going to plateau shortly. And then the expectation beyond that is for a decline in the numbers. The reason that the governor is stressing the term cautiously optimistic is what he is and his cabinet are, what they are very, very concerned about is that once the general public sees that there's a plateau, and certainly there's a slight decline, that people will let their guard down, so to speak, and just go back to what they're used to as normal, what was normal before all of this. If that happens, then what's being predicted is there'll be a significant spike in a significant surge in the number of positive cases. So the governor is stressing that neither he nor any of us can let our guard down, and though his next steps are to explore the best ways to open things up, open up the economy again, and return to, or begin to return to a new normal, a new baseline, and how that's best accomplished, and what guidance / directives will still be in place, or new guidance and directives will come about in order to prevent that second wave or that second surge. Everything right now in his executive order is still maintained, will still be in place until May 15th. And then we'll see what happens from there. So that's it in a nutshell as far as the state's concerned. Any questions or anything there? Okay. As far as locally, as far as we're concerned, as of the end of last week, after our meeting last week, any planning that we needed that was left to do is done. All of our plans are in place to be executed if, in the event there is a sudden unexpected surge or spike, and we do things as we'll need to. We still have daily are working with some different citizens in town regarding mental health issues. We're actually pulling in still different clergy members and different therapists that we have at our disposal, and that's going well. To this point, we've not had to transport anybody emergently for a mental health related issue, so that's good. So at this point, we're just kind of status, just doing what we do. The next thing on the plate is for us to begin to look at the recovery phase and see, using what information we have already, start to put some plans together for what things are going to look like down the road for us. What planning we might need to do us in the event that of a second wave or second surge, if things don't go as planned. And then above and beyond that, start to look at applying what we've learned from all of this thus far over the last however many weeks. Applying that to and integrating those things within existing policies, plans, etc., creating some new plans and policies surrounding this, as well as infrastructure needs. And I've been talking with Karen a fair amount about municipal wide, what those things might look like and what might be needed and would certainly be appropriate. So all that will keep going for the next several weeks, months. So that's that.
I have a question for you, Tom.
Absolutely.
So we've gotten through the planning stage, which is usually the first step.
Yep.
Then it's the recovery.
Response and then recovery. Yep. So we're still in the response phase.
Okay.
We're just starting because we here right now today we can. We're just starting to look at that recovery phase, the beginning recovery phase, and what things might begin to look like and what we need to plan for within that.
Okay. So do you think we're at a good place?
Absolutely. Yes. Okay. Yes.
And your experience locally, call volume wise, Tom, is average?
Again, regionally, statewide, and within our mutual aid direct mutual aid system, call volume is way down for everybody. Right now, we're down about 90 calls from where we typically are.
That was actually a lead into a question that I had for you. I've heard that car accidents are way down right now, which makes sense to me. Absolutely. So you're getting less of your regular calls.
Yep. We're unfortunately, not unfortunately, fortunately, we're getting less of everything right now. Everybody is.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's not. It's not.
Just a side note, Putney Mutual Aid has 2 more counselors to send your way, and they'll be reaching out soon to get them connected with you. They don't have
one woman and one gentleman, is that correct?
Potentially, they may have already connected to you.
Okay, I know I talked with a woman who had reached out to me late last week by email. We emailed back and forth. And I urged her to sign up. So I hope she's one of them.
Yeah, she may very well be. Okay, I avoid the names like the plague.
Right.
So, thank you for that report. I'm really pleased to see some of the work that you and Karen have been putting into place regarding like digitalizing more records through the town. And in thinking about what it would look like if we had to move our town hall to the fire department at some point, I really appreciate that you're starting to, I know that we've been thinking that way for a long time, but that this has prodded that action. And I'm curious, like where you're seeing big holes right now. And I guess that's a question for both you and Karen.
I think getting the two buildings, and Karen, you might have a different thought, but I think getting the 2 buildings connected, so that at either location we can access different databases, we can access all of our calendars are synced, all of our emails are accessible, all the technology that hopefully will become available to us, will be in both places. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think it's critical that technology, that we're all connected. It's the fire department, the highway department, town hall.
Mhm.
Also, telephones are critical.
Mhm.
You know, like Tom and I and Brian all have cell phones. Everybody uses a cell phone, but if we don't have that service, we need like, you know, a backup system. And
Mhm.
Tom and I have already discussed some options. We've been in contact with our telephone person, and all service, we will have a contract with them beginning July 1st. They will be our new computer IT people. And Tom already uses them. The other, the library needs to be connected too. Because the way we're doing things,
Right.
you know, cybersecurity, the whole 9 yards. But right now, it's so awkward trying to, you know, all have a conversation together, you know? So at any time, I want to be able to get a hold of Tom or, you know, Brian, you know, and they need to do the same thing with me, you know, and right now we're relying on cell phones.
And also, along with that, should at any, I mean, this could happen anytime. If town hall needs to relocate to the firehouse for any amount of time, certainly greater than a 1 or 2 day time frame, then the town hall staff, they still need to be able to conduct business like normal. And right now there's no way that they could.
No.
As far as the ability for phone calls, emails, access to databases, that kind of thing.
So I think the town manager's office and administrative assistant could continue working. It'd be a little clunky, but what my concern is the town clerk's office.
Mhm.
So all the land records are in the safe. So I have proposed to Jonathan to look into getting all the land records online, like Brattleboro. Because if anything ever happened to the town hall, we wouldn't be able to access that vault. And that's all history in there.
Mhm.
And having everything online would allow us to be like at the fire station and still be able to do our jobs.
Or allow you to go into isolation and still be able to do your job.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's great.
The other thing too, Laura, is we're still working on payments, you know, for services. So we already have the credit card established. We're going to get ACH where people can do like a bill pay and just make like tax payments and utility payments. I believe, and Jonathan would have to look into this, but some towns are doing dog licenses online. And I know with fishing and hunting licenses, it's all online, you know? So that might become a new way, you know, less person-to-person contact. Not that we want that, but
if it becomes necessary.
I think it's good to have built into the system.
Yes.
Yeah, redundancy, definitely. I think, honestly, well, I mean, we'd have to look at, do you have any sense, Karen, scale of hardware necessarily for this kind of change, or is a lot of this software and reprogramming? Do you know?
We talked to All Service a little bit because I told them what I was looking to do. Because one thing, the fire station cannot even get to the network. Okay. So everything that Tom is doing is totally isolated to the fire station. And I don't even know what that looks like, which if something happens to Tom, that means we're going to be down there on his computer, because we cannot see his computer. So he needs to be connected to town hall. And
And just, Karen, if I might butt in there just real quick.
Sure.
Another thing that would be critical is to be able to access our network over the internet, which is possible. In my car, I've got a mobile router. Some of the apparatus will have mobile routers and either laptops or tablets in them. So if we're out, or even if the firehouse, if we can't function out of there for a certain time frame, at least we can still have access to everything we need to have access to. So that would be built in as well.
Right.
And I think as far as redundancy is concerned, it would make a world of sense to have the library have the same access to. For you, Tom, for example, if you had to move your incident command location or emergency operation location, the library would probably be much better suited to that than town hall. So I think we should certainly be looking at that. We're going to have to do we're just going to have to get estimates on what it's going to cost and see whether it's realistic. And, I think that what would make sense as far as that's concerned is to think about a range, what's the least expensive way we could do this, and then what's the ideal way we could do it, and what's the happy medium if there is one, because I think that this has certainly highlighted the fact that big things do happen, and that we need to be prepared for that. But of course, the nature of this is very different, and could be anything. I mean, for example, a hazmat incident right in front of the fire station, and you're knocked out. That's a big deal.
Right.
Well, yeah. So we were thinking also too, like voice over IP. So if a phone call comes into any department, it automatically goes to the email.
Can be redirected. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, if we had another Irene, Josh, and I was in Newfane and couldn't get to the office, I mean, that would not be a good situation.
Yeah.
So we're already looking at it. I mean, we had Marty from Southern Vermont Telephone give us a price on a setup for the town hall and the fire department, and actually plug in Brian in too.
And was that including hardware, or was that just the network component of it?
It's all of the hardware, and Tom has part of it already at the station.
Yeah.
So he's going to build it around that. And it's going to be similar to the Brattleboro Fire Department, what they're doing. And we will have to contact the internet provider, but we got that from the other vendor too. So they'll do all the wiring and get us the equipment, and then we have to go out and get the internet provider to actually just hook it up.
And as Josh said, that would be we should really go after the library, the highway department, the fire department, and the town hall. It also makes sense to me that under some emergencies, the library may be the better approach for town hall to relocate to.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, the beauty of the library, more than, equivalent to the fire department, but access is fantastic.
Right.
Access, there's parking, there's a lot of compelling reasons to have the library be a viable backup plan for either location. I would say, from my perspective, communication with the highway department is useful. Beyond that, that building, that's not a realistic location to do much other than run a highway department out of. I mean, I suppose
Makes
as a
sense.
last resort, potentially, but I would say, you know, investment wise, probably minimizing that so that we can communicate with the highway department, but that it's not assumed to be a location we would relocate to.
Just one thing to keep in mind with that is should something occur at the firehouse, that's where we're going to be.
Is that the highway department?
Temporarily at the highway department.
Is that for equipment purposes or?
That would be for essentially for everything.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Keeping it to a minimum what we would absolutely need, but theoretically we could have everything end up over there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Also, I mean, just, you know, again, if you take, for example, a hazmat incident, you know, something that happens in front of the library and is large scale, that's going to knock out the fire department, the library, and town hall. So, you know, having the highway department as a more remote possibility. I mean, I think we just have to be really thoughtful, though, about the financial implications of something like. So I think we'd need to put it out to bid to a number of different people, and again, have a real range of what we're looking at.
Curious, have we ever considered talking to, and I guess this would go to like worst case scenario, but have we ever considered talking to one of the schools, seriously thinking about Landmark as being a backup site?
I was thinking that too.
A backup site for
relocation. So, for example, worst case scenario, we were cut off transportation wise for some reason to the highway department and something. I mean, obviously, this is pretty far fetched, but it also seems like there may be that Landmark might be a more suitable location for us in many ways as a backup location.
we could look at that.
Is that really out there? Like,
my hesitation would be surrounding if the campus is occupied.
Right.
Yeah, understandable.
But, you know, the location, for example, where they did that testing, you know, that's not a bad site for a relatively remote location for you that could have access to buildings, bathrooms, so on and so forth if necessary, and not have a tremendous amount of impact on the campus, but it might be worth considering.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that you know, we have a good enough relationship with certainly Landmark, Putney School. You know, I think that if push came to shove and we had to think about something like that, as long as we had the flexibility, like Tom said, a vehicle with a laptop in it kind of thing. And you know, obviously it's more than that, but, you know, just having alternatives is probably not a bad idea.
And I also think, as we are seeing through this, that in times of crisis, folks in this community come together really quickly and are willing to adapt. And we could probably change strategy pretty quickly, but it's nice to play it all out before it happens.
Yeah.
So as far as like, it feels like you're on a really great track as far as records go and assuring that services continue. Have you found through any of the departments that, including the highway department, that there are any major concerns about needs that aren't being met at this point? I guess that would be to either Tom or Karen.
No.
No.
That's the general consensus from the community. I think that you're both doing a bang up job.
Yeah, and Brian's, he's been working the roads and he's been very cautious too with his guys.
Yeah, it was good.
If it's raining, they're home. They're not hanging out at the garage, they're home.
Good.
Karen, I think that was just today that clarification on highway department stuff came through. I found that helpful, and I think that's helpful for you just in giving you clear guidance as to how you should be assuming they are doing their duties, which is just nice to have.
Yeah, well, I was aware of the state, putting everything on hold, all their projects. So to see this information today, and things change daily.
Of course, yeah.
And when
Karen,
I read
along with that, did you see the email exchange or exchanges and the clarification on road maintenance?
Yes.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that was surprising, Tom, to me.
Well, there was a clarification within that. Questions were raised about specifically about grading roads.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Tom, are you getting the full support that you need at this point? Are you, have your hours gone down a little bit, even a little bit? Okay.
Yep.
I had mentioned this previously. Tom and I certainly had the conversation, but I think I mentioned it to everybody that I received as a gift from a previous Putney School parent, a box of masks, 2,000 masks.
Holy smokes.
They are not N95s. They are procedure masks. They're the masks that are good for people who are sort of out and about.
Surgical masks.
Well, yeah, procedure masks. Yeah, the sort of flat ones that go across.
Yep.
Tom, you have a bunch of those already? We do, but we'll certainly take more.
Okay.
And to be honest, a big piece of this, looking ahead, is, and again, hindsight's 2020. We learn from everything that we do.
Yeah.
A piece of it is going to include us maintaining, not going overboard, but maintaining a fairly decent stock of disposables.
Yes.
I agree. So, certainly anything that we can get a hold of that we could hang on to after this is over with, would be huge in getting us set for that.
Okay. Well, we should think about that. The other thing, and Laura, you might be better suited to feel this one out. I think it would be nice if at least a significant portion of these became available and I can make phone calls, but the mutual aid group, if we had 500 available to them to distribute to people who need a mask and don't have one, I think that would be a great use for them. So, I could touch, and I was thinking maybe through the food shelf, hey, if you're getting a food delivery, here's 3 masks in your bag with it too, just in case, So I think we might as well distribute some if there's a need for them. And again, they're not, they're the masks that are recommended to wear if you're out, essentially to prevent spread more than anything else.
Yep.
But I have a lot of them. So
that's amazing. Don't tell people where you live right now.
Yeah.
There is one of the public calls to action has been to ask that the food shelf and Tom and different folks that are out in the community are actually carrying extras on them and distributing them, that they're going into the food shelf bags. And we do have an amazing amount of people locally that are making fabric masks and getting them out there. But the disposables are hugely needed too. So I think that the Putney Food Shelf is working closely with Putney Mutual Aid, and getting them to them might be the best bet. emailing Hannah and
Yeah.
offering them through them. And then whatever you and Tom come to an agreement on of like what should go to the fire department and what should go to the food shelf, I think is really
and
appropriate.
we should also probably, in our next, whatever our messaging is, unless, Tom, you want to hang on to these more, I think we could message that we have masks available, touch base with either Tom or the food shelf if you need,
Yeah, absolutely. That the priority at this point is to get them out to people.
Exactly.
We don't need to hoard them. So we've got what I think that we're gonna need. So
No, and I mean, as far as that stockpile is concerned with these, 2,000 is a lot of masks. Of course, in a time like this, you can go through 2,000 masks pretty quickly. And these are disposable, but they're good quality disposable. There's certainly that somebody who's cautious could use it regularly for an indefinite period of time.
Right.
Just so.
It's really about how you handle them.
Yes, exactly.
And I can't, I assume, Tom, that you're doing this, but like mask education is super important. I know that we're doing a lot of mask education with our people at Groundworks. Like, don't touch the face of it and handle it by the ear straps and don't pull it down like this to talk or put it up over your head or any of the many silly things that people just don't know any better. So it's, making sure that you're not contaminating yourself with making sure that the outside is always going to the outside. And sorry, I just gave a little mask lesson. But that's amazing, Josh. Thank whoever donated that. Please make sure that they get an enormous amount of gratitude from us.
I will do that, definitely. The one thing
so much
to do, and I'll get this to you before next week, Karen. She just asked that we have, and she drafted something because they did the same thing for the Putney School group. It's basically a waiver of liability. That it's a donation that they, by donating, are not accepting any responsibility for the efficacy or anything else. So, and I figured we could just do that in open session. We can. That would be good. So I'll look into distributing those a little bit, and Tom, I will make sure that you have at least some now, but that any that are left over will make sure.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Again, the priority is to get them out to people. So
yeah.
And since we're having this conversation, I don't think it came up in our last meeting. Maybe it did. Things are starting to blur, but I know that it was promoted over social media that you got a UV light and you're able to essentially sanitize N95s.
That's right.
For so many times.
Right. Exactly.
That's really exciting. I'm glad that. How did you acquire that?
We bought it through. I've forgotten who the vendor was that we bought it through. And it was a lot less expensive than I had envisioned them to be. So it worked out fine. It's good.
That's fantastic. I commend you for having the foresight to do that.
Believe me, it wasn't me. It was a couple of our folks that researched it and took care of it all. So I had nothing to do with it other than say go get it.
Yeah. Well,
your job.
Good for having good people.
Right. Exactly.
All right. Are we? I feel like we're in, as you said, we're kind of in the response phase, and we talked a little bit about planning for recovery. Does the select board want to talk about planning for financial recovery at this point?
Can I just comment that, so the state has now declared, a state of emergency. So public assistance is now open. And I've been going through some webinars, and I'll be looking at that this week.
Right.
But there's only certain things that are reimbursable. And I don't know if you saw the email that I sent everyone.
Yes.
But I'm thinking our EOC, Emergency Operations Center, whatever Tom is doing there, most of that's going to be reimbursable. Anything outside of that is going to be tough for reimbursement. So some in overtime too, Tom.
Mhm.
So, if you guys are, working more hours than they normally do, it's going to be hard because they're on call.
Right.
But we need to try to track some of that.
Yep, absolutely.
But,
And that's all been tracked right along, and so we can account for everything minute by minute if we need to.
Yeah, good. Like the UV machine, the
Yep.
shower that you just did.
Yep.
Decontaminating shower.
Yep.
All your PPEs, all that stuff.
Yep.
But the thing that we can't reimburse for is teleworking from home. We cannot, hazard pay absolutely won't be reimbursed. That only came up once in the very beginning. So it won't come up. If it comes up again, we just can't reimburse for it. Let's see what else. If somebody's sent home, any sick time, let's say somebody's quarantined, that sick time cannot be reimbursed.
Even if it goes beyond their regular allotted sick time?
Yeah, it just says, let me see. Yeah, I don't know how I would deal with that, Josh. I hope I don't have to get to that
No.
point.
No, I mean, I would assume that it would be that they were expected to use up their available sick time, and then beyond that would be reimbursable. But I have no idea. I'm guessing this is all likely to evolve some as time passes too. But
I think it will. So
All right.
this is
Typically, the initial guidance comes out, and then once a lot of questions are raised, then some things begin to be modified because it was stuff initially and originally wasn't thought of specifically.
Yeah.
So I would assume it's gonna be the same trend here.
yeah, and I would think that, even if if there are things, Karen, that you think should be reimbursable that are currently not listed as reimbursable, we should probably keep them in a file somewhere just so that if it comes around, I mean, the main thing about all of this stuff is just documentation until the cows come home.
right.
And in some respects, typically, some of it will revolve around how that documentation is specifically worded.
Yeah.
As to whether it's in or it's out.
Yeah.
If it's one of those gray areas,
right,
just get a little creative, and it'll slide in.
That leads to a question I had for you when you were talking about staffing hours. Are you designating them as COVID-19 hours when folks are coming in specifically to do work for COVID-19?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
And
We're doing that with the highway department and in the town hall too, Laura. So it's clear that if you're working from home, you're to track your hours if you're doing town work. Anything, if you're not working on town stuff, then we're putting it towards COVID.
Okay.
And also, just so you know, Laura and Karen, for that matter, all of our responses that we have to follow the COVID protocol, or that are the responses that are brought about that are linked to the pandemic, i.e. the mental health issues.
Mm-hmm.
We're tracking all of those too, so that those will be reimbursable.
Excellent.
So something else too, Laura, I want to bring up, and I'll probably talk to Tom more about this, but so when we had the testing site at Landmark, I know our deputy sheriff was up there, and that's not part of our actual contract.
Mm-hmm.
But that kind of expense like that, I got to look at to see if we can get reimbursed for that.
It looked like through that email you sent out that it should be, but
Right.
I only skimmed it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we would be reimbursed for that, or that reimbursement should be sought after by the sheriff's office.
That's what I would think. But we might want to motivate that because they may have less motive to do that than we do if we're paying the bill.
And if I'm remembering correctly, Karen, didn't you very specifically say that we weren't going above our hours at this point and we wanted them to put it through themselves?
I talked to Sheriff Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
See, they don't get funding. They don't get funding so they would have to fight for that money. So we'll end up paying the invoice. And then I'm going to have to turn around and try to get that paid. And we can do it because it's listed right here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an emergency measure, security and law enforcement, overtime labor for temporary facilities. So given that was a testing site requested by the state of Vermont,
Seems pretty clear.
yeah.
Thank you. I touched on that I met with the Neighbors Helping Neighbors Putney Mutual Aid earlier today, and they are planning on putting out sandwich boards. They're trying to do low-tech outreach, which is really amazing, and I'm very grateful to them for it because, as we know, we do have many community members that either don't have access for a plethora of reasons or are unable to use high-tech communication apparatuses. So they are planning on putting out sandwich boards, and they asked if the town or if you, Tom, had any specific messaging that you would want either put directly on those boards, keeping in mind that there's limited space.
Right.
They are getting a Google phone number, so people would be able to call in that have low tech abilities and get directed to all of the same ways they're directing now. So it could either just be their Google phone number up on that sandwich board, and if somebody called in with a mental health need, they could say, here's the number to the fire station. Or do you want the fire department phone number listed on that as well? And you don't have to answer me now, too. You can take time to think about it.
I'll think about it. I'll touch base with you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
And Karen, did you have any feelings about sandwich boards and what they should look like?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we have one right out front that we can utilize.
They're planning on having, so the food shelf prints posters and staples them to, they have about 5 boards that they use and place strategically around town when they have something big going on, like top the truck. So they're planning on using the same system that they use at that point. But if you wanted to change your board to reflect their messaging, they would probably appreciate that.
Right. Yeah, I can work with them with that board.
Great.
It might be, I don't know what the avenue for this would be, Laura, but that might be a good way to get out news that there are some masks available.
Oh, that's a good point too. I'll make sure to email them tonight and let them know that you're the contact. Is it okay for me to put you down as the contact person
That's
for
fine.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting used to you being upside down.
But it's my bat background,
That's how this whole thing started.
I know.
Eliminating the idea grounded, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Uplift.
Thank you for doing that for us, Josh, or for me at least. Anybody have anything else?
I got a question for you, Tom. this is maybe going backwards a little bit, but if I look at the numbers, it looks like between 1 and 0.2% of the population of the state are actually positive. And because it's over 600,000 people and 750 people are tested positive. Any idea how many other, what's the estimate of what positive cases we don't know about? Is it 10 times that, or any idea?
There isn't. All we know is that there are many more.
Okay.
That we just don't know about because the testing hasn't been there.
So it seems like that leaves us really vulnerable because there's a lot of people that haven't been exposed.
Yep.
And if that's the case, that we're really vulnerable, even as you were saying earlier, and these numbers come down, what is we're looking at, social distancing and this stuff for some time.
Yep, I'm sure.
Until we get a vaccine or something that would alter that.
Right.
So are there any ideas? I know we're in the response mode right now, not the recovery mode, but is there any talk about how things might change once those numbers come down, if at all?
Not really. It just, that hasn't come out yet.
Okay.
I know it's being thought about at the state level. I know still the New England governors, as well as the governor of New York, are working very, very closely together to help ensure that when the time comes, we're all on the same page in doing things alike. Not exactly the same, but similar in a lot of respects. So, but again, none of that has come out yet.
So I'll tell you why I'm asking, and I don't know if that will help or not, or change anything, or maybe it's just a seed for you to think about. But I spent some time this last week talking to people who are growing and raising food, and their concerns are that the farmers markets are closed. And they're the margins of profit on growing food are so small to begin with.
Right. Yep.
And New Hampshire is handling it very differently than Vermont. They're telling their farmers markets to stay open. And a lot of these people are calling me and texting me and emailing me saying, we're not going to stay in business if we can't sell our product. And I'm not the guy to know how to do this over the internet. I am an internet idiot, okay?
I know specific to farmers markets, the governor is looking at it.
Yeah, it's being revisited, and
took it to him for consideration.
Yeah, I even wrote a letter to the governor about it. It's definitely being reconsidered, and he's talking to farmers market kind of community leaders about how they could stay open and safe.
And another, thank you. And another thought is there any way we can facilitate them moving their product without it being a farmer's market?
Karen's on that. Karen's so on that.
The other thing I want to mention
a little bit, Karen, but yeah.
What was that, David?
We talked a little bit last Friday about this, but not again since.
No, and I got David involved too. He's doing a really good job reaching out to a lot of people, getting people to fill out the survey.
Yay!
We came up with that list, but it's a work in progress. And I think too, I was going to ask Laura about, so what's the status with Michael Murky and Jeanette White and Nodder? Are they pursuing what we're pursuing, for the farmer's market?
So I know that Mike's been a huge advocate. Nodder has been speaking to it as well. And they are going to be having a community meeting, I believe, on Saturday. If you bear with me, I can find the exact time of it. But they're going to be holding an info session this weekend where they'll answer questions like that.
That's a Zoom or
yes. Yeah, when I say meeting now, I don't even mean it in the sense of the way we used to say it. I can get you the exact time on that. Hold on.
Not only the
10 to 11.
10 to 11.
Yes, and I can send the link to you all. so that everybody, I think it would be great if we all participated, if we were
Right.
able to.
If we do that, we need to be careful because then we're gonna have to warn
Oh,
at the meeting.
that's true.
On Saturday, you said 10 to 11?
Yeah, it's Saturday, 10 to 11. I had planned to participate, but if the two of you want to, then, I mean, maybe we just warn it.
We could, although I would think this would be one of those exceptions, Karen. I mean, if we're if we're not conversing with each other and we all happen to be at the same meeting at the same time, I'm pretty sure that's legitimate. But
well, and frankly, it's very clear that we're not having discussion about town business amongst each other because we'll be in a big Zoom chat. So everybody will know exactly what we're saying and that we're not talking amongst each other.
Yeah, I would not worry about that from a legal standpoint, but if it wouldn't hurt to warn it if we think we're going to be there. I don't know what Saturday looks like for me, but sounds like an interesting topic.
Right.
I know it's really difficult for me. I have two guys coming to come logging with me on Saturday, but I could maybe take an hour away. I had another thought I wanted to share. We're really lucky in this community that we have so many resources. We have so many people that grow food and raise food in this community. And if we're going to be in a position that we're doing social distancing for some time to come, I think we need to think seriously about keeping those people in business, if for no other reason, for our own well-being. And so looking at it from a slightly selfish standpoint, what can we do to keep them selling their product and keep them in business? I mean, I know we need to follow the rules and keep people safe and healthy and social distance. I get that. I take that seriously. But we need these people not throwing their food away because they can't sell it. So can we store it? What can we do? I mean, what are the other ideas around it?
So, David, can I make a suggestion? I wrote a pretty lengthy letter to the governor, and I suggest that we each reach out to him and share our perspectives on this. I've seen really excellent leadership from him, and I think that he's open to hearing from the public. But additionally, I love the way you're thinking. Can we talk to the school? Can we talk to the schools that aren't operational right now that have huge kitchens and huge storage areas and walk-in coolers and see if we can help them partner up? And maybe there's an opportunity to do that through the survey that Karen has put together.
Green Mountain has these huge storage rooms that are empty of apples now. I mean, can we store food in that? I mean, what can we do?
Yeah. I don't know if we can do it. And Josh, you know more of the technical answers on this than I do. I don't know if we as a select board can do this, but can we facilitate this happening? Can we connect people to help make this happen? I think that's probably an absolute yes.
I mean, I think part of the challenge, I think we can definitely try and help facilitate it. That's probably mostly better left to private sector, just because if we can help make the connections, I'm sure they're reaching out to each other, but harvest is a long way away for many people. Of course, there are exceptions. I mean, I saw the milk delivery truck up at Putney School the other day, and I was thinking, I hope that milk ends up somewhere viable, because I know for a lot of people it isn't, which is terrible. But a lot of the farmers, as David said, I mean, their margins are so small. This is also, even just eking out a little bit at this time of year is tremendous because they've been hungry for months.
Well, I'm hearing something a little different than that from a bunch of them, in that these next few weekends are huge for their year because a lot of them don't just sell the product, they're selling the plant too. And
right. On the shares.
They have greenhouses full of greens that are coming in, and those are high profit products for them because seeds and just sat in the greenhouse, and then all of a sudden it's $10 a pound for a bag of greens or whatever. These next few weekends are huge.
Yeah, no, that's
Howie Cusack all these guys got on the phone and talked to me for hours. And
Yeah.
they're like, we need to move this stuff now. This is, we don't get this, the rest of the year is, really difficult to come back. So it's not just harvest time. It's now too.
And David, they rely on the farmers market for that movement. Is that what you're telling us?
Absolutely, because they're working their butts off growing this stuff right now. Saturday morning for 4 to 6 hours, Sunday mornings for 4 to 6 hours, they move it all, and then they go back.
And I mean, for example, with Paul Harlow, typically they go to New York, or they are part of a group that goes to New York. They can't do that. So how to distribute that food? Yeah, no, I agree with you, David. I mean, I think that these early weekends, for Howie in particular, movement of plants, but for somebody like Mike or Paul, movement of
Jack Van, those guys,
greens. Yeah, no, and Jack, actually, I heard the other day, Jack was saying, he's allowed, because it's food product, to sell some of his plant starts, but he's not allowed to sell any of his decorative, his flowers and things, because it's not technically an essential. So it's like, that's a tough situation to be in. But
yeah, but that's agriculture.
Hey, Guy, just 1 second. I really do want to keep continuing this conversation. I think it's a very important conversation for us to have. And I also recognize that it may not be as important to Chief Goddard. And if Chief Goddard would like to get going, we could let him go at this point probably and continue our meeting.
I appreciate it.
So you are welcome to get going, unless anybody has another question for him specifically.
You need a bag of fresh greens?
Yes, buy your greens, buy your plants. I'm going to go buy a bunch of plants because my dog destroyed mine. So.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Tony, thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you.
All right, man, absolutely.
Oh, okay, he's gone.
You're still upside down, Josh. You moved into the middle, but you're still upside down.
I can balance it for everybody.
Everybody home, ready? Maybe we can get upside down too.
Bring levity. I love it. So,
yeah, I think that the unfortunate thing, I mean, David was sort of with these early crops, even if they're small, they're valuable because they're bringing an income that hasn't been there for many, many months. The other problem is they're highly perishable.
Yeah.
I mean, greenhouse greens last, we all know how long they last in our fridge. Not that long. Right. Yeah, exactly. And true also, I mean, for somebody like Howie with tomato plants or whatever the other starts might be, you don't get those out the door and suddenly there's nothing you can do with them,
I think that Karen, was it Linda Okogie?
Yeah. Okogie. Yeah.
And Marissa Miller they both were talking like they were already organizing, trying to come up with something to replace.
Yeah.
But I don't know what that is. And I think probably you're right, Josh. It's best left in their hands. But if there was something we could do to facilitate that, I don't know what that is. This is I mean, I'm not a marketer.
We've certainly all talked about the reality that we are not much more able to get a message out than anybody else. But, I've thought about, for example, a temporary CSA kind of thing. I mean, if I was given a list of product that was available to me, next Saturday for a bag for pickup somewhere, I would definitely do that, and I don't know whether that's viable or how we could make it viable, but it certainly should be, I mean, there's product available. I'm sure there's demand for it. And how do you make the connection between the two?
Well, I think Karen's doing that. That's what what that survey is, and we do have. So I would think that I sent you all an email with the information about Nodder and Mike's session, and in the end of that email, I have, and I have to update it, but I have links. I put in my signature links to pretty much everything that's happening right now locally in Putney, as far as surveys to fill out, where you can get resources. I have to update that signature to include the data from the surveys that Karen and David were so supportive of. But I think that us messaging that out as much as we can be, each of us individually to our networks, sending out an email to everybody on your email list saying, this is what the town has put together, and this is, please check out these resource providers, see if you can use any of them. Linda is actually my CSA, and who I go through for vegetables. And she has told me that as far as the CSA, and I hope that I'm speaking correctly, my last understanding was that as far as the CSA end goes, she is fuller than she's ever been. She has more CSA clients than she's ever had before, which is excellent to hear, and probably put this lower on my radar, because I thought, oh, people are connecting. They're doing the fresh local thing. I hadn't thought of the plants and how are we getting the plants out to people.
What I read this survey, only 2/3 of the farms that produce vegetables are actually CSA farms. A third of them, and those people are probably making their money not as much off of local people, but so those are the ones I think that are more at risk. And I don't know.
How do we support them?
Yeah, I mean, I give away food. I grow so much food away, so I don't know. I don't know how we do that, but
yeah, no, I think it's. I mean, I think that people are working on it, and that's great. I think to Laura's point, communicating and trying to get that message out as best we can, and also being supportive in any way that we can of a mechanism for it would be good. I think what we don't want to encourage is individuals to be involved with we don't want 82 different people going to Linda Agioki's farm because that puts her at risk, and I'm sure she has a distribution system, but it also, she via CSA, I think with many farmers, the CSA is a viable part of their income, but, with somebody like Linda, I'm sure that the farmer's market is also not an insignificant number for her. So even if her CSA numbers are up, if her farmer's market number is 0, that causes problems. So
the deal I get, it's like 5%. I mean, it's like, your profit is like 5%. I mean, it's like, you lose 5% of your volume, you might as well
you're losing money.
You're not making anything.
Right.
Yeah. And the farmer's market for her, and I know for other CSA farmers, is also where they do distribution often. Exactly. So not only is it where they sell, extra loose vegetables, but it's also their distribution site, and the same with the Brattleboro farmers market. Right. They're not just often they're doing both on their circuit, sometimes even more than that.
Yeah.
So
I talked to somebody in New Hampshire. Well, actually, I had someone call the Commissioner of Agriculture in New Hampshire for me, and the reason that the farmers markets in New Hampshire are staying open is because it's their choice to do that, and in Vermont, not their choice. And I don't understand what the legislation is that's different that allows it to be their choice.
I have to say, David, I went over. I had to go to Perkins for something, and if New Hampshire is the model, I don't want to follow it. I mean, there's people driving around, nobody's wearing a mask. It's like, thanks. And, honest, and I know that's not what you're asking for, but farmers markets, I think, being an excellent example of a really bad means of getting food to people right now. I mean, you take a whole bunch of people and put them in the same place at the same time. I mean, I think that farmers obviously need a vehicle to get their product out, but I would not be a proponent of a farmer's market functioning right at the moment, unless it were really, really tightly controlled.
Yeah, and I think that's the answer, Josh. I don't think that the farmer's market, the way we have historically thought of it, should be
Exactly.
taking place. I think
Yeah.
that a farmer's market with new policy and new plans on how to approach this in a safe way, whether it be a drive-through. I mean,
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know exactly how they would pull it off, but I think those conversations happening between the governor and the folks that run the farmers markets are really important because it's a huge part of our frankly, our community health. Farmers markets are a big part of our economy in so many ways that we don't see. So, and David, to answer your question, I think it's a matter of an executive order. It's not legislation. The governor made this order, and now is as Tom said, often when these things come out, it's put out there and then they walk it back a little, they rethink it. And I think that's in process right now. He has said that he is rethinking it, but we'll see. I hope he rethinks it in time for some kind of season for our farmers.
So that leads me to the next question I had was, do we then as a community have to think about investing in our farmers if they can't make enough money to stay growing food?
Absolutely.
And so what does that look like?
Well, on a personal note, for me personally, what that looks like is and I was fortunate enough to be in a position to do this. I understand that not everybody is able to do this. It was a small sacrifice on my part, but I paid my shares up front this year, knowing full well that I'm working through a small farm, and if anybody gets sick on that farm, there's a chance that I won't get my shares, but it's an investment to me. I'm placing my faith in them, and I'm also trying to support a piece of our economy and frankly, people that have supported my family in so many ways for a long time. So not everybody can do that. So that's the piece that I did. But I think that having these conversations and thinking about how we could all support in different ways is so important.
I wonder if people are thinking of it on a community way, not an individual way, so that this lasts for a year. We have social distancing for a year, and there's a chance that these farms can't stay functioning and grow food, and we become vulnerable that way. Is there emergency money that can then support them so they can keep functioning, that we can direct to them? Are people thinking about that? And shouldn't we?
I hear you, David, because other towns have set up emergency funds for certain things. And the thought crossed my mind as well. I don't know what that looks like or how it would work, but I hear what you're saying.
So the Small Business Association is, of what I read on it, is offering a $10,000 loan and a much larger grant. And can any of that be used for agriculture? Can they apply for that? And so part of that, you can ask for forgiveness of repayment of part of that. That's wages. So you can hire people to continue to grow, and you could ask for that to be forgiven, the payback on that. Is there anything else like that? Just stuff that's going through here.
I think it depends on who you are and what you're doing.
Okay.
Because that $10,000 loan does not support everyone.
The other problem, those loans, as they're set up now, if you're a sole proprietor, you have to use more than 75% of that. In order to get it forgiven, more than 75% of it has to go into payroll.
Right.
Yes, quite a few of these folks have payroll, but quite a few others, Marissa probably being a good example, as far as I know, she doesn't have any payroll at all, and she's 100% dependent on the income from her farm. So she's screwed. She can't take that.
Right.
So although they are very low interest loans, but it's still a loan. Who wants to take a loan out? But
Howie said, I talked to Howie about this, and he said, we're just trying to do it all ourselves, and we're reluctant to take a loan for that exact reason, because we need so little to begin with. We can't afford to give away 1% of it.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So
I think it's worth doing some more research on something like that, David.
Maybe we need to plow some land, that piece of land on top of the hill, and plant some food.
There you go.
Grow it down. I mean,
There were town gardens historically.
Town Farm Road.
Yeah.
Almost every town has one.
Yeah. I'm not sure that I want to get into competition with our farmers though right now. I would rather see, I mean, I think that maybe connecting them through programs like Food Connects and through the Vermont Food Bank, maybe if they can't sell their food the way they're used to selling it, maybe they can sell it through programs like that that are getting food into hands of people that are in poverty. Food Connects does a wide variety of connecting local foods to schools, and our schools are still serving lunches. I mean, bless them. What they're doing is amazing. What Steve Head and his staff have done at Putney Central School is nothing short of a small miracle. And other schools in the district as well. But I just really have to commend Putney Central School because they're doing fresh food, 2 meals a day, going out on the buses to all the kids. Yeah. So, you know, they're having to source those foods and there's a possibility to connect to them.
Right.
You know, but I would, David, when you're talking to people, I'm curious if they're connected to Food Connects or the Vermont Food Bank.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Paul certainly is. And they're through Paul, Mike. I mean, you know, these are very savvy people, obviously. Mm-hmm. And they're also, you know, I mean, if you look at many of the staples and, you know, Paul, Mike, Howie, Jack Mannix, you know, they've all been working together for 40 years, you know, so the problem is it's the larger markets that are gone. Mm-hmm. And when you take those larger markets away for anybody that's in production like Paul, he's screwed, you know? I mean, it's like he just doesn't have an avenue for it. I think they're trying to redirect it to food bank, but again, at this time of year, the perishability of those crops is just, it's really hard to manage that, so.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too, it's going to be tough is that they don't have any workforce to help them.
Yes.
Put it in the ground. You know, that's a big concern right now.
Yeah.
I mean, not only in Vermont.
Migrant workers. Yeah. No, it's a huge problem. Definitely. You know, I think messaging wise, you know, wherever we can help, I mean, it's not us, but on these sandwich boards, even on our sandwich boards, you know, buy local. I mean, just reiterate the message.
I like that.
Yeah.
You know, and that goes across. I mean, I've been trying to go to the general store and buy a sandwich as regularly as I feel comfortable doing. I mean, you know, it's just, we all got to do our part trying to support these places because otherwise they're just not going to be there, you know?
Right.
Yeah. And since you're going in, Josh, and you see it, like I have to commend them as well and the co-op on the amazing job they're doing of responding to this. I can't imagine how difficult it is for them. They've had to change their systems overnight as well and wear masks and
absolutely
and take a really hard financial hit. But I'm really proud of how they're responding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been into a store in 18 days because of Mom. I haven't been anywhere. But the comment you made earlier, Josh, about how New Hampshire isn't the example to follow, right here in my driveway on the 2 days a week where I'm working, I'm having to like step out and say, hey, stay away from my mom. You need to walk up 6 feet.
Yeah.
You know, like people, there are a percentage of people who are just not taking this seriously. Even here in this town of pretty educated and aware people.
Yeah. I was amazed. I like I said, I went over to Perkins. I went this morning because I had to pick a couple things up, and you know, one of their employees was wearing a mask. Otherwise, nobody was wearing masks. They have plastic set up around the registers, but none. I think I was the only client that was wearing a mask. And it's like, what are you idiots thinking? It's just so, I mean, it's disrespectful, it's dangerous, it's irresponsible, just like across the board. It's like, come on, people. Where are you not getting the message? And that's what now, and I know you were loosely referring to New Hampshire and not saying we should be like them, but live free or die is a very good example. More or less, it comes down to live free and die. I mean, and their numbers have stayed reasonably good, but I think that's mostly luck at this stage, and at some point that's going to come back to bite them, I would imagine. But
I just want to make it clear the reason they pointed at that wasn't because of New Hampshire's example across the board. It was that New Hampshire is letting the people who go to the farmers markets sort of self-regulate and point more towards what Laura was talking about and what you were talking about. These people have been doing this for years. They're probably going to come up with a safe system on their own better than anybody else could.
Yeah.
And somehow we're not letting ours do that, by legislating that they can't. So that's why I wanted to know what the difference was. And Laura, you told me it was an executive order. I get that.
I think that's very much what it is. And I think we're all on the same page, definitely. But I think it's all about the messaging. I mean, if you're not messaging, if you allow your farmers to have farmers markets, which I think is fine, and I totally agree with you, but if 9/10 of the people that are coming into your farmers market have been told that there's no problem, you're screwed.
So if you look at, Governor Sununu recently met an airplane from China that had many masks on it, and he met that airplane with a bunch of other people and was standing right next to them without a mask on himself. And so the exampling there is very different than the exampling we're getting, the modeling that we're getting here. We might be neighbors, but we are the yin and the yang, truly, not just inland. So, yeah.
All right.
Yep. Thank you.
You have anything else for us, David? I really you're doing great work. Thank you for talking to all these people and bringing this stuff to us.
Yeah.
I'm not really doing great work, but thank you for saying that.
You are.
It is. It's important. It's really important.
Call people. That's all I'm doing. And I just have the luxury of that I've known these people for 50 years. And fix their cars. And so they'll talk to me. I'm really just saying, hi, what's happening? What do you think? And then I just write it all down. I'm not really doing anything. Karen,
you are. You're listening.
People as it can be.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's the best thing that can be done. Sometimes it's the only thing that can be done, unfortunately.
I feel like I'm a great example of social isolation in my everyday life before this virus ever came. So it's really any change for me. I mean,
are you getting everything you need?
Well, the things that I need, I'm not getting. I can't talk about in this meeting.
I'll leave that alone.
But honestly, David,
I'm the greatest example of self-sufficiency. We have enough food for a year. Everything I can make or fix on my own. I have a community of unbelievably good and resourceful customers / friends. If I need anything, I pick up the phone and I'll call Noah and he'll bring me a pig. If I need anything that I don't have, if I need something, I'll call Josh. He'll help me with whatever. I'm totally set. I'm totally set.
Good. Glad to hear that.
And I have to say, David, one of the reasons that I think your presence on the select board is valuable is because you're a guy who does live within and know this community. And when people see you modeling, they pay attention to that. And that's really important. And I think you can't overestimate that. For you to be able to step out in your yard and say, yo, back away from my mom, somebody take the message from that, that's a good message.
Let's hope.
It is a good message. Yeah. Right.
And she's good too, except for that she lives an isolated life and she's really struggling, not having any connection with really anyone but me. And My sister can't come because she works at Vernon Green Nursing Home, and so she's totally isolated now, and so that's tough. I try to get her on the phone as much as I can, but I can see I think it sunk in about a week ago that this summer is going to be, if not the summer and this fall, going to be pretty much what we have right now.
Yeah.
And it's not going to change.
Yeah, probably going to go, it's probably going to do this.
But if we're intelligent, the way we're acting isn't going to change because we're so vulnerable still.
Yes.
Unless they
Yeah.
come up with some medical miracle shorter than it looks like could possibly come up with.
Yeah. Oh, and Josh, I know you're out and about pretty regularly, but your family is good. You have everything you need.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. No, we're I'm just so glad we live where we do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All the reasons we've been talking about.
Truly.
Imagine doing this in an apartment in the Bronx. I mean, I just can't imagine that.
I do have
No.
one question. Anna Darrow was offering up a deal where she would match any ground beef or meat that you bought from her that she produced that was left over in 2018. So I bought 30 pounds of ground beef, and I have the other 30 pounds that was her matching that I've been giving away to people that need it. But I called Hannah Pick to give the rest of it to the food shelf and got an email back saying that they were being very careful about what food they accepted. And I don't really know what to do now. It's in the freezer. I don't know if I should bring it or not bring it. I don't know what to do. So,
Hey, David, can I make a suggestion? Putney Mutual Aid has quite a few people on their list that are food insecure right now.
Sure.
And there's potential that it could be circulated that way. It's
Okay.
something that I could float to them. How many pounds is it?
20 pounds of ground beef.
Okay.
So how'd you get that offer and I didn't?
Yeah.
It's on Facebook. She put it out there about 10 days ago.
Oh, huh.
And it was just wonderful. Yeah. So
Okay. I'll float it to them, and I'm going to put you down as the contact person for it.
And I will, if they need more, I'll buy more and give that away too. So, whatever you
That's
need.
lovely. That's wonderful.
Anything, both of my freezers, I can't open them without stuff falling out. So if you need something.
So the other thing is, and I'm not sure, this might be bordering on inappropriate, but I know through my work that there's a need through the Brattleboro Food Works, and they do serve this community as well. So I can put you in touch with those folks as well. It's actually not my program, so it's. Yeah, I can put you in touch with them as well, and they could probably take bulk.
Okay.
So,
Awesome.
Laura, I have a question.
Yeah.
As far as the mutual aid group, right?
Mhm.
So we just found out that they have people that that need food. What else do people need? I mean, how do we know this? How do we support what they're doing?
So, I mean, essentially what they're really trying to do is connect neighbors with neighbors and kind of decentralize it so that it's more sustainable in the long run. But when people fill out the survey, they fill out where their areas of concern are or where their desire to volunteer is. And through that, they get a really great snapshot of who is food insecure. And some of that food insecurity isn't so much like some people can afford the food, they can't get to it. They have no way to actually get to the grocery store. Maybe they're in quarantine themselves. It depends. There's a variety of circumstances. I can imagine, though, that I know they're having their first volunteer meeting tonight where they're actually like coordinating with a large group of volunteers. So I can imagine that within the next few days, they'll be prepared to do things like get a good donation of meat out into the community.
Yeah. So they're in
Did-
response mode.
They are in response mode. Yeah, they still a little bit of planning mode, but and they've been in response mode the whole time. As people were coming in that were really vulnerable, they were connecting to them right away. But now they're in more of an organized response mode. Before it was a lot of Jamie and Ruby just responding on their own and trying to connect people that way.
This we all need to remember, as David was alluding to, it's going to be a long, slow process.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Yeah.
those who are food insecure now are likely to be a lot less food secure a month from now. You know.
Yeah, that's the truth. It really, yeah. And I will say that this group of folks have created a pretty robust system to respond to people. So we have a lot to be proud of in this community.
Yep. I heard of one friend who who has direct deposit got their check, got their, what's it called, relief.
I got mine today. It got put in my account today.
Yeah. I had another friend that did too, and I've heard a few people are donating theirs to the food shelf, which is pretty darn amazing because more than anything, what the food shelf could use right now is funding.
Yeah.
They can buy through the food bank. It's their safest means of buying food right now. And so that funding allows them to be really flexible in their storage and capacity. And
It also, the other thing about donating to them monetarily is that they have tremendous leverage with cash from the food bank.
Yes.
You know, what a dollar can buy from the food bank compared to what you or I can buy on the street is pretty amazing.
Yeah. Unless you're getting a 2-for-1 beef special, then maybe.
Well,
no, that's Josh. That's exactly what it is. And the food bank has an incredible amount of storage, which the Putney Food Shelf has converted their storage space. They're using a lot more of the community building right now than they ever have before.
Yeah.
And they still have things to contend with in that storage space that doesn't make it necessarily the best option for them.
Yeah.
So having cash on hand is the ideal for them.
Yeah.
Okay. And do I connect to Hannah to do that? To connect to Hannah to do that?
If you want to donate cash, just go to their website and go through. There's an option to donate, and they'll know it was you, and they'll be very, very grateful. But Hannah right now is, as many people are that are on the front lines, she's really stretched thin. So anyway, anytime we can direct somebody to the website, we're doing her a favor.
All right, my computer's to die.
Okay. Oh, so do I hear a motion?
Yes, that was it. That was code for motion to adjourn.
And second the code.
It has been moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any discussion, we will adjourn. So,
Thank
you all.
then the special educator might have a small group or a one-on-one later on with those students. We've been worried about burnout, both for teachers and for families. So as of the week after break, new learning will be assigned Mondays through Thursdays, with Friday a day for students to catch up, take a break, do outside projects or family time, and teachers will have that day for planning, collaborating, and we'll have some professional development activities. Paras have been doing a wide variety of activities. The majority of the food preparation and delivery has been done by paras. We also have paras doing wellness checks for families. Some are reading stories, some are sitting in classes. And then Greg Stoller has been doing some research on professional development for paras. That's still a work in progress, but some of the PD that he's looking at for paras includes trauma-informed practices, things that will certainly be useful next year as well. We're still working on a few things: attendance, feedback for families. Let's see, just always reassessing what we're doing. Just so you all know, end of year guidance is still being developed at the state level. We still don't know, not a specific end date yet. We don't know anything about graduation if you have kids at the high school. Spring sports still hasn't been determined. So all of that is still to be determined. So I think that's good for now.
All right. And I do see the email, so I will send it to everybody on the board. Any questions for Lyle on all of that? That was a lot of information.
So
Anna, do you have, oh, Walter?
there's no plan like in other districts to furlough paraprofessionals.
No, not at this time. No, so far, actually, it's pretty much all paras that are doing the food prep and delivery. And at this point, even the paras that have a reason not to go into a building to do work because they check any of the boxes, have been willing to step up and do other types of things like those that I listed.
Any other questions?
I think Hannah's talking, but we can't hear her.
Oh yeah, Hannah.
Okay. So I have a question, and it may fall under the end date or the still working on category, but is the assumption that provided that the kids attend all their classes, you have the attendance piece figured out, that they're going to keep on, or is there going to be some evaluatory measure taken? What does that look like?
So right now, we're still working on attendance. Teachers are going to be taking attendance. We are supposed to show that we have 50% of our student body in attendance every day in order for it to count as a day for us. We're assuming that kids are in attendance unless for some reason they turn in no work, or so everybody right now we're considering as being part of the day. That parents and students when they get a little older, we assume that they can take care of their own getting in touch with their teachers. But that's one of the, I talked about the app where teachers can just text. And it could be something as simple as I'm texting everybody in my class today, and as long as I hear back from the family, then that family is considered in attendance for that day. We have, as far as I've heard, we're still going to have to put in 175 days. So we will still go pretty close to the June date that we had originally set.
Okay, so my bigger part of that question was, will there be any testing of the kids as far as, I mean, I understand that everyone's going to be behind to a certain extent, Is there any chance that kids will be in a position to be staying back? Or I don't know if
No,
you can speak
no.
to that or.
I don't imagine if any kid were to be considered to be staying back, those conversations would have happened well before we closed. So
Okay.
anyone that's been, up to that point of closure, as long as they're trying to do some work and continue with some sort of educational activities, they would not be staying back.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? All right, Mary, you want to give us a rundown of your?
Sure, thanks. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
I was kind of following along with Lyle, so I'm going to try not to be redundant, but, to kind of go off of what Lyle was just talking about, and to Hannah's point, it's been about balance. I've had a lot of questions from faculty and a lot of questions from parents about, what like mandatory and required and like what's next. I can't say enough about how hard our faculty is working. Between food distribution, checking on social and emotional and just in general wellness, and are your needs being met, from the health office, from the guidance office, from non-classroom teacher faculty members. I know Don Grove has been an amazing tech support person, in addition to Gary Parzik, and the Office of Curriculum Assessment is doing grade level meetings with classroom teachers and is going to extend that work to other teachers like music and art teachers in the coming weeks. But in terms of instruction, we're building the plane while we fly it, and nobody thought that this was a good idea to do with 6-year-olds. And so it's just sort of a matter of trying to have the dialogue open between faculty and families. And, I've talked to faculty about, if you have 3 kids and the parent of your kiddos have 3 kids, like think about it through that lens, just how much is going on, and maybe both parents are working or parents are dealing with the stress of not working right now. So we're really just trying to be flexible and listen to each other as much as possible right now. And I've just been so proud of the work that our faculty is doing. We had, some of you might have seen in the Reformer, and Martin Langenfeld picked it up. We did a little parade through town. That was one of the better things that's happened in the past couple weeks, just because it was nice to see kids' faces. And so I was glad that we did that. And I'm staying connected with some other stakeholders in the Vernon community, select board, emergency management, fire, sheriff's office, to Skip Sleeper over at Vernon Green, to try to see, what are the community needs, what is everybody hearing, and I've been sort of giving a school report back to those folks. Nothing in particular that's needed right now or that's going on that I need to share, but it's nice to feel connected in that way to other Vernon folks. Our maintenance staff continues to be in the building, continues to be working very hard, doing a balance of making sure we're cleaning, but also and keeping clean and keeping the protocols in place, but also thinking about some summer work that could happen now while the building is, like, for example, they moved the bleachers the other day and did some cleaning and painting in the gym. Yeah, I mean, we miss our kids. We miss seeing each other in person. It's hard, but I think that the faculty is reaching out to each other and reaching out to their colleagues in other schools. And I hope that parents are feeling supported, because we know this is hard. So yeah, we're doing okay.
Any questions for Mary? Carrie?
Are there any teachers or any of the faculty that are having any that need help right now, that just need assistance with anything? Maybe if we need volunteers for any of that, just wondering.
Yeah, that's really kind. I'll pass that along and find out. I haven't found out about specific things. I think it's just a general feeling. I think a lot of people's first instinct was, my students aren't with me and I want to do everything I can for them, but I'm not sure what that looks like right now. And so it's been a little bit of a, kind of waves. But, I will certainly reach out and see if there is anything that's needed. I know that we've made sure that employees know about EAP, the Employee Assistance Program, where you can kind of get some different support. I think we've reached out to each other. I know that parents have been, I think, pretty supportive of teachers and asking that question, Carrie. So I appreciate that. So I can report back at our next meeting, but there's nothing that I can think of right now. Thanks.
Other questions for Mary or Lyle? Well, thank you guys for everything you are doing. I think I used this analogy at another meeting where you guys really look like swans on a lake because everything seems seamless and effortless, but I am sure underneath you are all going crazy. So thank you for, yeah, you gotta be going nuts there. So thank you. And it just seems like things are moving, and I hear my kids up on their computers every day. They had a Beams after school program today, which I thought was fun. I'm like, they're going, no, we have after school. I'm like, okay. So it is amazing what is being done. All right, so certified staff master agreement. Lyle, you want to fill us in on this?
Sure. So we had come to an agreement with the certified staff, actually both classified and certified, but classified does not pertain to Vernon. You have your own classified staff agreement. So on March 17th, the WSESU board and the WSESD board agreed to ratify the staff certified staff agreement. Reviewed, Frank Rucker and I reviewed sort of the process that we went through, highlighting any major changes, of which language there are not, I would say not huge changes, things that we've been talking about over the past few years, just looking ahead to this round of agreement. So there was not a huge number of changes that we talked about that I can remember. Everything, let's see. We're still working on some language around announced and unannounced, but that's still to be determined because we're in a grievance session for that, so I can't really talk much about that. There was some language changes around sabbaticals. Don't remember other major. I've got some union people here. I don't know, Scott, can you think of any other major language changes? I don't think of any myself.
No, I don't think there's any major language changes that you've left out, Lyle.
The only thing I can think of is just the health insurance changing to the state and how that,
Right, which we had really no, I mean, that wasn't even on the table to negotiate because the state had determined that ahead of time.
So tell me where we are now. What are we looking to do? And I know David was trying to, I think, hit a pause button.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why. Right now, what you need to do is ensure that you're the last ones to make sure that it's ratified. The other two boards have done it. You're the last one to do it. I don't think of any reason why you wouldn't do that. I know that there are some concerns about what budgets are going to look like with people having lost wages because of unemployment and layoffs, etc. But I do think that principals are looking at that and knowing that we have to be very thoughtful about moving forward with budgeting. And Mary and I had a conversation, we've had more than one, but we had another one today. So we need to think about very carefully about what budgets can bear. Thursday, I was at a session with the joint fiscal office at the legislature, and they're projecting deficits. Frank's working on where everyone is. So I don't think that there's any reason that you wouldn't ratify this contract, because I don't know that there's anything, how it would impact you negatively. I mean, you've actually passed a budget down there. So
Yeah.
you're
Can I?
better off than most. Go ahead. Sorry, Mary.
No, I'm sorry. Is it, and stop me if this is not appropriate, but you know, I think we have members of the EA here, and maybe if other folks need to speak to anything, but I know that the leadership of the EA and Lyle and Frank have worked pretty hard to kind of put this together. And, you know, just if I can advocate as a building principal, that right now faculty, as I said, is working really hard. And I think, you know, if there's a lot of uncertainties out there with this whole new thing we're doing, and I think if we can provide a level of certainty by moving forward with this master agreement that's been negotiated, I think that's important right now for, you know, our faculty that's working so hard.
I agree.
Scott, Molly, did anyone want to add anything to this discussion? Or board members, do you have questions? So we start with questions from board members. And if there aren't any.
So the details of the agreement have not been made public yet?
Correct.
So when do the details of the agreement, when would they be made public?
After everybody's agreed to and ratified. Barb's working on the language changes right now. So when Vernon ratifies, then we'll be able to make that public.
So we're not obligated to know what's in there before we vote yes on it?
Yes, if you have specific questions, something that I haven't answered, then yes, I would say that you would want to ask that question now.
No, it's more philosophical than anything else.
Nope, absolutely. This is your chance to find that out.
Would we need to go into executive session, or is that not needed?
At this point, I don't think so. All along, I've been trying to give you some updates about where we are in executive session. And then I think Frank came one evening to talk a little bit about the finances in executive session. So at this point, I don't believe that executive session would be needed.
Okay.
We're not talking about, I mean, if somebody asks the question and I might say, whoa, let's wait, let's go into executive session for that.
Okay.
But I don't see any reason why.
Okay. Scott, you had something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, Carrie. On the behalf of Wyndham Southeast Education Association, I'd like to encourage you to approve this tentative agreement. This tentative agreement is, you know, the result of about 5-6 months of hard work between Lyle, Frank, Peggy Maxiel, and Peter Canizero. As Lyle has already said, the SD and SU boards have already approved this. I haven't had a chance to check in with Norm Bartlett, our UNICERV director, or with the Vermont NEA legal team, but I have talked to Peggy Maxiel, and her take is that, no, your vote tonight only applies to your certified staff. It wouldn't apply to your special educators in Vernon because the SU board has already approved it. As Lyle already mentioned, it wouldn't apply to your support staff because the support staff is not part of our bargaining unit. You know, but we'd like to see all our certified staff, you know, in the entire district, you know, benefiting from this tentative agreement, which we feel is fair.
Other questions or concerns and all? Did any, I think I sent around, or I'm hoping I did, the joint fiscal office incredibly depressing outlook. If you have an extra hour, watch the webinar. I feel like we're going to be, and maybe this is at our next meeting if Frank is able to join us. I guess my personal belief is we're going to be okay to finish out this school year. I think the next school year is where things are going to get really tough. I'm hoping that everyone is back in the classroom and back teaching and back doing all of the wonderful things that they do for our kids. I worry about property taxes. I worry about the education fund. We are lucky that we have a budget that was passed by our town. But it's going to be a really tough town meeting next year because we've got to figure out a way to make this sustainable in times when everyone's personal finances are probably less than sustainable. So Molly, do you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to speak also maybe a little bit philosophically, as Walter used that term earlier. I guess I just am sitting here coming off the last 4 weeks as an educator and thinking about what Lyle said earlier, what Mary said earlier. I really have just been phenomenally moved and impressed by the professionalism and the commitment and the energy, frankly, the creative energy of our staff in the district, the whole district wide, but Vernon, of course, as well, you know, as part of that district. And I guess I feel like this is an agreement that was argued in good faith. And I would agree with you, Carrie, that what's coming down the pike is not going to be a pretty picture and have a lot of challenges. And I would encourage you to see the staff and the teaching staff as your teammates in that challenge. And I think the way to do that is to join with teachers in this agreement that's been argued in good faith, and then work collectively to do creative problem solving. Because what I've seen in the last 4 weeks has just blown my mind, the kind of creative problem solving and the kind of just tremendous growth that the teachers in this district are capable of doing, of just jumping, as somebody already said, onto I think Mary, onto a plane that's in construction and like being less than half a step ahead of where that plane is going, but making it happen. And so the challenges that we have coming down the road to us, I think will be best met if we're collectively together facing them. And I think the ratification of this contract is the first step in that direction, because it's already been argued in good faith, and you know, both the other boards have already approved it, and I think we can face the challenges together. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Henry? Are you unmuted?
I am unmuting.
There
Thank you.
you are.
Sorry. So I'm the VP for the high school and for the union for the high school and the middle school. And I just wanted to echo a bit what Molly said. It's been kind of amazing to me the amount of work that's been put in by the teachers to really adjust full stop and keep the ship kind of afloat in these times. And yeah, I would just encourage you guys to think about the long-term consequences of supporting these people that are teaching in the district. Are not only teachers, but they're also salary earners. They're also people that are going to be contributing to the economy. I teach economics at the high school, and so just from an economics point of view, the more people that are employed and have money to spend and to be active agents in the economy, the stronger it will be. And so teachers are, as we all are, deserve food, clothing, and shelter as basic necessities, and the more people that have good paying jobs, and it helps our students, it helps the staff that help the students, and so there's what's called a multiplier effect. So the more people that are employed in good paying jobs, it'll actually help the economy recover when that time comes, which is hopefully sooner rather than later. So I just want to echo the other union members in saying that I think it's I strongly want to encourage you to vote to ratify, and I think we'll be seeing more help from the state and the national government, hopefully, to support us in the crisis too. So I'm assuming the crisis won't be quite as bad as the projections for the Ed Fund won't be quite as bad as they seem right now, because I think there's future legislative action that's going to take place too. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Oh, Hannah.
I'm muting Okay, there I am. No, I just would like to just encourage us to move forward with accepting it. I think this has been a long process, and I feel like they've done their due diligence on it. And I think we would have supported it prior, all their efforts prior to this. And I think that that probably won't change in light of this, and that it's the security blanket that folks need right now. And it's extending the olive branch to our educators that are working so hard. So I would encourage us to support it at this point.
Anybody else? Questions? Or Hannah, would you like to make a motion?
I can. Chad, do you have any feedback? I'm surprised
Yeah, I
that you didn't do it.
no, I'm pretty quiet tonight, and I don't have any feedback on this necessarily. I think it's the right move to move forward and support this this contract given our situation.
Okay, then I would like to go ahead and move that we, how would we do this? That we approve the contract.
Okay, certified
as
staff master agreement.
Can we approve the certified master agreement that's been proposed?
Is there a second?
I second.
Sorry,
Chad.
can I make a suggestion that you put ratify in there somewhere?
Oh, ratify?
Yes.
Okay. Friendly amendment?
Walter's on it.
Thank you, Walter.
He's nodding.
It's in there, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion on this? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor of ratifying the certified staff master agreement, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Hearing none. That is done. Yeah. Everyone applaud. Oh, Scott?
I would just like to say again, on behalf of the WSEA, we thank you for your unanimous support. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate it. And if you want to see a really cool little applause symbol on Zoom, you can go down to the bottom right-hand part of the bar where it says reactions and put that cute little clap.
Oh, I like that one. People are clapping and I got a thumbs up. That's just, my kids are going to have to teach me how to do that. I can't handle it right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so I think our final thing tonight is agenda items for the next meeting.
So you had said something about Frank. Can you tell me exactly what that was so that I can make sure?
I guess it's more of the, having watched that really depressing webinar.
Okay. Yep.
It's, I'm one of those people who prefers knowing the whole story. I'd rather be told worst case, best case, and then know it falls somewhere in between.
Okay.
And I guess it's one of those, the earlier we know what options we might have, the better. Hopefully no options are necessary. Hopefully come September, everybody is back in the building and we figure it out. You know, hopefully, I guess my bigger concern right now for Vernon is the town going to be able to make their payment to the Ed Fund?
Yep.
Because they have to. I think my other concern is if they can't make it, we're in a really good spot right now. I feel like town and school are working really well together. That hasn't always been the case in Vernon. There have been times when town and school have clashed. We are working really well right now, and I just am fearful of if the town says they can't make the payment, is it going to set us up for new fighting? You know,
Yep.
There's a lot of personalities involved, and right now everybody's playing nice, but this could turn not so nice.
Okay. So one of the things that Mary and I had talked about today was she does have classroom teachers, and I don't know if you have them tonight, Mary, that you want to bring to the, yes, you do. Okay. But we did talk about holding off on the new positions that were in the budget until after Frank can meet with you, talk about that. I'm meeting with outlying town principals and Frank tomorrow to look at some numbers to see where that, if that'll help, where that will help, how much that will help. So, so just so you know that we have decided to just hold off on the new positions. If you say no, go ahead and hire them, we will. But at this point, it seemed prudent to hold off on new positions, and rather than wait until we get to a place where we have to say, wait a minute, we need to riff a certain number. So that's where we are.
Okay, that seems, I think being prudent right now is a new watchword.
Okay. I do think Mary had some new hires to bring to the table.
Is that something we could put on the next agenda?
I would urge you to listen to see if you could do that tonight if she has candidates, just because I don't want to lose good candidates. If she has.
Okay, this is not the new positions.
No. This is replacement for people that are retiring or resigning.
Gotcha. Mary, take it away.
Thanks for your time. Yeah, I had the opportunity with a panel of teachers to do this Brady Bunch thing and speak to some individuals last week. And I have, I could email the board. I thought about emailing it ahead of time, but I didn't know if I should. Sorry if I goofed by not emailing ahead of time, but I have resumes and cover letters for these individuals. So I'm just going to do a quick pause before I speak and email those to the board real quick, if that's okay. And I can't do two things at once. I'm sorry. It's like walking and chewing gum. But then I can kind of speak to their attributes. Carrie, Hannah, Jim. Okay.
It is pouring out.
It is really, really raining out. There's no kidding today. Okay, so I just sent the email to you, and I have 3 candidates for open positions in first grade, second grade, and fourth grade for next year. I haven't done this in a minute. I'm feeling a little strange because I'm online here. But essentially, we were incredibly impressed by all 3 of these individuals. All of them have some experience, certainly not the same level of experience as the ladies for whom they will be filling their shoes. They're 6 big shoes to fill, as you know. But these individuals have teaching experience, have experience near or at the grade level that we would be putting them in. All of their references I spoke to speak effusively about them. I would urge the board to accept, and I can go through one at a time, the 3 individuals. My recommendation to hire these 3 as one in particular, when I spoke to their supervisor, was looking for a way to keep them, so to speak. So I think there is a sense of urgency that we might lose one in particular that was very impressive if we wait. So I don't know if you want to take a minute to take a look, if you want me to kind of talk about these folks, what's helpful to you?
I mean, you want to just give us a quick rundown on each one? What is it that captivated you with them,
Yeah. So Katie Costa is coming to us originally from Rhode Island. She is currently at Newbrook Elementary School. She kind of came in at the last minute and then was moved over at the last minute when there were urgent needs. Her supervisors and colleagues said she is incredibly tech savvy, is a really well-rounded teacher, responds really well to supervision and collaborates well, and can kind of go in a lot of different directions, but also is a very gifted teacher in her own right. She was incredibly energetic and seems like a person who is really going to be a great team member. our panel was really impressed with all three folks that we talked to. Next, Ashley Perkins. She is a person who is originally from the area and is hoping to relocate back to be closer to family. She's currently a successful grade level teacher up north, and her colleagues and her supervisor, again, I think the language they used was, "We'd be wicked sad to see her go." She's been a great colleague, great employee. Talked about her sort of creativity and ability to work on a grade level team, but also on her own, and just kind and easy to work with. And finally, Amy Tibbetts is probably the most licensed or the most experienced of the three. Not quite as experienced as I said, as the shoes were filling, but someone who, again, their supervisor and their colleagues said we'd be very sad to lose them, but understanding of the desire for the move, you know, kind of what's best for her, what's best for family. But she really spoke about getting to know each and every child and getting to know each and every family, and really deeply understanding the social and emotional needs as well as the academic needs of all students in a way that was very impressive, and definitely sat really well with all of the panel. We were incredibly impressed by all three of these women.
Any questions for Mary? They look great. You're building a really good team.
Well, we had pretty good work to start with.
Yeah, we've got a great team, but I feel like this is awesome. All right, if no questions, I move that we take the recommendation of the principal and hire the three individuals. Walter, you can make that sound pretty.
And Walter, if you need for the notes which position and which person, I can do that for you too.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. That would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So Ashley Perkins, 4th grade, Katie Costa, 1st grade, and Amy Tibbetts, 2nd grade for the 2021 school year. Wow.
Thank you.
Sounds like space age date.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I second that. Chad seconds it.
Thanks, Chad. All right. Any final questions? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion as stated? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Hire them.
Great.
Get them in now.
I'll put that out to the staff tomorrow, and I'll let those folks know. And also, I did let the candidates know that, you know, it was pending board recommendation, and also that it might take a little bit more time than usual with, you know, things as they are, to talk with HR and things like that. So they'll be happy to hear that. Thanks.
You're welcome. Oh, Hannah?
Can I just ask a quick question? I'm just curious, how deep was your candidate pool, just out of curiosity? Did we have much interest?
I think we had about 16.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Great.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. All right. Anything else anybody has? So I think, you know, next time we'll probably have warrants and all. And Lyle, is Heller in the office? Do I need to go in and sign, or? Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Yeah, you probably should email her and ask her the easiest way. There is somebody there all the time.
Okay.
But we're careful about who's in what office when and how long and that type of thing. So yeah, if you email Heller, she'll let you know the best way to get those signed.
Okay. Anything else from anybody? But maybe next we'll have a conversation about finances. And
I'll make sure Frank is able to be here. It's 27th. Right?
Yeah, real quick, Carrie, if I can. This is Chad. Certainly unprecedented times we're in, right? I mean, it's odd having the Zoom meetings and not being able to see face to face, sit across from a table, and really kind of come to grips with what we're facing. But it feels good to me. You know, obviously, I had a chance to read the email that Mary sent us on these applications, but to have the full trust in Mary and Lyle and the SU, it makes me feel good. You know, as a parent, as a taxpayer, you know, as a school board member, and certainly appreciate the efforts everybody's going through. It's just incredible, and I feel good knowing that you know, the school and the SU is in good hands, and we'll work through this. So certainly, I'm sitting here a little bit back, going, I wish there was more I could do. I wish I could support this. I wish I could support that. Wish I could go sit across with somebody at a desk and say, hey, what can I do to help? But certainly keep me in mind, and I'm here kind of waiting. So I'd just like to say thank you.
Thank you, Chad. That was very nice.
All right. Well, oh, Hannah.
I just wanted to say something real quick too. I just wanted to give you guys feedback on the parent end with regards to the home educating and all of that and the food distribution. I think in general, and Carrie can correct me if I'm wrong, I think in general, parents have been feeling much more supported over the last 2 weeks than they were initially. And I think that they are finally getting into the groove and finding what's right for their family, but also really getting the support from the teachers to say, do as much as you can, but don't overdo it, because for some folks, a little bit is too much. And I think it's really cool that the teachers seem to be getting that support from you all on down, so that they can do with what they're comfortable with, and the families can do what they're comfortable with, because I think that we need to make sure people are of sound mind so they can be of sound health as well. And I think it's great that you guys have been able to offer that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
And one last thing, sorry, it's Chad. This is our first meeting with Carrie Sparks in attendance, so I just want to say welcome. Love having you here. I look forward to future meetings down the road. We can sit down across the table, and but again, I just want to say welcome.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I signed in under my son's name. I just realized that after we said that.
Okay. Well, that way we won't have the confusion of Carrie and Carrie. So
Okay. Carrie and Brady.
Yes.
Sparks, it's all good.
At least new Carrie. I'm old Carrie. I'm like,
well, I'm really excited to be a part of the team, and you know, coming into this right now, obviously it's all different for all of us, so it kind of works.
Yep.
I'm impressed. We actually did this quite well. I can't say that there were oh, Mrs. Kunkel's waiting to get in.
Oh.
We can all say hi to Mrs. Kunkel.
Nice.
Hi, bye.
Mrs. Kunkel.
Hey.
Everyone wave at Kim. Oh, Kim.
Oh, there it goes.
So Kim, we're actually done now, so sorry. Anything else before we adjourn?
I just have to say I agree with Hannah about like the parent end of things. I know.
How old are your kids?
So 8 and 10, so 2nd grade and 5th grade.
Okay.
And it's been the greatest part about it has been, like, if I'm struggling, there's no stress put on me at all from the teachers. You know, we're all working together, and they've been so helpful. So it's been great, honestly. My kids don't really want to do much, but that's besides the point. So I just wanted to say I agree with Hannah's statements that she made earlier as well.
Good. No, I have not heard anything. I thought the parade was fabulous. I hope you guys maybe do that again. I mean, I was amazed to see so many people lining my road. And it was nice seeing teachers. So
my kids were waterworks after.
Oh,
your kids weren't the only one. I had like a whole box of fishes.
It was a sort of love-hate thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I hope the kids couldn't see me. I was like, and everybody, I just miss you. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, if there's nothing else, would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second. Sorry, it took me a while to get my mute off.
I like this function.
We're gonna let Hannah run the Zoom meetings because
Can we adopt this post Zoom?
You guys are even like this way on Zoom meetings. I love it. All right, all those in favor of adjourning? Aye.
All right.
All right, any opposed or abstentions? Well, thank you, everybody, and
Thanks,
hopefully
Carrie.
Thanks.
we'll only have to do this a few more times before we can get back into the school.
That'll be great.
Right.
Good night.
Thank
All right,
you.
everybody.
Bye.
Thank you for including us too.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming. This was our best attended meeting ever.
Okay, I'm going to call us to order at 6:01 p.m. And Lyle, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Before we jump right in, I wanted to offer our congratulations and gratitude to Mark Spino, who has been named Vermont Elementary Principal of the Year. That's fantastic. I can see you all clapping and waving your hands. So, yeah. It's not a surprise to any of us, but it certainly is a nice honor and well deserved.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Let's see, I think we're full. We have 35 participants. I'm going to ask you all to manage your mute buttons, please. If you're not speaking, please, you can mute yourself. Right now, about half of you are muted and half aren't, and it's nice and quiet. But if it, sometimes there's background noise and sometimes electronic noises. So if you would unmute yourself and raise your hand and put it right close to the camera, you'll notice I can see it if it's way up like that. So if you have something to say, please do that. As usual, we'll, the things that the business that we are covering, the board will participate, we'll hear presentations when appropriate, and the board will comment and ask questions, and then we'll open it to the public for participation as well. And there'll be the recognition of visitors and the communications and the public opportunity to comment on things not on the agenda will be at the end of this agenda. So that's the plan so far. If you're on the phone, Kate is at the moment, and Deb Gass and Christina Naylor and Ann Beekman. *6 will, let's see, what does *6 do? *6 will unmute you if you get muted somehow, and *9 will put a little hand waving over the dark panel where your name is. And Kelly, same thing. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into the first item on the agenda, which is discussion of the powers of school boards. And this is part of an ongoing series of educational things we'll do together to make sure we all have the same understanding and the same information, the same background around what it is we're supposed to be doing. And I'm not sure if in the future, if there'll be opportunities for the chair and the superintendent to do their duty of doing, I think it's 8 hours of training over the course of the year. So I'm going to keep track of all of these things, and we'll count this. And I'll take a look at the statute and the regulation and make sure that we're covering most of the topics that are on there. And we'll see how that goes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen where I have the document that I sent to the board. And it's the actual statute from the Vermont statutes on the powers of school boards. And I annotated it. I changed some things to red to sort of point out the language that specifies what the power is, or the responsibility is. And then I have to let a few more people in. And then and then we'll skip over all of the details in between. You're welcome to read that at your leisure. People coming in, please mute. Thank you. And then we'll just go through. If you have any questions as we're going, make sure I won't be able to see you. So you'll have to say something. So maybe the board might want to actually all unmute at this point. So if you have something to say, you can. If everyone else would stay muted, that would be great. So I'm going to share my screen, and you probably won't see me anymore. Okay. So you should have on your screen Title 16 Education, Chapter 009, School Districts. I hope that if you don't, if you're a board member and you don't have that, please let me know. Okay. So the first power is the board shall determine the educational policies of the school district. And this describes about how to do it. We need to give someone is I'm getting some feedback on somebody's other conversations in the background and somebody's mic, so if you could mute, please, that would be great. The school board has to give public notice of its intent at least 10 days prior to adoption of a policy. And we have an extensive manual of policies that we'll be looking at. The policy committee is working on sexual harassment policy right now. So we'll see that in operation fairly shortly. The second power enumerated is to take any action required for the sound administration of the school district. Any of the actions that we take can be overruled by the Secretary of Education with the advice of the Attorney General. But it's we're responsible for soundly administering the school district. The third one is we have discretion to furnish instruction to students who completed high school, who completed secondary education, and to administer early education programs, which we do. We have a number, I think it's 19 pre-K, private pre-K partners that we help with the administration. The next one, number 8, is establish and maintain a system of receipt, deposit, disbursement, accounting, control, and reporting. This is our warrants. This is the reason that we have several accountants in the central office, and this outlines the ways that we need to do that. The system of accounts is what you see in the budget, and it changes from time to time, and that comes generally from the Agency of Education, or the Agency of Education. We have to report on the condition and needs of the school system, and we do that annually at our annual meeting and in the published report. And we have to prepare and distribute annually a proposed budget for the next year. And some categories are prescribed, and some categories I think we get to add as well. But that's become pretty formalized at this point. The next two are the provide at the expense of the district, public to approval of the superintendent, all textbooks, materials, equipment, and supplies. This, we do sometimes have students pay for things, and that's something that we're going to have to be looking at some point. It's on the agenda of the performance and programmatic equity, the PPEC, and there are some courses and some participation activities where students are paying. So we need to have a look at that in terms of equity. But it's our responsibility to provide at the expense the materials that are necessary. And then number 15, which is kind of like the 10th Amendment in the Bill of Rights, shall exercise the general powers given to the legislative branch of a municipality. But this basically says, and I made this larger because this is really the catch-all. It basically says that we make the rules. It doesn't say we carry them out, which is an important thing to keep in mind when we talk about administrative responsibilities. And a little later in the season, we'll have a look at the policy governance model of operating school boards and school districts. And that'll make a little bit more sense. But basically what it says is that we have the legislative power, the rulemaking power. 21 talks about that we can borrow short term to cover projects and things that will be reimbursed by the state. But the state, at the bottom, it says the state will not pay the cost of borrowing funds under this subdivision. So if we have to borrow for something we're going to be reimbursed for, we can do that, but we have to pay the finance charges. Presenting information to the electorate, this comes up often, and sometimes some people have thought it means that board members cannot present information or take positions on political questions or questions having to do, my phone is ringing, so I'm going to stop that. Questions having to do with things that the board is doing. So let's see. And so we can present information and materials designed to inform, educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. And 24 is adopt. We can integrate homeschool students into the schools through enrollment in courses, participation in co-curricular and extracurricular activities, and use of facilities. So that's a quick run through of the I got to admit a few more people. That's a quick run through of the powers of the school board. If any of the board has questions, please ask me now. And I don't know if I can answer it, but somebody might be able to.
David?
Yes.
So I have a question. I think it was on number 21, talking about the borrowing. My understanding from last year when we had to, we almost, there was a lot of discussion about maybe having to borrow the 87% of, to cover the budget into this coming year.
Mm-hmm.
Since my question is, if we had to do that because we were not able to, as this pandemic sort of progresses, and if it carries out further along than we are hoping or anticipating, if we're not able to make the budget vote in May, and we then have to go the route of borrowing the money, is it possible that the state would reimburse us for the cost? Oh, I mean, is there any leeway there? I don't expect that anyone would have an answer to that now, and it may be a moot point, but possibly if it does become an issue, maybe that would be a question that could be looked at.
Yeah, all of that right now is up in the air. The legislature and Lyle and Frank were in a webinar yesterday that they are. Actually, it was today, on that topic, and we're updated on what the Senate is doing as far as what will be permissible if we don't have a budget passed. I think that sooner or later along the line, we will have to have a budget passed. But, well, Lyle, do you want to, or Frank, want to say a little bit of what you learned today in response to that?
So I can start, and then Frank can talk maybe more about the 87%. Today, we learned that there are a couple of bills in the Senate. One would level fund us at the ed spending level from last year, which is a little over 40 million for us. And the other would level fund us with a percentage increase. So both of those are in the Senate. There's no time frame at this point. I am meeting with Becca Ballant tomorrow. I've sent out some emails also to some other of our representatives because it will go to the House as well, because that would actually be a help for us at this point if the Senate does state a specific amount for us to get the year started with before a budget is passed. Frank, I think Frank's here.
Yes. Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is regarding interest expense and borrowing money as it relates to 87%. Yes, that is part of a general ed spending amount. So there is no unusual payment process or liability associated with the interest expense on borrowing. That interest expense is just like any other expense that the school district incurs. It's just part of a total expenditure that is covered by the education spending grant, which is about 85% of what we receive, and then those other revenue sources that we talked about during the budget development. But as Lyle said, and David referred to, I don't think it's a particularly relevant issue for us today because there are these specific bills that Lyle just referred to that are being developed specifically to address the 18 school districts in the state that budgets passed. So it's definitely a let's stay tuned to the legislative developments.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from board members about I can't see every board member, so I've got about 25 of the 45 participants on my screen. So board member, if you have a question, please speak up. You'll have to unmute if you want to speak up because I can't see any waving hands right now.
There we go.
Sean, great, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to say out of the 18,
9 were because of their budgets were not passed, and 9, of which we fall into that category, were because the annual meeting was canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Great, thanks. Any other questions having to do with the powers of school boards? Not hearing any, and I don't, as I said, I can only see about half of the people in the meeting. So you'll have to just speak up.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next topic is we'll hear, a couple minutes early too. Corey Frazee is here, and I think also, Nada Moline is also here from Building Green, and Corey Frazee from Stevens Associates, and Frank have some information for us on the Academy School project. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Very good. I'll just turn it right over to Corey and Nadav. We've met. We have some follow-up points to review with you from the last meeting where we discussed school board goals as it relates to this project. And so they're ready to give you sort of an update and a follow-up to that last conversation. And of course, we all wanted to be sensitive and very upfront about the fact that we understand that there's going to have to be a very careful sort of step-by-step process in dealing with the financial concerns that obviously we all have, the community has. So we know that no commitments to a major project will materialize until the board feels comfortable with with our financial ability to make school improvements. So so I'll turn it over to Corey.
Great, thank you, Frank. David, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'll use you as my guinea pig. Great.
Great.
I'm Corey Frazee. I'm a principal with Stevens and Associates, and I'm a civil engineer. So we're talking about a building addition. So I also have with me tonight Diane Abate, who is a longtime architect, has worked on a lot of schools and works with Stevens and Associates, and Nadav Malin with Building Green. He is the president of Building Green right here in Brattleboro, and we reached out to him after actually at your direction or request a couple months ago. We've had a couple good conversations with Nadav, and he can speak in a lot more detail about the different ways that we could approach this project from not only an energy perspective, but from kind of the broader sustainability perspective, going beyond carbon footprint, climate change, but looking at it in a really holistic way. And unbeknownst to me, Nadav is also a facilitator. He does a lot of facilitating across the country. So he has added value to this conversation in helping us kind of ferret out what the appropriate goals and objectives are for the meeting. We have outlined a document which I believe was forwarded to the school board yesterday, and it talks about 3 specific discussion points for tonight. I wanted to check and see if everybody had that, because I think that could be a good guide. I haven't facilitated a meeting with 45 participants before. David, I'm not sure about you. Maybe Nadav can help us out in how to kind of navigate through this conversation. But do all the board members have that, that document from yesterday? David, is it agreeable to you to kind of move down through that?
Yep, that'd be fine.
Would you like me to read it?
It probably would be helpful. Do you have a share screen option there? Do you want to share it? Is it on your computer screen?
I'd be happy to do that. It says I can share the screen, so
well, let's see if it works.
let me give that a try. Yeah, give me just 1 second. All right, here we go. So this is an outline of things we thought it was important to talk about tonight, and ultimately goals. if we could move through these goals, it would position us to take the next steps in the project. And I want to reiterate what Frank said. We're very cognizant of our current kind of global situation. And so at the bottom of this page, we've identified that we think there's some good timely steps to take. It would kind of keep the momentum going on the project. But this would ultimately culminate with a bond vote, and the school board would set the date for that bond vote. So we are in no way suggesting that that should be pursued at this point. It would more be the work to get prepared for those public hearings, but not to actually schedule any public hearings yet. So first bullet point, confirmation that architect and design team will include an energy consultant for next phases of design. And we're going to actually propose to change some of that language, and I'm going to ask Nadev to speak to this. But Nadev has a great background in the sustainability side of things and can speak to the energy standards. And given the size of this project, we feel that if Nadev were to come on board and team with us, that he would play an important role, and maybe more as a sustainability consultant. And then we could use the mechanical engineers to do the energy modeling that would be needed for this project. Nadev, could you add to that, please?
Hey, sure, Corey. Hi. So first of all, really glad to be with you all on this, and I'm excited to be sharing a little bit about this project. David, one facilitation tip with a group this big, I think it would be a good idea. I think you as the host can mute everybody and then just request that people unmute when they want to speak up. That would be safer in terms of.
That's the way we started, and it was problematic. So.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, so we're stuck with this for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
And okay, so yeah, in terms of the sort of energy consultant versus sustainability consultant role and the energy standards, what I understood from speaking with you all is the board and saw in the goals that had been talked about that there is certainly an intention that this project be as energy efficient as possible. But also there are goals in terms of water efficiency, in terms of looking at the sustainability of materials and where they come from. Certainly the indoor environment is a huge priority to make it optimal in terms of a learning environment for students and the connection to the community. And so that really almost defines what a sustainable building project would address is that whole scope of areas. Energy along with all these others. And I believe in your last meeting, you looked at, there's a number of different standards that were proposed that could be referenced as setting the standard for what this project should be trying to achieve. And some of them are more specifically targeted at energy and others are broader. So we'll get into that. But from an energy consulting point of view, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an energy modeler, so it would be very important to me that there's somebody on the team with the project who has those capabilities. And what I expressed to Corey is I would be comfortable working with that person and trusting that that could work as long as the mechanical engineer that's selected is not somebody who focuses strictly just on mechanical systems, but really has experience contributing to and advising on energy efficiency of the envelope as a whole, and doing the kind of energy modeling that really helps inform the design process right from the start. So there's two different ways of thinking about energy modeling. One is energy modeling that answers questions and provides data to inform the design as it moves along. And the other is what we call compliance energy modeling, which is when you've completed a design, you might run an energy model just to show that you've met the code or the standard. And they're both valuable, but in this case, we want to make sure that we've got somebody on board who can do that energy modeling early on to really inform choices and make sure that we're optimizing systems. So with those two conditions, that whoever's doing the mechanical engineering understands the whole building systems and is comfortable talking about the entire building, not just the mechanical system, and can do that early design energy modeling to inform the process. I think it would be appropriate, especially for a relatively small project like that, to basically utilize them as the energy consultant, include that in their scope, and then I could help participate in those conversations and review what they're doing with that broader sustainability lens. I or somebody like me. It doesn't have to be. I don't want to assume it has to be me in this case, but that's the way I would think about that.
Great. Corey, could you unshow your screen now, please, so we can see each other again? Thank you. The great, thanks. Well, Corey, keep going. If you have other points to make, I think that I've raised a couple of questions that I think you'll want to explore and get unpacked a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I would just add that the mechanical engineer having that energy experience and ability to do that modeling is you'll see that in another slide. It was actually part of the documents that we gave you last month or 6 weeks ago, and we fully support that the design team should have someone with that type of experience as the mechanical engineer. So I think that really opens the door for NADEV to play an important role and a valuable role if that's something that's agreeable to the school board.
Great. I think we had been pretty clear in the last meeting, at least in my notes from it, not necessarily minutes, that we wanted to have an energy consultant. I think you're suggesting that we expand it to a sustainability consultant, and given the previous conversation, I think that's consistent with what the board is looking for.
Great.
So, is there other information for presentation, or can you take questions from the board now?
Well, there's kind of those 3 discussion points. Do we want to? I think it would be great if we pause there, see if there's discussion or thoughts from the board on NADEV's role moving forward.
Again, board members, I have to ask you to just speak up and hopefully do it one at a time, because I'm not in control of that at this point. Any questions or thoughts about this process? It really is consistent with what we talked about as far as the next steps that we wanted to take. I see Sean, but you'll have to.
David, there is a raise hand feature within Zoom. Have you tried to use that and found it not
Well,
working?
I only have 25 of the 40 some faces on my screen, so raising hand won't.
If people show the participant list, which you can do by going to the bottom of the screen and click on the little icon for participants, then you'll see at the bottom of the participant list, there's a little button that says raise hand. I'm going to raise my hand now. And then you can see me on the list with a raised hand, and I think you can see me in the window with a raised hand as well.
I can see you in the participants list, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so actually that's up. So yeah, that's very helpful now. So I hope everybody got that. If you go to the bottom of your screen, participants, and click, you have the option to raise your hand, and that would help me see your help me see that you want to speak. Although again, the list is longer than and I've got a big monitor here, but the list is longer than my screen can handle.
I learned today in a meeting, when you raise your hand, you actually get bounced to the top of the list. So
Well, that would be very helpful. So we'll see how that works. Good. I hope everyone is as patient as I'm trying to be with this process.
You're doing great.
Sean, you were muted when you talked before.
Yeah. You still are muted. Sean, try again, please.
Sean, press and hold your space bar while you talk.
Or there's the unmute button down the bottom over there. Just hit that.
So does that make a difference? All right, I'm sorry.
Yes, you got it. You're there. Thank you.
Yeah. So I went over the material that we received before, and one of the things I was wondering about is there were different categories. As an example, the stretch guideline categories. And was that going to be part of the discussion today?
I think one of one of those goals is to reach consensus on which set of standards we wanted to follow. That was what we asked for at the last meeting. So yes, well, hopefully we'll be able to find a way to do that through this online process. Other questions? Yeah. Go ahead, Corey. I see your hand.
Yeah, that's a good lead in. I can't find the raise hand feature. That's why I'm laughing. So I'll work on that. But so I think that might be the next bullet point. And if it's okay, I'll toggle back to that and keep going with that. If there's not other discussion, Sean, that's a great lead in.
Yeah.
So, okay, actually, next bullet point I'll touch on quickly. That was consensus with the school board finalizing. These were the draft goals and objectives that we presented at the last meeting. And I'm going to see if I can toggle over to those now. Are you able to see those?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing them.
Yes.
So I'll just give everybody a minute to read through them. The fifth one, the last one, gets at this standard for, we're gonna continue to call it energy efficiency, but we know that we're broadening that up to a much broader discussion of sustainability and climate change, carbon footprint, and beyond. So design a building to meet or exceed an industry standard. So Stevens and Associates has prepared a recommendation, and I believe I have that recommendation available as well. Nope. I'll have to find that. Excuse me. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and read this, and then we can have more discussion about it. We took into account the feedback from previous discussions. We understand that it's important to broaden this beyond just energy, and I'm happy to hear that that's important to the board. One of the documents we looked at our last meeting with you had 6 overarching sustainability topics that Diane had identified, and LEED actually folds into those nicely. Nadav is very experienced in LEED, but it's worth noting that Diane and I put our heads together, and Stevens and Associates came up with this recommendation independently. And I'm going to ask Nadav to speak further to the choices and his opinion on using LEED as well. So briefly, we're recommending that this project utilize leadership in energy and environmental design, which is called LEED in the country, to guide the design and decision making for the project, to the extent that this standard can be applied in a fiscally responsible way. So we're trying to respond to both the sustainability goals for the project, but also the budget and making sure that we're fiscally responsible in those decisions. So we currently believe the project is going to be required to adhere to the Vermont Energy Stretch Code because it's going to be permitted under Act 250. And that's a great baseline for energy efficiency. Adding LEED to that will provide us with opportunities to look for additional ways that the project can reduce carbon footprint, reduce impact on the climate, and I will add to that, be more sustainable. we feel that LEED standards will address the necessary sustainable building design concerns for the project. So it is a good overarching standard for us to refer to. We think it's appropriate to use it as a standard to guide design and decisions, but we're not recommending that we try to achieve certification for this project. There's a cost associated with that, and we would suggest that rather than being attached to a certain level of LEED certification, that we open it up to looking at all the different LEED standards and all the different opportunities that that brings to us, and working with Nadev and choosing what's appropriate for this project. In particular, what can we identify through LEED that's going to have the biggest return on investment, either financially, as far as life cycle costs, or for an impact to sustainable impact. And sometimes if you're chasing the LEED certification, you'll be required to spend money on something to check a box, essentially, so that you get the LEED certification that doesn't have a large benefit to a particular project. It's worth noting we also considered net zero and passive house standards for the project. They focus largely on energy. They're not just limited to energy, but because of the Vermont stretch code providing that nice baseline, or that high threshold for energy, LEED provides a much broader platform for us to pursue sustainability. And I will stop sharing.
Thank
and
you.
If people want me to put that up, back up, I can. And David, I'd like Nadev to have the opportunity to speak to that, okay?
Yes, thank you. Great, go ahead.
Well, I'm actually really curious to hear what board members are interested in hearing more about, because there's so many directions, so many aspects of this we could talk about. But I totally support what Corey just said. I think he described it beautifully. LEED, of the standards, I know in a previous meeting you reviewed or shared with you a document that went through a number of different building certification programs. And they all have their place, they all have their value, but some of them focus exclusively on energy. There's also some that focus exclusively on health and well-being, which is great. And then there's a few like LEED that really cover the broad range of all of these different things, and let you focus in on the aspects that are going to be most strategically valuable to the project in terms of making it the best possible project. And I think LEED does a decent job of that. And I also support Corey's assessment of you could choose to actually try to get the project LEED certified. It's not like it would be impossible to do that. I think it's very doable, but it will cost some extra money, take some extra time. And the question is that the best use of that money? Typically what we've seen is that for small projects like this, that money it's a relatively big piece of the overall budget compared to a very large project. And so it's just not as good a return on investment on a very small project as it would be on a much bigger project. So as long as you all trust that the team is going to stick with this agenda and these goals and follow through on them, the only thing you'd be losing by not going for actual certification is you wouldn't have the plaque on the wall at the end from the U.S. Green Building Council saying this is a LEED building. In other situations where somebody is concerned about whether or not they're going to actually get the performance that they want, then there might be a value to say, well, get it certified, and then we know. So that's really the consideration there, whether to certify or not. Yeah.
Great. So we have a proposal which does what we asked, which is to identify, well, it gives us a way to do what we wanted, which is to reach consensus on a set of standards, and this is the proposal. So I'd like to hear from board members. Does this fit the parameters and the requirements and the interests and the values that we want to make sure that this project incorporates.
It sounds reasonable to me. It sounds like what we were asking for originally, and the LEED certification doesn't seem like it's important to me. Just means it's just important that we're getting the standards that we asked for. It all sounds reasonable to me.
Other board members? Sean, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have one comment.
Yep.
It seemed to me that looking everything over, that the stretch guideline that Corey laid out in the previous meeting, and additionally what he said here, use the stretch guideline, but also delve into the LEED's playbook, and so not pursue the LEED certification. So that seems like a very prudent approach. I did have two specific questions. I don't know how much we should get down, but I was kind of wondering about the under slab insulation of R10, and then the windows. They didn't mention argon. They mentioned
John, I want to ask you if you would please hold those sort of details for after we decide, see if we can come to consensus on this process.
Yes,
and there'll be plenty of opportunities along the way for you to use your expertise. Thank you. Other board members, again, I can see Liz and Michelle and Thomas, and all the rest of you are invisible to me. So just speak up if you have any comments. Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion to approve the recommendation.
Emily has her hand raised.
Great, go ahead, Emily.
So my question is so I know we were going through net zero and LEED and passive building, and I heard a little bit from, was it Nadev, I think, who said that, you know, this one was more all encompassing. So I guess, is it also the case that this one is more used than net zero and the passive building standards that we talked about last time? Is it like more common because it's more comprehensive, or harder, I guess, a harder standard to reach? That's kind of two questions.
No, good question. So LEED is, of all the standards you looked at, the most widely used. And I think part of that is because it's been around longer than most of the others, and it was very well, it kind of fit when it was introduced to the market about 15 years ago, actually almost 20 years ago now. It met a need that was it just seemed to hit a sweet spot in terms of demand. And part of that was, with any standard like this, it's trying to find the bar that's better than standard practice, but not so far out there that it feels unreachable or like it's going to, you know, throw people's budgets out the window. And so LEED seems to have done a good job of that. It's gotten a lot of market uptake. And so, yes, it's some of the standards on that list are more rigorous than LEED. Some, I think, might be a little less or more narrowly focused. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's pretty common. That's a common one for folks to use, it sounds like.
It's the most common of the ones that yeah, of all the ones that are basically out there in the US market. I mean, other than, of course, codes, right? Things like energy code is mandatory, so every project has to meet that.
And my second, I have another question too, and then I'll put myself on mute. But my second question is, do you know from the state of Vermont, other schools that have looked into this and are pursuing LEED certification, or is it kind of like everybody is in the same boat and really just some maybe being mindful but not going for that standard?
Wow, I'm a little embarrassed here because others may know this. I would be surprised if there aren't other schools in Vermont that have actually pursued LEED certification and become certified. I know there's projects at University of Vermont, you know, a number have done that. But because professionally, a lot of my work is actually all over the country and not local, I'm not aware, you know, I can't tell you about a specific one. I do know, for example, that the state of Ohio, at least for a while, had a standard where all state schools had to be LEED certified. It was that, you know, sort of ubiquitous there. And so schools in general are a pretty big market for LEED, and quite a number pursue certification, and many more do what we're proposing here, which is to use LEED as a framework, but not actually get certified.
David, could I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
And Steve, you may have a little more detail on this, but I know that Brattleboro Union High School, that major addition, has been qualified as an Energy Star rated facility, and Robert Clark has done a terrific job working toward that recognition. And I don't know to what extent other board members are aware of that. But maybe Steve is aware of whether or not the project followed a lead footprint from a design point of view.
You know, I don't know. I know that a lot of the work was done with Energy Star specs and with Efficiency Vermont, but I don't know that it was directly looking at lead certification.
Okay.
But I can check.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other board questions or thoughts about this? A couple of things I just wanted to mention. In looking through the descriptions that we received at the last meeting, the thing that stood out for me about the LEEDS project, aside from things like making sure efficient use of water and energy, and it also focuses on materials and resources, but particularly indoor environmental quality and regional priority. And I think one of the things that this region has become pretty well noted for is green building, is sustainable building, and a focus on sustainability. There are not many towns in Brattleboro that actually employ a sustainability coordinator. And I think it really, it sort of represents this community really well in terms of our values. And innovation and design is another appealing characteristic of it. So I'm not hearing or seeing anything. So I wonder if we would like to entertain a motion to adopt the proposal, the Stevens Associate proposal that we select the LEEDS performance standards as our goal in this project, following the LEEDS standards as our goal in the project.
So moved.
Emily, second.
Great. Tim, you missed your chance. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering to know if you know about the chat function.
I'm sorry?
Jackie and I, do you know about the chat function that Jackie and I have used?
I do know about it, but I don't have time to look at it. Okay. Wendy, did you get you did? Okay, great. Thank you. You didn't get the names. The names of the people who moved it. Who moved it, please?
I think it was Jackie and then myself. Oh, Jackie and then myself.
Okay. And Emily seconded. Great, thank you. Okay, any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We found consensus. Good. Well, we've got one thing done. And I think probably, Corey, we could dispense with the second part, which is the putting together a team that includes a sustainability consultant. And I don't know exactly how you articulated that. It was a series of statements on your list. I wonder if you could give us a sense of how we might form a motion to approve that.
So you're specifically talking about including Nadev on the team?
Yes.
Yeah. So Nadev, I think we talked about the term sustainability consultant. And Diane, I'm going to look to you a little bit to make sure that we feel comfortable with this. If we're the kind of the architects moving forward. But I think just to simply replace the words energy consultant with sustainability consultant, and if the board wanted additional language on the reason for this shift, we could note that the mechanical engineer is going to be required to have the expertise to do energy modeling. And given the size of the project, Stevens and Associates is comfortable not having a separate energy consultant, but between Diane and Nadev and having a mechanical engineer with that expertise, we feel like we've got our bases covered.
Okay, let me just clarify, because I think we're going to look for a really simple motion.
Yeah,
Rather
so I
than-
can give it, yeah, I'll give you a simple one.
Yeah, but just to clarify what you're saying, the change is going to be that rather than have a traditional energy consultant, we will have a sustainability consultant whose responsibility will be to sort of monitor the process and make sure that we are following practices and procedures that are would comply with the LEED standards.
I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Okay, right. So that's in our minutes, right, Wendy? And it's also in the recording of the meeting. So that's really clear. So I think we could have a motion to the board would like to include a sustainability what was it, consultant on the team with Stevenson Associates and our business manager to take this project forward. I think we're going to the design and modeling stage of it. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. We can talk about next steps. The design and modeling will be part of the final design. The third bullet point on that goal for this evening's agenda is the next steps, and that's kind of this piece of putting together information for the public. But I'll stop there and let you get through this motion.
Okay, so do anybody want to have a go at making a brief motion out of what I just said? Nobody, huh?
David, I would
Yes.
be glad to. I would
Thank
be
you.
glad to suggest that what we're looking for is authorization to engage Stevens and Associates and Nadev Building Green to move forward with the project as the project architect and sustainability coordinator.
Okay, how much of that did you get, Wendy? Not enough.
Not
Okay.
much.
Okay.
Maybe somebody could write it down and email it to me.
Or how about putting it in the chat?
Yeah, let's
go in the
Sure.
chat window.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll send it to chat right now.
Great.
Thank you, Frank.
And in the meantime, Wendy's asked that people state their name when they move a motion or a second motion, please.
Thank you.
Wendy, can you read that back to us?
Not yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet. Okay, I didn't see it yet either.
Frank might be a fast typist, but that's
Oh,
really
I thought he had it all on his screen. He was just going to cut and paste it. All right, we'll stop disturbing you, Frank. Let you do your work.
Okay, I think I've got it. There might be a spelling error in there, but let me read it. I have, the motion is to engage Stevens and Associates as the project architect and Nadev, I've got / Building Green as the sustainability consultant for the Academy project.
Great. Would someone like to move that for us?
I know.
Was that Liz?
Yeah, Liz.
Okay, Liz, thank you. And second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Great, thank you. That has passed as well. So now on to the.
So much.
Yeah, and that is the business that we asked for, and I'm happy to say that you want to step. Not only did you prepare us really well for that, but want to step further with to outline the next step, which an initial viewing seems like a really good idea. So would you share that with us, please, Corey?
Yeah, so this circles back towards working towards what will ultimately be a bond vote. And so what we've talked with Frank about and what's been successful in the past is that we will work on what we'll call kind of a public information packet. And so we will synthesize a lot of what's in the feasibility study, and we will prepare documents for the board. Ultimately, and Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but ultimately the board holds the public hearing, the public information session that would be kind of preceding the bond vote. And of course, we'd be happy to be there if you ask us to be there and do the majority of the presentation. But the idea is that we provide public information so that we can bring the public into the loop, help the public understand what we have done to date and what the project is proposed to be moving forward. And so this is a kind of another opportunity to reiterate that we've done a feasibility study to prove out that there is a viable solution for this project. But there's a lot more work to do. So we're going to revisit a lot of design objectives as we move into the next phases of design. But this public information packet will provide the history of how we've gotten to where we are today.
Thank you. I would suggest that you do that, the packet in a series of steps, and with each step of the project, that you kind of put together a package of information to present to the board, and something in a form that we could put into a press release, or that could go into the paper or go as a letter to the editor about this project and why we're doing it, the way we are doing it, and why it's needed. Obviously, that's important. And another component I just thought of as I was looking at all of the parts of the LEED certification, is how much value there is in there for Career Center students in the building trades. And so I would like you to talk with Ann and Nancy. Ann Beekman's the board rep on the Career Center Council, and involve them in the process as well, and see if we can't build some curriculum around that process, and maybe some student involvement as well in every aspect of it, but particularly the standards part and the sustainable building parts of it. I know that's not in the work plan, but it just seems for a school district that's something that we should try to fit into the process. And Ann and Nancy, I don't know if you want to comment on that or have any thoughts.
Go ahead, Dave. I was going to, Dave, I'd like to speak on that. I mean, that is something I think is a great idea. I've done it on schools that I've worked on in the past. We'd be more than happy to go in and make it be a learning experience for students, whether we go in and do a demonstration or sort of involve and have students engaged in the process. I think is very important. So I'm happy to do that. And I think it's a great idea.
Great. Nancy?
I think it would be a great collaboration for our students.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Ann, I think you probably have the same view.
How could I not endorse?
Great, thank you. Good, and I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but it's entirely possible we may be looking for some off-site learning opportunities for students next year, because we can't be on-site all the time. So we'll see where that goes.
I'd be happy to collaborate with teachers and get involved in a class situation. It'd be great. I'd love it.
Great, thank you.
We've started a little bit of that with Dan Braden and the STEM program. So we can broaden that out to more elements of the Career Center if there are other populations we should be talking to.
Great, thank you. Is there Frank, anything else we need to, anything else on your list that we should try to deal with tonight on this topic?
No, I think those are the key things for this group to move forward and keep the board posted on progress. So I would say maybe if the board has a general timeline, I don't think you want to talk about it now, but as to when we might start a conversation with the public around a public hearing, that that will be helpful, but obviously there's so much to sort through with this pandemic before we get to that. You know, we'll take that as we come, but that'll help us outline, you know, a timetable for deliverables back to the board.
Great, great, thank you. Are there any other comments or thoughts from the board before I ask for public participation, if anyone wants to? Is there any of the public present? Feel free to unmute yourself and just start talking. I have to change screens to see everybody, and I can't do it quickly enough to see it in a timely manner. Okay, well, I don't see or hear anything, so I will move us on to our next next topic, and we're going to leave the land of somewhat familiar and manageable processes and get into the land that we're in now, which is running a school district in a remote learning process. So I ask Lyle this is the administrative report on how that's going. And thank you,
David. I just wanted to say,
yes,
on
Corey,
behalf of Stevens and Associates, thank you to the school board. We're looking forward to this. Thank you to Kelly and Frank, and we will be back in touch in the near future.
Thank you. And I was remiss in not thanking you and not even Frank for that, for having such a coherent presentation that responded so perfectly to our concerns and questions. So thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Great.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Lyle, thank you for that extensive report. I hope it doesn't take you as long to do something like that as it would have taken me, because you wouldn't get anything else done all week. But would you share as much as you'd like to, or I know there's some additional things as well, or updates you might want to give us too.
Sure. So the majority of the last week and a half has really been spent on the required continuity of learning plan that we submitted to the state last week ago today, actually. And in that plan, we had to really address everything you could probably think of, everything from how we're reaching out to students who don't have internet, how we're integrating students' IEP goals, how we are ensuring that we're still feeding students, how we're addressing mental health needs of families. So all of that is included in our plan. Administrators, Deb Cardane, Paul Smith, the academic coaches have all worked tirelessly on that plan for the last, as I said, last couple of weeks. Other things in the plan include how we're doing activities such as music lessons. So music teachers are still doing music lessons, and that's part of the plan. PE, art activities. So both what we're considering core subjects and activities that are a little more hands-on and active. So we submitted that. Actually, we were cited as having an excellent plan. We had nothing that we needed to update or go back and redo in our plan. So thank you again to everyone who took part in putting that together. In this plan, we've talked to, and I've outlined this in your information, we've talked about how counselors are working to ensure that any families that we've not heard from in a few days, counselors are specifically reaching out to find out if everything's okay. And if counselors can't get in touch with a family, we have each school putting together a protocol to determine whether or not we need to do some well child checks. Technology, of course, is a huge portion of this. Paul Smith and Gary Parzik have both been working on our technology needs, and we've designated someone at each site. We've put together a list of safe, and I use that term in quotes, safe websites. That's on the parent resource page on the WSCSU website, so that if parents are looking for some additional things for kids to do, that's there. We have actually, in my notes it says we're in process, but we have purchased Remind for all teachers. So that is a way that teachers can communicate with families and yet block their private numbers. So that's a way that teachers can also do some well child checks or remind families of upcoming class meetings, that type of thing. Food, we're up to about 1,200 students, and food's being prepared at BUHS, at Putney, and at Academy. It's delivered through vans or buses. John Sessions has done an amazing job ensuring that we have volunteers to help deliver the food or package the food. And we've used, we also have delivery points around the town. Many of the volunteers, it seems like John had said, we have up to 100 volunteers. We don't use them every day, of course, but many of those volunteers are para-educators. Let's see. Putting together contingency plans so that any administrator, myself, any teacher gets ill and cannot continue with their job for a while, who's going to step in and make sure that our students are continuing to be educated. I think one of the major things that we should just let you know is that we are very concerned about burnout, both for our families, because this is a very different way of educating, and for our teachers. So we've determined that starting after April break, which is next week, new learning only will happen on Mondays through Thursdays. Fridays will be a day for students to catch up or take a break from online work, go do outside things. It's starting to be nice outside projects, family time, and teachers will be able to use that day for planning, collaborating with colleagues, doing some professional development type things. Attendance, we're just starting with attendance to make sure that we are in touch and with families and students. This week, we're creating feedback family surveys to find out what's going well and what ideas that families might have of changes we might need to be considering. Always we're assessing and reassessing how distance learning is going. So that'll be an ongoing project that we're working with. And assessment is probably the next big topic that we'll start looking into, how we're going to assess students. There's still not a specific end of year date. At one point, it was my understanding that the agency was going to identify an end of year date. Recently, I've heard that we will do our 175 days, which would take us pretty much where we had originally planned in the calendar, mid-June, but that's still to be determined. The other thing still to be determined, and I think Steve Theron might comment on this later, is spring sports. I had heard this week, I got a press release from the Vermont Principals Association that they are going to make that determination by April 30. In my mind, it seems unrealistic to consider that we would be having a spring season. Thinking about, we're still supposed to be doing stay at home until May 15th, just seems to be contradictory. I was asked about last meeting about BCTV doing some educational programming. They're willing to do educational programming of anything that we are putting together. I am very reluctant right now to ask teachers to do any creation of programming, but we do have posted on our website in the parent resources section, Vermont PBS at home learning, and Vermont PBS is doing some at-home learning. So I think that's a quick rundown of what we've been working on. I did send out some new hires for Oak Grove, and we just had one confirmation today of a BAMS teacher. So would you like to do questions first on any of the distance learning? And then we could go to new hires and
yes,
resignation. Okay.
That'd be great. Yeah, and I believe Wendy already has the names, but we'd like to recognize them publicly as well.
Great.
Yeah, so I guess we'll start with the board. Any questions? Who would like to go first, I guess? Is that Jackie?
I guess I was just thinking about the students that are not attending, and that maybe, because there's certainly going to be some that won't attend online learning and that we won't be able to reach out to. What is the plan for them? Will there possibly be a summer session, or will some students maybe need to repeat the grade? Just curious about how that might be handled.
We do recognize that this is very definitely happening. And as I said, we're using counselors to do some reach out and do some well child checks. For some people that aren't participating online, it's because they don't want to let their children be online, which is totally agreeable to us. So we are preparing work. We talked today about summer school and how we're going to assess which students might need summer school more than others. The sort of question we still have around summer school is, are we going to be able to be back together? So yes, Jackie, those are all questions that we are still recognizing that we've got to get a better handle on. Especially with younger students who really probably need a parent to help them access some of their work, and not all students have that parent that they can count on being there to help them. Their parents are working at home themselves, or they have a lot on their plates right now. So,
Thank you.
Other questions? Emily, looks like.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I had written down just a few questions. So first I wanted to give a shout out to Mark Spino, because I noticed in your report, Lyle, he got principal of the year.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
All of our principals are amazing, but really nice job, Mark. So the questions I had, one was on the food programs. So you said it's Putney Academy and BUHS, I think. So does that mean we're still utilizing, because I know different schools have different food programs. Does it mean that we've consolidated food programs for the time being, or we're actually still using different vendors for that?
So Putney is still using their own vendors, and they're doing the thing that they've always been doing. The other two, Academy and BUHS, we've consolidated so that we're using the vendors. It is not the same quality food that we've been doing in Brattleboro Town. It's very difficult when we're thinking about 1,200 bagged lunches and 1,200 bagged breakfasts. That we have to get things that we can pack up and we know will be able to be eaten in a couple of days. We don't have any control over what happens with that bag once it leaves us.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And the two other questions, I'm trying to consolidate all my questions.
Okay.
So one is, because Jackie brought up something and then it made me think of something. So I'll say that one, and then the one that might be a little longer. So do you know what % of students you feel like aren't attending? Like I just want to kind of get a breath of like, is there like in elementary school, we have about 50% attendance, or like, do we know those numbers?
David had actually asked for that data as well, and we don't know yet. That's something that we are working on. And this is our first week of really mandatory new learning. And so this is the week that teachers are really using to get this new learning into place. So the week after vacation, we're going to start. Counselors know right now who we have not heard from. So we have some preliminary numbers, but I don't want to, I'm not secure in those numbers yet, right, to share.
Okay, perfect. And the last question, just to ground it, and maybe this is it could be you answering, or maybe it's a principal, I don't know who's most appropriate, but I guess like there's so much going on that I'm having a hard time conceptualizing, like, what does that really look like for, let's say, a third grader? Like, are they just on the computer for 6 hours, like bouncing from music to other things, or like, so I guess I assumed no, because you guys are thinking holistically. Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay. So the question is like, what could somebody just give me an example of like what a day would look like in maybe in elementary? Because high school, I could kind of conceptualize it a little more, because it seems like college learning when you're online.
Right. Part of the plan, and then I'll turn it over to a couple principals. Part of the plan, we did include some research that I think Deb Cardane may have done for us about how much time we would expect it would be okay for kindergarten through second grade to be online, and how actually it may have been an elementary and high school, because we do not want our kids online for 6 hours.
Yeah.
So is there a principal that would like to speak to that? Just unmute yourself and jump on in. Herb, looks like Herb.
Hi, everybody. So one of the foundational tenets of this new landscape, this online learning landscape, really is that the number one mistake you can make is to try to replicate the school day, either in depth or breadth. And so we've avoided that at all costs. There are so many factors, as Emily just stated, that are at play here, that it's not even chess. It's like a chessboard where everything is moving around, controlled by a magnet that you can't see. So for things, for example, the capacity of families to engage with us, particularly the younger kids, K2, K3, they almost always need a parent to be helping them with anything that's coming across on a Chromebook or so forth and so forth. And also for those kids that are working in a combination, sort of a hybrid environment with Chromebooks and then some packets or other work that teachers might send home, they're also going to need support. So there are morning meetings, there are required sessions for kids a little bit more heavily as you go up through the grades, fairly light in the younger grades. What really has to happen is families have to make the best choices they can, given their capacity to engage with us in this endeavor, and we have to respect that. And I think that so far, so good.
Is there another principal that wants to speak about, or Deb or Paul, about what a typical day might be for our younger students? Deb?
Sure. Our younger students are doing a mixture of face-to-face contact with their families, and then also, or with their teachers, and then also some meetings where teachers are sending songs on, through a video. Remind app is a really amazing tool because they can just send a video out and all the kids get this greeting from their teacher every morning. We're really encouraging a menu to give kids lots of choices. So when they're working through their day, they might choose to play a game online, and then they might choose to go do an outdoor activity. And the teachers have been really cognizant about offering options online, but then also really encouraging kids to take some ownership over their learning, and parents are joining kids at these circle times. And we had a really good story today about with a family whose the older siblings are meeting with the families, with the younger siblings, with the teachers. So it has been a little bit of a silver lining in that our teachers are really getting excited about the inclusion of the families that with our younger kids, for sure.
Thanks, Deb. I think Kelly Young may have had a question.
Yeah, I see your hand up, Kelly. Are
No,
you...
I see your hand.
Oh, great. I'm for some reason not hearing her. She's not muted.
Nope, I don't hear her either.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Yes, good.
So my question goes to goes to a little bit further in the future, and hopefully this will not be an issue, but just to be prepared. Like, I don't think anybody was prepared for this, but let's say that this seems to kind of like we're down the downslope and things seem to be going back to normal. And we want to start the school year, and then from what I've heard, that there's the possibility that there could be a reoccurrence. I'm interested in how you are preparing and or preparing the new incoming superintendent or for in the fall, if we have a reoccurrence, it's going to be on him to be playing your role. So I'm interested in what your thoughts on that are, if any preparations are being made, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Yes. So the first preparation that we're making is thinking about, as Jackie had just asked, about summer, and are we going to be able to hold any summer classes, how we would identify that. We are also looking ahead right now to reentry and what reentry will look like, what types of assessment we have to do, and to find out where kids are. We are not planning at this time to retain anyone. If there was any question about retention, that those conversations would have started with families before we ended. I think Andy Skarzinski's here, but he and I have a Google Doc with questions and answers for each other, information for each other, and we have a time set up to talk, and Andy will be starting to join some of the leadership meetings that we have, so that he'll be a part of any conversations as much as he's able to. Of course, he has a full-time job right now. So I've been trying to make sure that I'm respectful of his time in his current position, but absolutely he will be a part of the sort of reentry plan. And part of that reentry plan will have to be, as you said, Kelly, will have to be, do we need to be making plans if we have to go out again for any length of time? Mark Svino had his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that beyond all the work we're doing around academics, there's still a major emphasis, probably the biggest emphasis we have is still on relationship building with our students, especially in the time that we're in right now. You know, our number one focus is connecting with families, committing to weekly conversations with parents, but still looking for creative ways to have fun with our students and to engage with them during our class meetings. And I think that's just a really important thing for you to know, is that that's probably our number one priority, is maintaining a connection with our students and our families, and still focusing on building our relationships, because that's what's going to get us through this. Students are going to keep jumping on these screens if they don't want to see us. So that's a major topic for us as we move forward in this world.
And in our conversation today, I think it was Kelly Dias brought up that if we are able to do summer programming, a lot of that will be around socialization and getting back with your peers and working together as a team, as much as and more than academics, because our kids will really need to be able to come together and do those things with each other. Tim.
At the high school level, how disruptive has this been to those students who were looking forward to going to college, applying for colleges and such?
I know that Steve's been having some class meetings with seniors and with senior parents. So Steve, do you want to talk about that?
So, you know, we of course feel worst of all for our seniors, because, you know, they're missing out on a lot of the rituals that we all take for granted. You know, I'm in pretty regular communication with the folks that were planning the prom. We talk about graduation a lot. We talk about what that could look like. In terms of the college process, though, that's kind of proceeding as it always has. You know, kids are still finding out if they're getting into colleges. We're still getting scholarship applications for senior awards. So, you know, all of those processes are in pretty good shape. You know, we've moved a lot of those forms to a virtual environment so kids can access them easier. And so that's going okay. Really what we're starting to think about is, you know, as Mark pointed out, you know, how do we reestablish our community when we come back together? What does that look like? What happens for that kid, whether they're in 8th grade, 9th grade, or 10th grade, who's in a sequential math or science program, and how do we address and backfill the gaps in knowledge that they're not going to get? And that's a big part of what we've started to talk about with our department heads. And, if we have a budget and we have the resources to do summer learning, what does that look like? Because, we also have to think about backfilling driver's ed driver's time. So yeah, there's a lot of things. But in terms of the straight up college process, that application process was pretty well underway for most kids. So now it's a question of, making sure transcripts are sent out. There's a couple of recommendation letters, but by and large, the application deadlines have passed. So we're in decent shape. The other thing we're a little worried about is, SAT, ACT exams. SAT has canceled exams through, I believe, the end of June. And so they're going to begin to hold multiple months, multiple tests per month, which they normally don't do to kind of address the backfill. But again, that's a process we're kind of waiting to unfold. And, the biggest, for me, probably one of the biggest problems is seniors and senior parents, really want to have a celebration and they'd like us to plan it. But we can't plan it until we know when we can reassemble. And so and every time I mention that, people get it and they understand, but that's a big frustration. So, a group of seniors have asked me if they could start doing some contingency planning about what graduation might look like, and so we're starting that process now.
And we know that all colleges have to expect that their incoming freshman class is probably in the same boat as ours. The majority of the schools in the country are closed.
Other questions? Does anyone from the public? We have 25 or 30, more than 30 people, I think, from the public involved in this meeting, which is kind of more than we get on a regular Wednesday when we meet in person. So it's kind of, I imagine you must have something on your mind, and I would bet a lot of it, some of it has to do with the remote learning. So again, if there are any questions from the public, please, I'm not sure I can see your hand, but you can unmute and ask your question.
Well, this is Maureen Ward from Central School.
Hi, Maureen.
But I'm also a parent of a senior in the high school, and I'm just glad to hear that there is some kind of discussion going on about maybe pulling something together for a closing celebration when we know that we might be able to be together again as a group. I just think that that's an important closure for the seniors. So thank you for putting that on the table and having that be something that is getting looked into. I appreciate it.
Other comments? Lyle, anything else, Lyle, you want to? Tim does. Go ahead, Tim.
I thought that Ed Week article you sent was pretty interesting, David. It noted, for example, that 77% of students who are doing online learning feel that it's just not as good as face-to-face. But of course, it's way too early to look at what the learning outcomes are. But maybe this is premature, but I think it speaks to the need for the idea that you propose for fiber optic connections. And at some point, I think that maybe the school board could make what's a legal term, amicus curiae, a suggestion to the select board that we, as a town, move forward with fiber optics. And I'm still curious to know what percentage of our families are not connected. The article mentioned the lower the income, not surprisingly, the less connected they are. The good news is that the teachers in poor districts are using multiple means of teaching. But do you have any idea, Lyle, what the percentage of non-connected families are?
I do not yet. That's part of the data that we're collecting. I don't have I think the highest number families was, we had heard about was 9 families in Putney, but we also have families that have been unresponsive to all of our attempts to try to find out if they need help with getting connected. So it's still sort of a moving target for us. It looks like Paul has his hand raised, and Paul's overseeing the whole tech project, so maybe he has some more information on that.
I was going to say the same thing. It is a moving target. For instance, there are families that are taking advantage of the free internet offers that different companies are putting out there, but installation times are such that it'll be a bit before some of those installations happen. As Lyle pointed out, there are also families that are unwilling, uninterested in having their students connected online. And we need to honor that. And so that whatever the percentage is, it will encompass a number of different situations.
Thank you.
So the only other, Deb Cardane has her hand up as well.
I just want to say one of the things we're really focusing on is thinking differently about how we're differentiating our instruction, and that level of differentiation is really around how are we reaching our kids. So if there are families that either are choosing not to have internet or are unable to access, we're making it our business to explore what are the other options. Is it a pack at home on the bus with the food delivery? Is it phone calls? So we're definitely trying to think very outside the box as far as gaining that access with families.
The other thing we had tonight, David, was a couple of hires of replacements for teachers that have retired. So at Oak Grove, Mary is here. Mary, you want to just read your 3 people, and then the board could accept or not?
Sure. I have 2 classroom teacher positions and a librarian leave replacement. So for first grade, we have hired Kylie Weld. She's coming to us from a pre-K classroom in Massachusetts. She seems like she'll be a wonderful fit for our school, and she will be taking over for Stephanie Moransky. In third grade, we have Logan Robinson, who is currently an academic support teacher at Oak Grove. She's accepted the position to replace Deb Perotti, who is retiring. And our librarian, Lexi Oliver, is taking a 1-year leave of absence, and to replace her for the year, we have hired Catherine Haggerty. That position has gone from a full-time position to a 0.6 position. So all 3 of those we are happy to have join us and move into new positions for next school year if you would gladly accept them.
Thank you. Are there others, Lyle, or should we move
The
on
only
those?
other one we have is a resignation, and I'd have Keith read that. So if you wanted to do the new hires, and then we can move to Keith with the resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the new hires at Oak Grove as presented, please?
So moved, Emily.
Thank you.
Second.
Who is that?
Liz.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have accepted the recommendation. And okay.
And
Keith,
we got a letter of resignation today. Keith Lyman got it. I haven't seen it yet. So if Keith, I think Keith's here. Yep, Keith, if you could be willing to read that, please.
Sure. Wondering, let's see, can you see my screen?
Yep. It works.
Yeah, so maybe you can, I'll just let everyone read that really quick. And as you're reading it, just really sad to lose her. She's fantastic.
Thank you.
So, she's moving down to take a job in Springfield, Mass. Forest Park Middle School. So she'll get a new experience down there, and we're very sad to see her go. So I'll ask that you accept her resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the resignation as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Again, with regret, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. It's moved and seconded to accept the resignation with regrets as presented. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have passed the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for me tonight.
Great, thank you, Lyle.
You're welcome.
Again, having that long report was really helpful. I think it saved us a lot of questions, probably. It's just good to be able to take it in bit by bit, sort of slowly. Okay, the next topic is financial stability. This, this is something that we've never faced before, and that's the seeming likelihood of revenue shortfalls and the inability of the people to pay their taxes. And since it's all unknown and all moving parts, I think there's very little certainty we can get from conversation about this, but there are some numbers that Frank shared with us and some numbers that we got from a webinar from the state that can kind of give us a picture of what's going on. So I wonder, Frank, if you would maybe tell us, or Lyle too, a little bit about the webinar and the current state, and then we'll have a look at the numbers that you sent us, and you can kind of take us through those sheets.
So the webinar was a week ago tomorrow, and the forecast, of course, looking for this quarter and possibly into the summer was quite grim. A lot of it due to the fact that because the state is pretty much closed, we are not taking in revenue from rooms and meals tax, from the lottery. There is, of course, the assumption that people that have lost jobs are going to have a hard time paying their property tax right now. So it was not an encouraging webinar at all. Frank has put together numbers of where we are now and what that might look like moving forward. So I'll stop talking and turn it over to Frank.
Okay, so a couple of kind of the big picture points, and then maybe I'll flip to fiscal year end forecast for this year. So I'll share a couple of documents with you. First is the big picture in terms of what's being considered in the legislature. So this is a page, it's page 12 out of our annual report for the Southeast School District. It's the projected tax impact. And what you're looking at here are there are two versions of bills to address the statewide issue of uncertainty in fiscal year 21. So one of the bills, it's the Senate version of the bill, is my understanding it's going to be discussed this Friday, there's a proposal to freeze the 18 districts without approved budgets. So that's us, and that's Springfield, and it's Wyndham Northeast, and a number of other systems in our area, but it's also South Burlington and so on. But one proposal is to freeze at this education spending number for the current year. And what that would mean is a $2 million reduction to the budget plan that we've developed. So obviously that would be extremely severe for us. Another version that I know the VSBA, the VSA, and as Lyle mentioned, she's meeting with Becca Ballin and others. We are hoping is a House version of a similar bill, and that is to provide a base ed spending amount of 40 million here, and then to add a inflator of the average budget increases that pass. And that inflator right now is 4%. So you see what that would do to us is instead of us getting a 5% increase on ed spending, it would be 1% less, which that's $406,000 difference. So still it would have an impact on us clearly, but it would be nothing like a $2 million impact. So those are the two legislative discussions that are in play for fiscal year 21. We don't know, how that's going to work, but we're obviously encouraging folks to contact their legislative representatives and advocate, particularly for districts like us where we have a lot more poverty than South Burlington and some of the others. This sort of an impact would be far more damaging to our system than it might be into one of the wealthier districts in the state. So that's the big picture for next year. Totally unknown as to what that outcome is going to be. When we dial it down to our circumstances, I want to flip to this document. Did you guys see this other document? I just flipped my screen. Are you looking at the forecast? Okay, so I've got to share that one as well. So let me do that. So I wanted to move to the document that I had sent to you through David. It's a forecast of our fiscal year to date, and so I just started with talking about the state of the state from next year's point of view. This is a look at how we might end up this year, and that obviously tells us a little bit about our financial stability, to start the new year. So the document I'd sent, there were two documents. This one that I'm sharing with you is the one that shows our current budget that we were actually just looking at in a very summary level. Okay, current budget 49 million in revenues, and we had a approved budget of 50 million. You can see that we proposed a budget that used $1 million of fund balance. That was the plan. That's what's been published in our annual report. Here's a preliminary forecast. When we look at the revenues, I'll go over a couple of the major deviations from the plan, but I'm at this point estimating 48 million in revenues, 49 million in expenditures, and not utilizing as much as the fund balance as we had originally proposed. So under the current forecast, based on my work with principals, with Lyle, with the state, I see this fiscal year end ending up slightly favorable. 167,000 as a percentage of 50 million is 0.3%. Not a substantial difference. But the good news is, I do not see a deficit in the school district, the Wyndham Southeast School District. The variations from the budget on the revenue side You see I've got approximately 900,000 receiving less than the plan. It's really primarily the transition of us being separate districts when we planned this budget, FY20, that was passed, remember, just 4 days before the year started because of so many interruptions in the governance conversation across the state. When we administered the current budget, things like Guilford being a separate entity and paying the high school were eliminated. And so that's why that's not going to occur. This 600,000 in state revenues is a similar sort of a scenario where the state redirected transportation aid to the supervisory union and not to the SD. That's across the state, so not unique to us. We also had fewer vocational students that will drop the vocational aid that comes to us. These revenue shortfalls are more than offset right here under the tuition and assessments costs. So it's somewhat of a wash. And then because we're not in school here on the fourth quarter, as Lyle said, we are still making quite a commitment to education every day, every week. So there are expenses. You will see more expenses go through the warrants for the variety of things that are being delivered to students and families. But I don't see us spending all of those resources. So that's going to create a little bit of a surplus in those discretionary accounts. The salary and benefits are, this 1% variance at this point, which is just a kind of it could be plus or minus in any given year, given turnover and or people making plan changes for health insurance and those sort of things. So these are kind of a typical variance. And as you know, the governor has directed school districts to continue to pay staff through the end of the school year. So we would not expect to be a whole lot different in our biggest chunk of our budget. So overall, I think this is a fairly cautious estimate. I don't think it will be much worse than this. I think it could be better than this. It depends on depends on, there's no indication that our major source, which is the state revenue, that is 86% of 49 million, this state. There's no indication that they, Beth Pierce, treasurer, and others have said they plan on making the education spending grants as planned. And then the towns, the extent to which they have a portion of this 42 million. Remember, they collect on behalf of the state, and then they send the school district the money that is associated with the school property tax. If a town is not able to collect that last fourth quarter, Mark Peralt in the webinar last week and others in the state government have reiterated at this point, there seems to be no change in the current statute, which says a town will have to borrow in order to pay the school. The statute it's Title 16, it's Section 427 that basically says the town treasurer must remit the school property tax to the education fund and to the school district 20 days after taxes are due. It's not when they're paid, it's 20 days after they're due. So I've seen this interruptions from year to year over a long period of time where towns have had to go and borrow funds in order to pay the districts. And I believe this is where the legislature at the state level and at the federal level know that across the country, you know, towns are going to have trouble with their revenues, and I believe there are strategies coming together to help address that. And where we started the conversation is the biggest strategy, which is the legislature considering passing budgets for the 18 districts under these emergency circumstances. So that's all to be determined. So I think the takeaway from this outlook is that we're not bringing in a deficit into fiscal year 21. I think we'll close out, you know, with stable financial condition. We have about 5 million in cash right now. So we're okay through the end of this year, but we know we're all working administratively in preparing for these contingencies that we know are going to be very challenging. Any questions for me?
Board members, any questions on Frank's presentation or the forecast? Yes, Tim.
I heard the webinar too, Frank, and yeah, this year we're going to get through this year, but next year, my takeaway was that things look very, very bad. What?
I would agree with that, and that's where when you hear from the legislature when they're considering freezing our budgets to the FY20 education spending level, that's a reflection of how concerned they are. You know, that our spending plan was up 1.8% or 900,000. They're dialing us back behind that to authorization to spend that would be a $2 million cut. And that's the first conversation that we're seeing out of the legislature to address what you heard in that briefing to the legislature by the Joint Fiscal Office. So what was also brought up in that briefing is that there's expected to be 28 million in the CARES Act federal funding for the state of Vermont, and the Agency of Education has interpreted that number for us here at Wyndham Southeast as an approximately 800,000. So these are things that there's no certainty to, but they are in play, and I do see some mitigating resources and strategies coming to help alleviate. I think, unfortunately, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see some extremes in the conversation because there is so much uncertainty, and then as more concrete actions take place, we'll be able to start planning and address our workforce, address employment contracts here, and those other things that we must do to get ready to operate school for next year.
Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
The Leadership Council at Guilford Central wrote a very good letter, I think, which was a reminder asking the board, what are we doing about all this? So with that thought in mind, I jotted down a few guiding principles that this board might consider as when we come to the point where we have to consider budget reductions. Some of them are obvious, but I think that it's important to state the obvious sometimes. One of the first principles, I think, these are really up for for discussion. But the first principle is that we should make every effort to ensure that the continuation of quality instruction, especially but not limited to those students who are most vulnerable, most at risk, we should focus on those students who are most vulnerable. Under the thought, I always think that the mark of true civilization is how we take care of the most vulnerable. School districts should be the same way. With that thought in mind, the discussion should focus not only on the number of students impacted, but the category of student who would be impacted. There are some students, as we know, who succeed no matter what, and then there are other students who need help. Another principle would be certainly before cuts are made, we should look at long-lasting impacts. This crisis isn't going to last forever, and I think that we should look at perhaps suspending programs that can come back after the crisis is over, assuming that the economy gets back to normal someday. I think we should state that as a merged district, budget decisions should focus on what's best for all students in the district. Again, obvious, but I think it should be stated. I think that, well, let me just stop there and ask for reflection on when we look at budget reduction, what are the guiding principles that should guide our thinking?
And would you repeat the last part again, please?
The last part is more or less we're a merged district. So we look at on what's best for all the students in the district, regardless of the size of the town, the size of the school. We're focusing on what's good for for most students in the district. But the tough decision, I think, is going to be focusing, and it's not tough at all for me. We should focus on classroom instruction above all else when it comes down to cuts. We have to determine what's least harmful to instruction in the classroom. So to make there's one more principle, I think. In my mind, primary grades are critical to the foundation of education. So in looking at reductions, I think that K3, for example, is much more critical to sustain that than higher grades. I know these are controversial, but somebody has to say it.
Thank you, Tim. Other thoughts from the board about what principles should guide our consideration if and when we have to reduce programs or staff? Yep, Sean?
Yeah, I would just like to ask Frank, I have called my representative and also one senator, and I think Frank alluded to the fact that there possibly are two bills in the legislature right now. One would be a little less favorable than the other. And if you could give us guidance, it was recommended to me by Sarah Coffey that it really means a lot when school directors actually reach out to their legislators and all the legislators. And if we had a specific guide from you, Frank, on those two bills that you mentioned before.
Sure. And Lyle, do we know if the VSBA has distributed that document that was in development? I think it spoke to the two bills and it advocated for the one where we get the inflator on the current year ed spending. That's the one that's clearly to our benefit and would prevent us from being put way behind the rest of the state if we do have to go through an extended period of cuts.
I don't know if Sue Siglowski was going to put that together today. I have not seen anything from her, although I would probably get it from Jeff Francis, not from Sue. But that I thought was going to happen after our session today.
Yeah. They probably have numbers for those bills, but the legislators, at least the 3 Brattleboro legislators, had a Zoom conference on Saturday, and they were talking about those things. That they know exactly what they're brainstorming a range of ideas having to do with all the things that were raised at the webinar. So I think anybody that wants to contact their legislator and say that would be most helpful or at least damaging to give us a more than just last year's budget, or just mention that if you only give us last year, allow us to spend last year's amount, we'll have to cut $2 million worth of programs and staff. It doesn't have to be really specific or really detailed or impressive. It just has to make the point that this is going to really hurt, and that's the voice that they need. That's what they need to hear. So I second what you're saying, Sean. I encourage people to take a minute to email or call our representatives. They're home. They're easy to find now.
So
other comments, Emily?
Yeah. So I guess in the past, there has been times when we've reached out as a board. So I guess I wonder, is this a situation where it makes sense to draft something and have it come from the entire school board? Or is it more powerful for us to individually reach out?
I don't know if there's any legislator in the room or someone with that experience that could say. I think that hearing individually from people that they know is very impactful. And sometimes for committees where we don't have representatives, a letter from the board is also helpful. But I think the individual contact with the grassroots contact is really valuable. I'm happy to have a resolution, to pass a resolution and send it up tomorrow, or tonight for that matter. But I think both would be the way to go. Sean, something else?
Yeah, what Sarah Coffey said was that either a letter or individual contact would be very valuable. And actually, she went ahead and sort of tentatively set up the idea that I could testify on Friday in front of the House Ed Subcommittee. But I probably need permission from the board in order to do that.
Any thoughts? Comments?
I mean, Sean would be advocating for obviously the one that's more beneficial to us. So I guess it seems like a really great idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sean, and anyone can advocate for what we want individually as people. The fact that we're school board, we can't say you can point out that you're a member of a school board when you sign that. You can't say it's a school board's position unless we all agree, which obviously we will in this case, but none of us are restricted from expressing our opinions to our legislators in any way. It's the policies and oaths don't replace the Constitution. Yeah, Jackie.
So then do we need a motion to agree to allow Sean to speak on our behalf? Is that possible?
Sure. I'd like to see if we have a couple other hands up, and then wait a little bit before we decide on the motion. Liz?
Yeah, Sean, when you testify, can you also point out that the 4% might not be particularly good because of the rate of poverty and the addiction issues and everything that this area entails? Because it's not going to be the same all around the state.
Yeah. Other thoughts or comments? Well, we have two things that have come up. One is if in the situation which we'd never faced before, being a region that's always had strong community support, we haven't ever had to really look seriously or too seriously at reductions. We've had to move some things around and change things, but we basically had support. Now we're looking at a situation where people aren't going to be able to support us because they simply don't have the income. So we are looking at serious reductions, and Tim has raised the concept of having principles that the board supports in terms of proposals that are developed for where to reduce spending, whether it's 400,000 or 2 million, where those things, where we want those things to be looked, where we want the administrators to look first or last, depending. I guess what you're saying, Tim, actually is the last place to look is at anything that affects the most vulnerable, anything that affects quality instruction in the classroom, and anything that harms the primary grades. So that's one question we have in front of, one potential action that we have in front of us, and the other is how to communicate with the legislature our desire for the 4% cost factor. What was it called? Inflation factor, Frank? Yeah, inflation factor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kelly Young has her hand up, David.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Go ahead, Kelly.
So I would like to thank Sean for being willing to speak on our behalf. And so I would certainly support that. As far as the cuts, we all know there are going to be sacrifices that are going to have to be made, and it's going to be a scary process. I would just caution making having preemptive thoughts on anything over third grade or anything, this specific because yes, there are vulnerable populations in our areas, but each kid is valuable. And I think we need to, before we start to say, sort of segregate certain portions of our school populations, I think we should be very cautious about that. And regardless of whether you don't happen to, maybe just by a little bit, not fall into what someone may categorize as a vulnerable population, that student personally will be losing out. So I'm aware, I acknowledge that there are quite possibly going to need to be some cuts, some sacrifices, some very difficult times ahead, but I would be very concerned, and I would encourage caution when just sort of when targeting where these cuts need to come. Thank you.
So if I could just respond,
yes.
I've met with all principals recently within the last 2 days, and we've the instructions I've given them is to look first at things that are going to be least impactful to our student body. We know that we are going to have students coming back to school on all levels that have been out of school for approximately 5.5 months. So teachers are going to need extra assistance with academic coaches, because we're going to have to differentiate more than ever. We need to really look very carefully at every portion of a child's education. You heard principals today looking at social emotional. So there are things that we are looking at, but there are also those things that we need to keep in mind, that we're coming back with students that need to come back into a community that haven't seen each other and been in a formal education situation since mid-March. So those are in our minds all the time.
Other comments from the board? Yeah, I'd like to hear from everybody if people are willing. Emily, please.
So I guess my question is, I thought we had kind of a reserve fund or like a buffer fund in case some disaster or something happened. So is it the case that this proposed $1 or $2 million, depending on how the legislature acts, is how much of that would be buffered by using some of or any surplus or general funds that we have? I guess it's directed towards Frank, maybe.
Yeah, Well, we'd have to get voter approval. Frank, we have what, a couple of million in the undesignated reserve?
That's right. However, the bill that is being contemplated, both of these bills, and at this point, I think they're more concepts than bills because they don't actually have bill numbers assigned. You can't actually find them in the legislative report. But the concept of those discussions right now at the legislative level is that this action would replace the public vote. It would put in place an FY21 budget, and there would be no public vote unless a board wanted to go for a higher rate. And then back to your question, Emily. Yes, so we do have a reserve. It is approximately 2 million, and I'm sure we would want to be looking at how we might manage the pain over an extended period of time. Most folks are thinking this is probably going to take at least through fiscal year 23 to work its way out, assuming we do come back to some kind of no longer stay-at-home orders and so on in early June or mid-May. So, that's the case for not wanting to use all of the reserves, obviously, in the first year.
Thank you.
Yes, Liz?
So we will probably face some cuts, but I don't want anything coming out from this board that's going to panic people, because everything is still in play. We don't know what's going to happen with the state. We don't know what's going to happen with the feds. And I don't see any point in panicking teachers or staff at this point. I mean, if it comes to that, we need to establish some principles. But right now, we don't know what's going to happen. And I would caution the board to not set off some kind of stampede where all of a sudden we've got a whole bunch of teachers going, well, maybe I won't have a job, and then they go somewhere else. So that's my 2 cents.
Thomas, would you share your thoughts?
That's a very wise sentiment. I agree wholeheartedly. We have no idea what we're going to be facing in a month or 2 months, let alone September. I don't think this is the time to even talk about that. Everyone knows that we're going to have some problems. That's not in doubt. The question is, what do we do about it right now, aside from, worry people? Maybe drafting a policy, like Tim says, about our standards, like the principles we'll use. If we can think of something that is reassuring, that might have a positive effect. But I tend to agree with Liz at this point.
Okay. Jackie, Michelle, Ann, thoughts on this? Jackie?
I mean, I definitely agree that we're pretty far from knowing exactly what's going to happen, but it still would be prudent to at least start drafting some guiding principles. And, we might have differing opinions, but we have enough time now before we're really certain of what's going to happen that we could think about it carefully and vote on it. I think at least beginning to establish guiding principles for when that does happen is something better done now than later.
Michelle or Ann, any thoughts? Yeah,
yeah. Tim, I appreciate that this was on your radar and that you're thinking about it. I agree with those who have said that it feels too soon to really establish anything, maybe a general statement to reassure that obviously our intentions are always to maintain the best possible learning environments is, an easy thing, but to actually create bullet points, it just seems like we don't have enough information to know what we're doing moving forward. I do sort of have a question. As far as, and it's hard to even begin to think about cuts. I guess it was because that webinar, there was so much focus on well, I should say at least he mentioned it a few times, union contracts. And I'm wondering if ours has been finalized. The last thing I want to think about is cuts for teachers, but if it's still open, I was wondering, do we know, was there a growth this year? Was there an additional expense this year? Do you understand my question? Is somebody able to answer that?
Yeah, I think the Vernon voted Monday night to ratify the contract, so it's fully ratified. There may be some signatures that need to happen, but it's ratified. And there were, I think, well, I'm not sure what I can say until that happens. Lyle, can I address the percentage of increases, or do we need to wait on that?
I don't see why you can't. It's all ratified. Both the union and the board has now ratified.
Yeah. So the increases are in the 2% range. They get spread across the salary schedule, but it was in the 2% range, and that's 2% of approximately what 70% of our budget. So you can do the math.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Anne?
Well, obviously we are going to have to consider what we are and aren't going to do, but I would caution all the members of this board that we don't necessarily know what the needs are or what cuts can be made, and we're going to have to depend very heavily on our administrators. For example, just because Brattleboro has big problems doesn't mean Putney doesn't have big problems, or Guilford. And we can think about it, we can have guiding principles, but I don't think we can make the decision that one group of grades should be benefited at the expense of others, or that we definitely know all the situations without relying heavily on their guidance and on our principals to keep making their budgets. So it's a good idea to have ideas, but remember, we don't know everything.
I wanted to, sorry if you
Yeah, go ahead, Thomas.
I wanted to say something. We're talking about a serious economic problem here. We do not have to approach this as what cuts will we make. We're so far ahead of this that we can put political pressure on making sure that, if necessary, maybe revenue has to be increased. I know we don't have full control over that as a board here, but we are far ahead of maybe the point where we have to worry about that. We can say right now, just as citizens and as a board, you know, we're not going to react to this as what do we hurt in the school district. You know, we're still so far ahead of it. We can put pressure on our politicians as well. So
great, thank you, Emily. And Sean, I think you wanted to speak again too.
On that, on that note, I did want to, so maybe it moves us into the second topic, which is, or what are we going to do about reaching out to the legislatures? I guess I'd like to move to, for us as a board to write a letter. We can still individually contact them, but I think like the more we can get out as a unified group, a letter in favor of this, I don't, maybe Frank will help us with the language, but in favor of this additional fund, I think that would be prudent. So it's being proactive, but in a different way.
Thank you.
Frank, maybe you have some movement language?
Oh, yeah.
Frank, just before you do that, I just want to kind of assess where we are and see if I understand. Everybody has had an opportunity to speak, and I thank you. There were really lots of really thoughtful comments. Somebody today asked me what I was thinking, and I wrote, the first thing I said is, well, here's what I'm thinking, or here's my comment, and then I immediately put in parentheses, but I always change it after I hear really good ideas from other people, and I think that the collective wisdom here is pretty sound, and I'm really grateful for the good thinking that's going on. I think we are at the point where we don't want to say or do or restrict or really define anything until we have more evidence or more certainty about what the parameters are, if there are parameters, what they are. And I think we want to be a lot more certain. So I think we can probably move on from that and get to Emily's motion, but I want to make sure that we we sort of had closure on that, the question about establishing standards. So Sean, if this is about further comment on the establishing of standards, I'd be happy to hear from you. Otherwise, I'd rather wait and move on with Emily's motion. Okay, so Frank, do you have information enough of it? Can you give us some language for, you are a motion writer here. We're going to make you the clerk.
Sure. So what I had in mind was there is a well articulated position on the issue by the VSA and VSBA. It sounded like Lyle was under the impression, and I am as well, that there's a document being drafted for the legislature's consideration on Friday as part of public testimony, and that it represents the input of at least 15 of the 18 supervisor unions and their superintendents and board chairs. They were all part of this Zoom meeting at noon today. So that's a little background to say that a motion, a very straightforward motion, would be that the Wyndham Southeast School District Board requests the legislature to support the VSBA and VSA request to fund schools at the FY20 ed spending level plus the inflator. There's that could be the motion. I know none of us have seen the document. Lyle, you don't have a document, do you? Yeah, we this has all been part of looking at something that was drafted in the Senate as a pre-bill, I guess as you call it, and then it was edited. One version added the inflator, the other version took it out. So the VSBA and the VSA's position is to support the version that has the FY20 budget plus a 4% inflator. And you know, we feel in this environment that would be a very good place to be.
Okay, let's. So I'm going to suggest here then that we entertain a motion to the legislature, to I guess to the Senate Ed and House Ed committees.
Yeah.
A motion that the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory District requests the legislature support the VSBA VSA proposal to fund school districts without approved budgets at the FY20 rate plus the 4% inflator.
Excellent.
And Wendy, did you get that mostly?
Yeah, I think so. Can I read it back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. The motion is for the Senate and House Education, is it committees, commissions?
Committees.
Committees,
Yes.
Hold on, let me get that. To request here's where it's a little foggy, so you're gonna have to help me. So motion to the Senate and House Education Committees to request the legislature to support the VSA and VSBA's proposals to fund schools without approved budgets at the FY20 levels plus the inflator.
Yes, just say funds districts rather than schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'll write this up and send it. It's actually the Senate Committee on Education. So, you know, I mean, there's specifics about it, but that gets to the heart of the motion.
Okay, yeah, you could send that to me. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
David,
in the morning. Yes, yes, sir.
I could also make it's just technical, but it's important. When we refer to the rate, what we're talking about is the FY20 education spending.
Ed spending rate, okay.
And maybe instead of using rate, we would say amount.
Ed spending amount, okay, great, thank you. Okay, so between Wendy and I, we can get we can perfect this. Would someone like to move this motion?
So moved.
Emily, thank you. And second? Thomas, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Now, Sean, you had a question on this topic further? Thank you.
Yeah, well, it sort of refers to, you know, contacting the House on Friday possibly. And one of the things I was going to highlight, if I do this, is to say that the reason we do not have a budget in the WSESD is specifically because of the COVID pandemic. Because we were going to meet on the 17th,
yeah,
and that was canceled. So just as, you know, so people start thinking, well, maybe we could use federal funds. That was a direct result of not having that budget passed, was because of the pandemic. So that's all.
Yeah, really good point. And one thing, we've got this resolution now that we're going to send up to the legislature, but at the same time, writing or contacting our legislators individually is really, it's really more important than signing on to this. It's valuable. The more people that sign on to the proposal, the better. But the more individuals they hear from, the better. And I think Sean's point about we wouldn't be in this fix if it wasn't for this pandemic. That's why we don't have a budget. And you know, we shouldn't be penalized by that. Except, you know, I mean, we'll share the pain with the rest of the state, but we shouldn't be singled out more intensely, I guess. So I just want to double down on what Sean said about contacting the legislatures and making that point. Anything else on this topic? Yes, Liz?
Maybe that should be in the letter that we send as a board too, because we didn't have our budget voted down like some of the other towns. We just never had the opportunity to vote.
Yeah, I'd want to redo the motion at this point. I think it'd be just as effective if each of us wrote to each of those committees. You can write to the clerk. You can write to the clerk of the committee, and they will get it to each of the members of the committee.
I know.
As well as our. No, I'm talking to everybody now.
Okay.
Yeah, as well as our individual legislators. Great, thank you. Anything else? Okay, well, the next topic is committee reports, which will be brief, but we are going to do some committee assignments. Hopefully get people to sign up for committees, and also talk about leadership councils. And so what I'd like to do is, we've been at it for an hour and a half now, is take say a 5-minute break, or make it a 7-minute break, and we'll come back together at 8:35. Is that agreeable? Okay, so we're going to recess for 7 minutes. Everybody get up and walk around. Okay, if people can turn their cameras back on so we can see everybody, that would be great. And we'll get started on the committee reports. I don't know that we have any actually committee reports. I'm not sure. I don't think any committees have met, including the supervisory union, in the last couple of weeks. Are there any reports or any updates? No. Okay. So the two things we need to talk about are we have 4 new members on the board, Liz, Jackie, Tim, and Michelle, and we have 8 committees, and we'd like to get the new people on some of the committees. And I've heard from a few of you about some of your preferences, but I'd like to actually hear from you again in terms of the options. So let me just briefly run through the 8 committees, and they have very short mission statements, so it just take a couple of minutes to go through, and then talk a little bit about which committees you'd like to be on. And then we need to talk about what work the committees for the committees to try and convene on a Zoom platform, and talk about what they can be doing in terms of what we're facing right now, what they can be doing to support the remote learning, and what else, anything else going forward. So if that's agreeable, I'll just quickly run down the list of committees and we'll see what we come up with.
Can I ask a question, David?
Yes.
Just before?
Yes, go ahead.
So is it the case that all committees will have reassignments? Because I can imagine cases where, you know, maybe somebody feels like their skills are better suited. They've been on a certain committee, but another committee popped up and they feel like they maybe will switch. So, or are we just saying all previous board members are on the committees they were already on?
I was assuming that people would stay where they are, but that's a really good point because there's no certainty to that. So I would say yes, if for what's it, legacy members, previous members, if you want to change committees, this would be the time to mention that. Although it can also be done, you can do it any time for that matter. No one's required to be on a committee. So the first is the Personnel Committee, which manages and reviews personnel matters, approves the 1% requests, which when we talk a little bit about the master agreement, we'll talk about what that is, but it's basically 1% of the budget that's available for teachers, administrators, and school board members to use for special projects. The board approves that, and the Personnel Committee, now that we're a single board, a unified board, the Personnel Committee has taken over the responsibility of approving those requests. Participate in supervisory union negotiations and other personal matters as required. Currently, Anne, Sean Murphy, Kelly Young, and Carrie Amadon, representing Vernon, is on that committee. The Policy Amendment Committee, which is in the middle of drafting a couple of pretty important policies. We draft policies and article amendment changes, articles of our founding articles amendments and additions, and recommend and review the establishment of adoption of equitable policies for all WSC/SD schools consistent with education law and educational best practices. So that's the mission. And when we talk about we talked about the first document, the powers of school boards, and the first thing is to establish the policies for the district. That's that work. The very first work on the list is done in the Policy and Amendment Committee. The WSED Finance Committee reviews and recommends warrants, the capital plan, and the annual budget as determined by the full board. And Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Emily Murphy-Carr, and Christina Naylor are on that. Sean's the chair. I didn't mention who's on the Policy Amendment Committee. I'm going to go back to that. It's Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, and myself. Tim Morris and Christina Naylor were on there. So that is very short-staffed committee at this point. And so I would encourage people who have an interest in a background in developing policy to consider that. It's an important committee. It doesn't have to meet a lot now that we're fairly well established, but there is some important work to do. The Diversity Committee this is not the School Diversity Committee, which is made up most primarily of teachers, I think, and some administrators. This is the board's Diversity Committee. And the mission is to foster learning environments in which all members of the school community are safe, feel valued, and are appreciated, as well as promote policies and procedures that value equity and diversity in our schools. That's Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Thomas Nolan, and myself. The Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee monitors school equity and performance and works with district staff to develop recommendations to increase equity and improve performance throughout the district. That's Emily Murphy-Carr, myself, and Kelly Young. Tim Morris was on that committee, so we need some more people on that as well. The WSED Communications Council mission is to increase public engagement with the board's work through effective communications. And an example of what this committee would be doing is when we start to get reports on the development of the proposals for the Academy project, this committee would be the part of the board that puts together the communication documents that would go to the media, public relations, or press relations and press releases. It would also, we've got a pretty good list of social media as well that committee is working on. Tim Morris was on that committee. Emily, I think, operates in a kind of a support role and loans her skills to that committee. I was on it partly, and the other member is Jamie Contois, who is a community member from Putney and a former Putney board member. So that committee needs some additional support as well. The Sustainability Council, it was initially the Sustainability Council, it was renamed the Climate Crisis Task Force. And that mission, the mission of that committee is to assist the board in developing practices, promoting curriculum, and determining purchases that will lessen our environmental and climate change impact. And that committee has 1 and possibly 2 students on it. Thomas Nolan and I are the current board members, and Paul Smith joins us pretty regularly. We also have a community representative, Howard Burrows, who's a member of the Brooks Public Library Board, Brooks Memorial Library Board in Brattleboro.
I'd add
and then,
Tim to that as well.
What's that?
Tim Maciel as well.
Oh, Tim is on that committee now?
You are on the committee, correct, Tim?
I guess I am. I didn't know it was official.
Okay.
It is now.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak for you. I was just trying to clarify.
No, go ahead, Thomas. I mean, that may be how we get staff on people on these committees.
I'm not going to force them.
That's how hard it is to get on one of these committees. So let me just go down. With the Personnel Committee, we definitely could use at least, well, no, we're actually in pretty good shape there. So I think with the Policy Committee, the Policy Amendment Committee definitely needs 1 or 2 additional members.
David?
Yes, Tim?
Can you explain what the Policy Committee does that the entire board just doesn't do?
Yeah, the Policy Committee goes into the real details of developing the policy. We recently found out that we don't have a specific sexual assault policy, and everybody thought, oh my, why don't we? And so the committee looked into it and looked up the statutes, and it turns out that neither does the state. That sexual assault is mixed in with the hazing, harassment, and HHR. HHP and bullying. Yeah, with the bullying statutes. And so the committee decided that they wanted to look at some sample language and put together something explicitly addressing sexual assault. So that's what the board does. We confer with the attorneys, we confer with administration, and then we wind up asking Barb Nowakowski to figure it out for us, and she types it up and it comes out perfectly and everybody approves it. So that's the process. Sean, did you have something to add about the policy committee? I saw you leaning forward there.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
David?
Yes.
Are you looking for volunteers now?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'd like to be on personnel and policy and
oh, you do? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No, wait. You want to be on personnel and policy?
Yeah, and a few more.
Okay. That's easily done. Okay. So other volunteers or people interested in the policy committee?
I'll stay, Dave.
Oh, thanks, Ann. Great. Well, we'll see how we do with 4, and maybe we'll draft Christina to continue to show up and help us with policies. The Finance Committee, I think, let's see, Christina is gone, so there's no representative from Dummerston. And I think, Emily, you had expressed an interest in that. Do I remember that correctly?
No, I'm fine with staying on.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so And for the Finance Committee, we need at least a representative from Dummerston. So I don't know if Michelle or Thomas want to consider that or already know what would
I had
work.
kind of wanted, I mean, unless Michelle really wanted to, that's the one I wanted to join.
Yeah.
But
Oh, great.
Unless Michelle wants to, because she gets first crack at it if she wants.
You can happy to hand it to you. Okay. My only hesitation to pat my hand up on all the things I'm thinking is I was trying to connect with David before tonight. And I'm just a little bit unclear on time commitments and suddenly having 4 kids at home. I sent you a picture of my Zoom schedule. It's literally like my whole week is lit up. And so I just don't want to take on more than I can actually give just because we're in this weird crisis time. I think like the policy and amendment stuff is really fascinating to me. I have a feeling that would be too much on my plate right now with all my children home and doing this remote learning. So, is it okay if I connect a little bit more with you later, or would you like
Absolutely.
me to tell you what?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. If you have a
it.
couple of preferences, we should do that. Absolutely. Yeah, we can do that. And you can also connect with the chairs and get more detail. And the other thing is that there's not going to be a lot of work to be done in the immediate future because it's just not things. I mean, well, there is some things to be done, but the difficulty of meeting in this format and the things you just described are true for all of us. You know, I have one child at home who happens to be a college junior who's actually working on a Spanish essay right now, and so you know we're all pretty crazy, but so yeah, there's no rush.
I won't put it off. I just want to be thoughtful and
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the other thing is you can try them out.
Okay, that's a nice thing.
You can do a trial run. Yeah.
All right, I'll play with that
you.
idea. Thank you,
David.
Yes.
How's the Program Equity and Performance Committee? How well staffed is that?
Well, that's a committee that can. It's got Tim Morris was on it, and he's not anymore. And so it's me, Emily, and Kelly. So we could use, I think,
this will replace a Tim with a Tim.
Okay, that's great. And
David?
Yes.
I believe Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you didn't want to be on the Finance Committee anymore, and I said I would do it.
Sorry, my mute thing wasn't working.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, you wanted to take a turn at that, Liz. That's fine by me. You go ahead and take a turn at that. I can show up and be a pain in the neck if necessary.
Okay.
Okay, so Liz is going up to Finance. And
I also wanted to be on Performance Program, the PP&E Committee.
Right. Okay. So so now okay, so we're still on the Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee. Other interests, Sean?
Well, I just wanted to mention at this time that the Finance Committee meets at 5 o'clock, the first meeting of the month. So before the regular board meeting, which is always was at the Cusick room and now will be virtual, but it has a regular meeting schedule. I thought if people were interested in that, it might be beneficial to know that's when we meet.
Great. Okay, Jackie.
Well, I was first raising my hand for Finance Committee, but then also PPE.
Great. Well, good. Let me put you there and there. Okay, great. Any other anybody else for performance or programmatic and performance equity committee? Good. That's a good strong team. The Communications Council. Right now, the primary member is Jamie Contois from Putney, and so again, there's not going to be an awful lot of work for that group to do. But if you like communicating and working out effective language for public communications, this is a great spot for you if you're an articulate person. Jackie's got her hand up. You do that sort of in your regular life, don't you?
Sure do.
Great. Well, Jamie's going to be really happy.
I would love for Jackie to be the Brattleboro rep and for me to maybe recuse myself from the committee.
Great. And we'll just call on you when we absolutely have to have
Yeah,
help.
that's fine. Thank
Great.
you.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else want to try the Communications Council?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with adding my name to that. It seems
great.
pretty straightforward with what that would entail.
Yeah, and a lot of it, because we now have Zoom, it used to be a problem for the committee. The committee would have to physically meet to go over language, draft language and stuff. You couldn't do it online, but now that we have Zoom meetings, we can convene a meeting and record it, and you can work on language from home. So I think it's actually going to be, we may wind up working this way even after that we don't have to.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Jamie's going to be really excited. The last one is the Climate Crisis Task Force, and I'm told that Tim is already on it. That's me and Thomas so far, and Tim, and boy, that's a pretty and then Paul Smith too. So that's pretty male-dominated committee. We also have Django Grace, who's an 8th grader who will be at BUHS next year. Who's a fascinating young man. And I mentioned Howard Burroughs from the town. Any other interest in the Climate Crisis Task Force? Well, we'll leave it as it is for now. This is great. This is we're in good shape. I would ask let me just go through. Thomas is the chair of the task force, so I'd ask you to convene. I'd ask all the chairs to convene a meeting, or at least make email contact, and see about trying to get together at some point in the next few weeks. Next week is a vacation week for school, so it's going to be even harder for people with kids. But yeah, Jackie, question?
Sorry, did we skip volunteering for the diversity committee? I really meant to do that too.
Oh, well, I got your name there, but I think we probably did skip over it.
You just knew.
Yeah, I just knew. Yep. Yeah, the diversity committee is Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Thomas, and myself, and Thomas is chair of that as well. That would be fantastic, Jackie.
David, Kelly Young has her hand up.
Oh, hi, Kelly. What would you like to say?
So at the end of this, can you send out an email just confirming who's on each? So,
yes.
The chair will know who to send the email to.
Right, and I will, that's a really good point. And I will also send this to Barb, and she'll put it up on the web as well, but I'll send it out in the morning as an email.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that suggestion. It's a great idea.
I just want to make one note.
Yes.
So PPEC typically, but I'll email out everybody, but it's for something for you guys to think about. Typically, we met on the opposite Wednesday of the board meeting in the evening, so that could accommodate. And sometimes we'll often have administrators there who are kind of presenting or supporting. I'll email out to make sure it's good for everybody, but just to keep in mind.
Great, thank you. So Emily, you're going to take care of that, and Thomas, the diversity committee. I'll contact Jamie about the Communications Council. Sean will contact Liz, Jackie, Thomas, and Emily about the Finance Committee. The Policy Committee doesn't have a chair without Christina anymore. So, Anne, would you like to chair the Policy Committee?
Sure, Dave.
Thank you. Okay, great. And then Kelly on the Personnel Committee. So great, thank you. Now we now that we are 10 and we have 10 schools, it's time to sign up for Leadership Council. So we currently have Sean is on the Leadership Council in Guilford. I think Ann and Liz, are you both attending the Putney one?
We have been, but if you want to officially assign me to the Career Center, I remain.
Oh, that's right. Right, that's right, Ann, I forgot. Yeah, you can obviously, board members can go to any of the leadership councils and attend their public meetings. It's never an issue. But yeah, thanks, Ann. I forgot about that. You wouldn't want to do. You already have one. So that leaves.
David, I'm always at the Putney Leadership Council
What's that?
meeting. I'm always at the Putney Leadership Council meetings,
Yeah.
so I'll be there.
Okay, good. Okay, so we have Academy, Green Street, Oak Grove, Dummerston, BUHS, and Dummerston, Guilford, Putney, Career Center, BAMS, and what am I leaving out? Guilford, Putney, Dummerston, Academy, Green Street, Oak Grove, BUHS, and BAMS. Well, that's only 9.
The 10 includes Vernon, doesn't it?
No, it includes EES.
Yes.
EES, thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. So anyone want to nominate themselves for any of those schools? It doesn't have to be in your community. It's nice if it is, but it doesn't have to be.
Is there any idea of when they meet?
No, there are only a few that are established, and the meeting, Sean's got some information on that, but I'll just tell you the little bit that I understand so far is that different councils are setting up their own times and shifting them. Sometimes they meet late in the afternoon, they meet in the afternoon, sometimes in the early evening, and so there's no real pattern. And we also haven't talked about length of term, although we can wait and see how things work out and then talk about that when we have a little bit more experience. But no, it's up to the councils to figure out when they can meet. And there is a tension between teachers who don't want to have to stay and administrators who don't want to have to hang around necessarily for a 5 or 6 o'clock meeting, and then parents who can't get to a meeting until 5 or 6 o'clock, or community members. So that needs to be worked out. But that's up to the councils to try and find their way through.
Putney has a meeting time. If anybody else wants to come, it's 4:30, the first Thursday of every month. We did a compromise between parents and teachers and administrators.
Great, thank you.
I'll volunteer.
Emily, go ahead.
I'll volunteer for Academy.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, so they're either getting some feedback from somebody's mic or somebody's trying to talk and I can't hear what they're saying.
It appears to be Kelly.
Ah, okay. Thank you. So Green Street. Now Mark's right there, so you better. Okay. Thanks, Jackie.
Oh, Jackie has it.
Yeah, she grabbed it. You gotta be quick, Tim.
Okay. What about Oak Grove?
That's you. Other Dummerston, BUHS, BAMS, EES?
I'll volunteer for BUHS.
And that was?
Kelly.
Kelly, thank you.
You can put me down for Dummerston.
Okay. And Michelle, you want to wait?
What's left? I was
Uh,
gonna say I would do the high school, but Kelly beat me.
Well, the middle school, same location, the Brownwood area middle school.
Okay, that's fine.
Great, then I'll take EES.
EES provides food. It's a good gig.
I know, I was on the policy council for years, twice, 2 different times.
And
Be
David,
nice to be back.
Deb has
Yes.
her hand up. Deb
Who does?
Gass. Deb Gass.
Oh, thanks, Deb. Go
You're
ahead.
welcome. So could we align this leadership council representation with our policy council, and so that could be part of our policy council?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Okay.
you generally have staff there, and the leadership councils have staff.
Yep.
And you also have obviously parents. And the same thing is, the same is true for the Career Center, which has an existing council. What's that called, the Career Center Council? It's a state.
Called the Regional Advisory Board.
Regional Advisory Board, yep, the RAB.
Okay,
So
great.
it's not unprecedented. Yeah.
Great, perfect.
Thanks, Deb.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle, for seeing that. Well, that was easy. So I guess it's up to each of us to contact the administrator. Well, Liz, how has it worked in Putney? Does the, you've got your time set aside, or Sean, either way, how do you convene your meetings? Does the principal send out an email to everybody?
Well, we elected to go with a chair and a clerk. So that goes, it goes to central office, but I can certainly let the board know.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to convene, how each of these people each of us who just signed up for a board can find out when the next meeting is. So
it's always posted, but I could also let you know.
Well, no, I wasn't, not so much for Putney, because we know you're on Putney and you know when it is, but everybody else has to contact their individual schools to figure out when that committee is going to meet. So Sean, how do you do it in Guilford?
Well, they establish an agenda, so it is posted on the website, and then we also have a regular meeting time, so it's the first and third, I believe, Fridays at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And actually, now they're meeting every week since the COVID issue has come on.
Right. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna propose is that we each contact the administrator in the building that where we've joined the leadership council, and let them know that we're there, and to convene a meeting when they think they can manage. For those that are already in place, it's going to be a lot easier. For councils that don't yet exist, it's going to be more of a challenge. But because of the value of the input that we've been getting from Putney and from Guilford, from those leadership councils, it's really obvious that the idea was a sound one, and that having that voice, being able to have the teacher voice immediately available every few weeks or month, and the staff or the administrator and the parents is really helpful. It really does inform our work. So we want to get these set up so that we can have regular access to those voices in all of the school buildings. So please contact the administrator that you are going to be working with, and see what you can arrange to set up. It's going to be different in every building. There's not really a format except for the broad outlines that are in the policy. And so actually I'll send that out to everybody. I'll send that out again. It actually was an amendment to the articles, or to our articles of agreement that was amended this whenever that vote was. So I'll send that around to everybody. So it's a good template for how to proceed.
David?
Yes.
Sean, I think you're on the leadership council for Guilford, is that right? How are we going to respond to that letter of concern that they wrote?
Well, I could report back to them at the next meeting. That's usually what I do. They always have a board member report. So they have an administrative report, board member report at every meeting. So I can report back to them at that time. And I also, David's suggestion, forwarded on the webinar and the other information that we received on the budget, which was our question.
Oh, the webinar would be good. Yeah. Yeah, they certainly do deserve a good response.
Yeah, and I also suggested that since this meeting is being recorded, and BCTV will have it posted shortly, you can watch the meeting, and I believe BCTV has actually I'll check with Rich after we're done tonight and see, but typically they have a little table of contents about what time any particular item was talked about, and the financial stability item, that'll be notated, and then the rescheduling the annual meeting, which is another question that they asked about in terms of our budget vote. Those, they can find those on the meeting and watch the conversation. So, but thank you, Tim, for following up on that. And thanks, Sean, for sharing that that concern from the council. It really helps guide the work. So I think we're good for committee reports and for leadership council. So now, next topic is to reschedule our annual meeting. As you probably know, the Secretary of State sent advice that anybody that had one scheduled during this time of social distancing should probably reschedule it. And they suggested May or June. Ours, I think, was scheduled for May 19th, was it? May 9th? I had it in front of me previously, but
May 12th.
May 12th, yeah, I was wrong both times.
That's all right.
But so May 12th. So I guess I'm open to suggestions for what we should do. I think we should try and reschedule it just in case we could meet. The other suggestion from the secretary was that we consider remote or mail-in ballots. And so anyway, Thomas, you had a thought?
I was going to ask, is it illegal or completely impossible for us to do it like this?
Yes, it's illegal and impossible.
Okay.
There's no way to verify.
What the governor signs so that we can do this does not apply to that?
No, this is, people can find this meeting and they can tune in. The only people that are not, it's not available to are people who don't have internet access, and they've decided that was okay for now. That some people would not be able to attend the public meeting. But the annual meeting is, you have to sign in, you have to be checked in as a town resident, a voting resident of the town, and that's impossible to do online.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking.
To verify the voters. Yeah.
I say we push for however possible, mail-in absentee voting, because it has to be done. We have to do it, but it's not worth people risking their lives for if we can control it. So, just like what would happen in Wisconsin was ridiculous.
Yep.
This would be ridiculous if we can control it. If we could do mail-in ballots, there's no reason not to, in my opinion.
David?
Yes.
So part of this pending legislation that we were discussing earlier, that we wrote the resolution on, that actually removes the requirement for a public vote. So you may want to not address it this meeting, just because that's going to be discussed this Friday, and there may be some more guidance that comes out relatively soon.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that. That's really important. Is there anyone that I can't see any advantage, since they're going to be talking about this on Friday, and we might have some news about it within a week or so. I can't see any reason to schedule a meeting now and go through that whole process.
Right. We'll have to, eventually, we'll have to make sure, if we decide that we're going to have a meeting, we'll have to do the 30 day
Right.
warning. So that we'll need to keep in mind. I think part of the issue with Australian ballot is, can we bring the people in to count ballots safely? And that's one of the considerations that I think we'd want to make sure we're talking with town clerks about before we went down
Right.
that road as well.
The whole new group of problems to solve.
David?
Yes.
So unclear.
Done.
I'm sorry.
Was that Ann?
Well, it was. We put
that-
the floor vote in our articles of agreement, and by law, in order to change the articles of agreement, we have to have a vote on the articles of agreement. And I don't know if the legislation currently being considered would allow for that or not.
I can't imagine. Well, I guess I can't speak now knowingly. I can't imagine that the legislature couldn't set that aside, given under these conditions, and or that if they passed new legislation that would, for this 1 year, that would override what we're saying.
Yes, and I think in the guidance, either from Will Senning or from Jim Condos, it talks about 1 year in regards to the Articles of Agreement. I'd have to go back to reread it to be specific, but it seems like they had talked about Articles of Agreement in one of their.
Good point, Ann. Well, definitely got to have to chase that one down. Sean?
Yeah, I approached our town clerk in Guilford, and she didn't warm up to the idea of having an election through the mail at all, because you have to have the BOC there. Is too risky, and so it did not float very far.
Yep.
David, Carrie
Yes.
Amadon has her hand up.
Carrie, thank you, Lyle.
Hey, David, thanks. I'm sorry, lawyer's daughter coming out in me. At the May 17th meeting, I think we just postponed to a certain date. Is there any legal thing we need to do? Do we actually need to get 7 people in a room on that date to postpone again?
Not if the legislation is passed saying that we don't have to pass a budget.
So, but if the legislation doesn't pass on Friday, is there some bizarre obligation we have to gather people in a room and say, we're going to postpone again? I'm sorry, just my brain went, wait a minute, what did we do at that meeting?
Yeah, we'd have to get clarification on that. It seems
Okay.
like, when you've got the governor saying don't meet, and then the statute saying meet, who do you listen to? So yeah, more unknowns.
Okay, thank you.
Put it on the list of unknowns. Any other?
Well, I just wanted to clarify what was just said. There's not going to be a vote in the legislature this Friday. It's just going to be the subcommittee. So I think if the vote does take place, it'll be at a time uncertain.
Yeah, it won't be. They won't take a long time though, because they know about the July 1st deadline. Yeah, and just since you mentioned that, Sean, one other thing. That meeting will be streamed. If you go to the Vermont Legislature website, you can watch them to discuss that on Friday. Everything is on Zoom now. But what I'm hearing is that we probably don't need to do anything now. The July 1st is the deadline, so if nothing happens, we have to have a warning before 40 days, or probably 45 days before July 1st. So mid-June, no, I'm sorry, mid-May, we're going to have to finally make a decision. We meet again the first Wednesday in May. So I think it's the 5th or the 6th. So we can, between that, there are 3 weeks between now and then, so we can make a determination based on what happens in that period of time. And if we need to meet more immediately, we can do one of these really quickly and set a new date for the annual meeting. So can we move on from annual meeting? Great. Do we have to approve, do we have minutes to approve? Oh, the April 1st and April 9th minutes. We don't have any warrants on this warning, Lyle, but we did get a couple of warrants in email. So we need to approve those warrants as well?
Generally, we've been doing all of those on the first meeting of the month.
Okay, great.
So we can
Thank you. I'll get used to that gradually.
Yep.
Thank you. So we do need a motion to approve the minutes of April 1st and April 9th.
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second, Ann.
Thank you, Ann. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Okay, we got that out of the way. Do we have any visitors that would like to be recognized? Actually, you'll have to recognize yourself if you want to, or anyone from the public who wants to address something that is not on our agenda. Please unmute and speak so we can hear you. So no recognitions and no public comments. Do we have any communications, Lyle, that need to be
David?
shared? Yes.
Aaron Kachuk has a hand up.
Oh, great. Aaron, Deb Gass does too, or is that left over? Yep. Aaron, can you unmute and address us, please?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I just want to thank you guys all for all your hard work in this crazy, crazy time. It just feels good listening to this meeting and hearing all these thoughtful you're just being so thoughtful with all of this, and I just wanted to thank you.
Well, thank you for showing us the way for so many years.
1 year, Dave.
Deb, your hand is up, but it's okay. Well, now it's gone. I can do it. Sean, but Frank, I see your hand.
Yes, are we in communications? I wanted
Yes.
to.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're in free
Okay.
fall.
Let's see. We had. I'm not sure how correspondence came to between Mark Espino and Eugene, and then to me. But I just wanted to make sure I squeezed it in a point of information. Apparently we've got some trees that appear to be creating a hazard at the Green Street School playground and the walkway. So we had a consultant forester give us an assessment of that risk and identified some trees. I just wanted you to know that Mark and I will be working with these folks. We'll get some estimates on removing trees on that on the bank. It's just to the west of the building, you know, between the Kroll lot, the Powers House, and the Green Street building. I don't know if you can visualize that.
Yeah.
But I actually just did a quick stroll through there. There's some giant old trees that are just hanging right over the playground, and clearly, safety issues. So I wanted you to be aware we'll move ahead with that work, but thought you should know.
Great, thank you. Mark?
Yeah, and I'll do my best to put together some communication for the neighborhood and then the greater Green Street school community. Whenever you take trees down, it's people aren't happy with you. So part of our plan, we're not happy about taking these trees down, is not only taking them down, but then replanting trees. So that's part of the scope of the project, not just removing, but also replacing.
The Wyndham County Natural Resources Conservation District is having their tree sale. The deadline they're very small trees. You might want to get something a little bit bigger, but they have trees that are particularly good for birds and for wildlife. Consideration.
Great. Yeah, thanks for that. We have a couple other contacts as well.
Yeah, great.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I think that we are ready for executive session, unless is there anything else I've missed or people want to bring up or need to discuss? Okay, then we have Lyle, the executives. We have two executive session topics.
There's going to be just one.
Just one, okay. Yep. And what is it?
It's a report out on a request the board made, previous board, on a union personnel issue.
So it's a contract issue, a personnel issue. Okay. So I move that we enter an executive session to discuss a personnel issue where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at a substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are the superintendent and...
That's it.
That's it. Great. So we invite the superintendent to join us. Could I have a second, please? Thank you, Thomas. So we enter executive session at 9:20, and I ask everyone else to. We will be coming out. If there is any action, it will be recorded by BCTV, and we will communicate it to the clerk, and then adjourn. I'm sorry?
I said bye.
Bye.
Carrie's leaving.
Bye, Carrie.
And Wendy, I believe I'll after this I'll email you. You know who when we rose from executive session, all that. Okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's what I was raising my hand about. Just if you needed me to stick around, if you were planning on coming back out of executive session, and I needed to be present for that.
No, you don't.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Could I have a motion to adjourn? We can stay on, Rich, and we'll figure this out. Motion, Yes.
There being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
May we have a second, please?
Second.
Liz? Oh, a lot of seconds to get out to adjourn. Before we do, I just really appreciate, Aaron Kachak said it kind of nicely, but probably better than I could, but I really appreciate the people willing to state their really, their deep values on these questions, and that all of us, regardless of what the view is or how we participate, it's everybody, we're all coming from the place of wanting what's really best to take care of our kids. And I'm just really grateful to be part of a group like this, especially at a challenging time, because it's good work. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
So all those in favor of going home? Oh, we're already home.
Oh, we're home.
Looks like everybody.
Bye.
Right. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Great. Well, good morning and welcome everybody to Vermont House Judiciary Committee. And we're continuing our updates on the impact of COVID-19. And our witnesses are not given much time today, so I'm going to stop here so I can welcome Mark Hughes. And we'll ask witnesses, just as if we were at the State House, to please identify yourselves for the record. And welcome, Mark. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee. And thank you so much, Mike, for setting things up and holding it down. Shout out to Falco over there as well. Wanted to just take the brief moment to just check in. Madam Chair, I really appreciate being offered the opportunity to do so. I've been over to Senate GovOps just at the end of last week to do something similar. I'm just coming off a call with corrections and institutions just a little bit ago, and we're kind of bopping around trying to update folks and tell you what's going on. You probably noticed on the news today, and you're probably going to hear increasingly, and we're going to be releasing some stuff as well. Is that even though the data's not in completely, what we're seeing is it's becoming increasingly clear that African Americans are certainly dying at higher disproportionate rates of COVID-19, and that we're getting reports in from Milwaukee, Michigan, Illinois, North Carolina, New Orleans. We're seeing this. This is not too much of a surprise. I think a lot of folks have forgotten that before the pandemic, that we're already operating in a health system that delivers disparate outcomes for Black folks. Also, African Americans are much more likely to suffer from underlying conditions like heart disease, hypertension, asthma, high blood pressure, HIV, to name some of them. And also with median wealth disparities already at 13-to-1 white to Black, it shouldn't be hard to understand why Blacks are underinsured, underemployed, and also more likely to work in service industries, essential workers as well, and also likely not to be able to work from home. Did I say, hi, my name is Mark Hughes, and I am, for the record, did I say that, William? Senator, no, I don't know. So hi, Representative, no. My name is Mark Hughes. I am with Justice for All. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, so we're bouncing around and given 10 minutes to have a conversation on the impact that this is having, judiciarily or otherwise, and also, more poignantly, being focused to just this narrow conversation about judiciary is, as you could imagine, Representative Christie, is probably a little bit challenging. What Senator White offered to us was an opportunity to come back with some of the other impacted groups like Migrant Justice and others. And I think we have 2 hours on the calendar later in the week to come back and really have Representative Bratt a real conversation about, what are all of the impacts. What I'll do is just today, in the interest of time, and hopefully with the expectation that, Madam Chair, that could possibly happen in the future with us here, is just to kind of spare you all of these details and just assure you that we are working from multiple angles as the as Justice for All, as well as the Racial Justice Alliance, and I will just share a couple. But before I do so, I'll share with you just some high-level principles and tenets that we're trying to operate from. That is one of transparency, and one is also of access. Now, from our perspective, these are challenges that are also pre-existing. It's a interesting conversation because in the medical system, we use these terms pre-existing condition. There are numerous pre-existing conditions that communities of color face as we come into this COVID-19 crisis that are being exacerbated on all fronts. And I can assure you that there are many things that keep us up at night. One thing that I want to talk about is a little bit about public safety, mostly because I am where I am right now in judiciary. There are numerous implications of again, we are coming from a place pre-COVID where we were already asking the question, whose safety? When you say public safety, who are you really trying to make sure is safe? So we bring that into the conversation when you start talking about the implications of balancing public safety with public health, as well as overarching equity kind of component of that, at our borders, in our communities. Nobody's talking about SPAC or the Burlington Police Commission here. Where is the oversight? I am a commissioner. I have an email into our mayor here because we'd like to find out, when are we going to meet again? So there are a lot of implications, racial. There are a lot of civil liberty implications. There are additional citations that are being levied. There's a disconnect, obviously, with communications where some of our youth are still out there. You have an already poor community that are being cited for violations. So there are a number of implications that need to be discussed surrounding so-called public safety that tie into travel restrictions. Point two, we spent quite a bit of time with our partners at the ACLU working to get folks out of the criminal justice system. I just told you I came off a call just recently over this last hour with institutions, with corrections and institutions, because they're taking a look, Madam Chair, as you know, at S338. So there are, again, a lot of implications when we have folks who we know who are already disproportionately incarcerated. And we know that from looking around the nation that we have petri dishes just waiting to explode. And we, so there are, and plus we also understand that, again, African Americans will die more frequently when exposed to this disease. So we've got some concerns in our prisons. And I think I'll leave you with this last one, and then I'll just mention, just from a very high level, some of the other things that we're looking at and why it might be a good reason for us to come back and have some conversations with you. And this one is really voting. We know and understand, if you're watching the news right now, you can see a pretty good circus act going on in Wisconsin right now. If you haven't seen it, you'll see it before the end of the day. The implications surrounding what is going on in Wisconsin surrounding voting today on this day of primaries, as it pertains to us, communities of color, cannot be overstated. So we're very concerned about, not just that aspect of it, but also just the communications aspect of it. And that is to say, if you're changing the laws that relate to voting, or for that matter, public meetings or anything else, it is critically important that that information reaches everyone. I think, and this is only because it looks like, I actually have 2.5 minutes left, which is kind of a surprise. I'll just briefly mention um, just racial disparities in just the racial disparities around technology and education, because we know that all of our children are out for the year. And we also realize and understand that they're going to be reliant upon technology. And that means not just the platform itself, not just the internet connection, but also, having that skill set or their parents having those skill sets as well. So again, deeply concerned with those disparities that exist in technology and education. Briefly, from a very high level, rent and mortgage moratoriums, looks like we're headed in the right direction on that, but why it is we had to fight this hard and this long to get there is befuddling, but we'll continue to fight. A little bit about domestic violence. Very, very concerned about where we're going. With a disconnected society, folks who are at home more as families, and some of the things that can come out of that, and particularly as it relates to those of us who are, who do have the ability to be at home. I want to just go back and say,
about 1 minute, Mark.
This whole thing about these. Thank you so much, Representative Burdick. This whole thing about where we are right now has everything to do with economics. Everything to do with economics. With the median wealth of the average white family being about 13 times that of a Black family, all of these other issues are exacerbated pre-COVID-19. So as we move into this COVID crisis, in addition to our health being on the line, there are many, many other factors that are being exacerbated. So as this 1.5 or $2 million or $3 million or whatever it is coming down to the state, as it's coming here, if there's 4.5% of people of color in this state, then it would be expected that somehow or another that there'd be 4.5% of that money being allocated to those folks, or maybe even higher proportionately. Some of this needs to be worked out in ways to where economically those conversations are being had, and that in addition to all of the things that I've mentioned, that we're not standing at the back of the line when it comes to economic dissemination as well. So I thank you for your time today. I hope that in the future we would have more than 10 minutes to come back and tell you give you the big picture and tell you the whole story. It's unfortunate but understandable that I would have to come here and be limited to a 10-minute period to tell you as much as that you actually really need to hear about this very, very serious situation that's impacting communities of color here in the state. But I am definitely appreciative of the time that you've given us. I'm open to any questions that you might have. And I, again, thank you, committee, for your time, and thank you for your work. I've been watching you. I thank you so much for the hard work that you guys are doing in these trying times.
Thank you, Mark. And this is just the beginning of the conversation with you and many others. And we do look forward to definitely having you coming back and hearing from you. Any questions? We can take a minute or so for questions. Looking for hands. Selena. Selena. Yeah.
You're on mute.
Sorry. Hi, Mark. You're just
Representative Comer.
Somehow extra poignant to see someone who you know is really physically close to you these days. So I'm curious if you have any more information about some of the civil ticketing that's happening. I know that, the mayor in Burlington announced that they were going to do civil ticketing. I'm not sure if that's being mirrored in other parts of the state that you're aware of, and whether you have already started to hear about interactions of concern with local police, but that is definitely an area of concern for me. And so if you have any more information to share about that now, or if you want to follow up with me too, I'd definitely like to hear anything you have to share.
Well, every issue that we'll be bringing to you and that you are hearing about, with the exception of folks dying at disproportionate rates from this particular virus, are all pre-existing conditions. So we went into this crisis, already with concerns about disproportionate civil ticketing, because it is a fact here in Burlington, and it is a fact across the state. I had indicated previously that this is an economic issue. When you start talking about 400 years of systemic racism, that's what we're talking about here. Okay, that's what that 13-to-1 disparity is really all about. So I just want to emphasize more than anything the impact that civil ticketing has on an already exacerbated situation. So no, we haven't really heard about these issues prevalent across the state, only because we're also shut down and disconnected. We don't have the transparency and access that we need right now in order to do so because of the so-called public safety. So this is the challenge. It's the same challenge that we face with the health commissioners not collecting race data on deaths because we don't know the issue. You can't make data-driven decisions because we don't have the data. I don't know, that probably didn't help you very much, but we'll continue to look, and I'll close the loop with you out of band.
Okay, great. And Barbara, do you have your hand up?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We'll take Barbara's question, and then we do need to move on. Thank you.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Representative Rachelson. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
It's really good to see you.
Good to see you too. It's been a long time. So I'm wondering when you come back, if you also would be willing to make recommendations as to actions that you think we can take, especially on a short-term basis, in order to address some of the issues you're mentioning. In particular, I think in your short period of time, you pointed out a lot of factors about and some of them are out of our jurisdiction, but I'm just thinking about people having to go to work, not having time off, et cetera. So again, I don't know if you'll be sharing that with other committees, but your thoughts about where we can make the biggest sort of difference right now would be really helpful to hear.
Yeah, I'd be glad to do that. I think at this point, it's just really important for us not to embrace that natural desire to go to antithetical assertions and just make a leap of logic that we're really just talking about a class issue. We are talking about a class issue, but when you've got people dying at disproportionate rates, we're not just talking about a class issue anymore. We've known that systemic racism has and continues to adversely impact African Americans across all sectors, and we see them dying of COVID-19 at highly disproportionate rates. Okay, so yes, I am going to come back with some specific recommendations. And the first one we've already done, we've asked the health commissioner to provide the data that we need so you can make informed decisions about what you're doing. Until then, I would just advise you to look across the nation because it's happening right around us. Again, I thank you for your time, Madam Chair. I thank you for the questions, and I'll just stop for here and look forward for the invite to come back.
Great. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank
Great.
you.
Oh, sorry, Falco.
All right.
Welcome. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. So with my time today, I thought it'd probably be best. I was going to go through some of the principles we're using as the I will start off by actually introducing myself. So I'm Falco Schilling. I'm the Advocacy Director for the ACLU of Vermont. And for my testimony today, I was hoping to quickly go through the principles we've been using as we are trying to address this crisis, some of the work that we've been doing, what we've been hearing, what we've been concerned about and watching, and changes that we think might be necessary. So I'm going to try my best to get that in under 10 minutes. And I appreciate you keeping the clock on me, so I keep moving. So in terms of our principles in addressing the crisis, the first one is that any measures taken should be grounded in science and proportional to the threat and no more intrusive on civil liberties than absolutely necessary. And this is something that we believe we've seen throughout the response from the state of Vermont, and is something that we are going to continue to be watching as this moves forward. We believe public officials should be trusted messengers of vital public health information, and they should be presenting accurate and timely information. This is once again something we are very pleased to be seeing our state officials doing. And these are principles that the ACLU is applying across the nation as we watch different states try and address this unprecedented crisis. And then finally, it's the responsibility of government to ensure that those who are most vulnerable, especially those under its care, are protected. And so in light of, especially looking at the third principle, much of our work over the last couple of weeks, though it seems like much longer than that, has been trying to focus on the Department of Corrections and the judiciary as a whole, and looking at ways that we can try and reduce the number of people who are incarcerated by the state of Vermont at this time, understanding that the number of people who are incarcerated in these facilities makes it more likely that the virus could spread more widely, put people who are at risk at even greater health risk, and then also serve as vectors that not only infect people within the facilities, people who work in the facilities, and the larger communities that those people return to. So as a way to try and help protect Vermont as a whole. So we've sent a letter on March 11th to the Department of Corrections outlining preparedness steps and planning steps that we hope that they would adopt. We sent a letter to the governor on March 18th that really focused on three primary asks. One was the prompt release of as many people in custody as possible to prevent infection and the spread of COVID-19. Two was strict limits on any new prison admissions and adequate screening to determine the health status of people being incarcerated. And the third was evidence-based, humane, and rights-affirming measures to protect the health and safety of the individuals who remain incarcerated under the state's supervision. So through this, we've started a dialogue with the Department of Corrections. And I will note that if you go to their website at this point in time, they do have a population tracker, which shows that the current number of people incarcerated on a daily basis. As of yesterday, it was 1,450. Earlier in this session, that number was up above 1,700. So there have been some pretty incredible steps taken to limit the number of people who are in the care of the Department of Corrections in those facilities. We do think that there's more that can be done, and I'll try and address that quickly. One of the major mechanisms that you have all heard about through your testimony from the AG's office, from the state's attorneys, as well as the Defender General's office, is the efforts made within the court system to limit new admissions. We think that's had a significant impact. We also think the Department of Corrections policy to limit readmissions or furlough interrupts from community supervision has also had a pretty significant impact, since we know that accounts for 80% of the admission rates from the Senate's population. So that has been a large focus of our work, but that has not been all of it. We have been trying to monitor what the legislature has been doing around changes to voting, public meetings. We've been monitoring the very good work that's been done by our friends at Legal Aid around the rent moratorium. And we've been hearing a lot from folks who have loved ones in facilities. So that, in terms of what we're hearing from people we're working with, is a lot of people who are concerned, especially about loved ones who are older and are incarcerated, and what this might mean for them if the virus gets into these facilities. And as we heard just this morning, one of the facilities is on lockdown because of staff members testing positive who had had contact with inmates. So this work is immediate. There's a need to try and get as many people as possible into community-based settings as quickly as possible. But we have also seen a lot of cooperation and a lot of good work happening across the system, and don't want to downplay the level of seriousness that this work is being approached with across the system. We also haven't just started hearing some concerns around possible enforcement of the executive order, as was alluded to in the previous comment. We have not, as far as I don't know if we have any direct concerns raised about enforcement in the city of Burlington, though that is something that we are definitely watching very closely and our staff attorneys are concerned about. As of now, we know that the approach being taken is an education first approach, and that is what we believe should be taken in these times. That anything that would lead to more interactions with the criminal justice system unnecessarily is something we want to avoid at all costs, as we're trying to help practice effective social distancing, especially if those interactions are not necessary to protect public safety at that time. So We appreciate the education first approach and how that's being addressed. So I'm looking at my time. How am I doing? 5 minutes, all right. So we've been trying to reach out to partners across the spectrum of issues to find out a number of concerns and trying to help lift up some of their good work. I know that there have been some concerns raised around equal access to care if we're into triage situations. So that's another place that we have been monitoring. Concerns about voting is another one that we are watching as well. But as I've said before, most of our work has been focused on trying to find ways to reduce the prison population in light of this virus and move people to community-based settings. So in terms of changes we might would think would be helpful within this emergency situation, one would be looking at the use of medical furlough. The Department of Corrections recently released a memo outlining their ability to use medical furlough and noted that it is pretty limited under current statute to only those who have a chronic illness that has already been identified and leaves them physically incapable of presenting danger to the community. This is something that we're going to be calling on the governor and hope the legislature will consider an emergency order to allow for medical furlough for people who are at high risk of infecting the virus or at high risk of more complications. So people who would be at high risk, finding ways to allow those people to be medically furloughed, which does not mean that they would still be within the care of the Department of Corrections. They would still have the ability to do a risk assessment before those people are released. But as the Department of Corrections notes, that's one of their limitations on their ability to get people who are high risk out of the facility. That's something that we think would be appropriate in these times. And I also know that you will be looking at some of the emergency judicial orders and some of the language that I believe was presented to the Senate Judiciary. We supported the language, we do support the language as originally presented from Judge Grierson in terms of allowing for the stipulation for reduced sentences when there's agreements between the defense attorneys and the prosecuting attorneys and the judges. The Defender General's office raised some concerns about limiting that, and they said they—
About 2 minutes, Falco.
All right, well, I'm just about to wrap up, so thank you very much. We know the Defender General's office raised some concerns about tinkering with that language too much, but I believe they're also supportive of that language as introduced. So those are two changes that we think would be positive. And I will also echo Mark's sentiments that better data collection as we go through this crisis is an essential part of the response, so we understand how this is impacting Vermonters. And that's something we're going to be continuing to call on all the entities involved to provide more data, especially as it relates to race. So I think that is about my time, and I'll reserve the last minute or two for questions.
Great, thank you so much. I'm looking for hands. If I'm not seeing any, and am I missing anybody? Selena.
I just wanted to make sure I might have missed a little bit of the last. So your 3 recommendations that I heard just at the end of your testimony were about clearer policies for medical furlough, and then
expanding eligibility for medical furlough at least through the duration of the crisis.
Right, and then revisiting, for lack of a better word, revisiting the sentencing second look.
Yeah, I think that is something that I believe you're going to be hearing about later, but we supported the language that was presented by Judge Gerson to the Senate Judiciary Committee. I know they've gone back and forth on that, but we're supportive of that. And then also just better data collection and reporting as we move through this crisis, especially as it relates to racial disparities. So learning more about what's happening within our correction system, and then also a grave concern about, as enforcement moves forward, if there is greater enforcement of the executive orders, how are they being enforced? Who is interacting with law enforcement? How are those interactions going? So those are things that we want to see going forward.
And you mentioned a couple of documents that I would love to read more closely. If you're willing to share them with us, I didn't see anything on our website today, but the guiding principles and
Yes.
the open letters you wrote to
Yep.
DOC, and anything else you think is relevant. If you have written materials to share with us, I'd love to just have those on hand as a reference point.
I'd be happy to share that with the committee. You can also, I mean, in terms of our principles and communication, that can be found at aclubt.org, right on the front under our COVID response, should be right at the top. But I will happily send along all those documents to your committee assistant after I'm off of this call, as well as the DOC policy memo about their priorities for release of sentenced individuals.
Great, thank you so much. Very helpful.
And have you had an opportunity to speak with the House Corrections Committee, Corrections Institution?
I had an opportunity to speak with them last week, specifically on the Justice Reinvestment Bill. So spoke to, S338 as it came over from the Senate.
Okay.
So that's been the primary means of communication I've had with them so far, because I think that's a major focus.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, great. All right, well, thank you very much, and we'll look forward to speaking with you again. Great, take care.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, you bet. Great, sure. Okay, Eric.
Yes, can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
Okay. So I don't have anywhere near 10 minutes. I'm not sure exactly what the committee wants to hear. I have a few remarks, and then I'm happy to answer questions.
Great. And if you could state your name for the record, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
My name is Eric Avildsen. I'm the Executive Director of Vermont Legal Aid. Legal Aid and our partner, Legal Services Vermont, like many others in Vermont, have been working hard to continue to play an important role in helping low-income and vulnerable Vermonters get the help they need with their critical legal problems. We have virtually all of our staff working from home and have cobbled together the technology necessary to operate our 2 hotlines from about 15 different locations, as well as supporting more than 80 staff members working from home. We've seen a dramatic 50% increase in calls to our general hotline in the last month. We average more than 80 calls a day, about 40% of which involve the caller's concern about their housing. At the same time that calls to our hotlines have been skyrocketing, the traffic on our website dedicated to providing legal information and links to court forms and other resources is off the charts. It's more than doubled in the past month, and there were 10,000 different in-state users visiting the site in the last 2 weeks. Many of the calls to the hotline concern new and uncertain legal problems due to the pandemic. The most common calls involve precarious housing and family law situations, such as callers with pending court dates, those that think they have upcoming court dates, those trying to figure out whether, if they need to leave home and go to court, anyone will be there. Other callers have had significant habitability or utility problems, but their landlords are unresponsive and they don't know what can be done. As with any stressful time, we are seeing an increase in family law disputes, with parents trying to understand whether children need to be returned to the other parent, or seeking our help to either prevent the child's transfer or to force the transfer to better protect a child's safety. A perhaps greater concern are the situations where a victim of domestic violence is forced to shelter at home with an abuser and is not able to get the necessary privacy to seek our help. As you might expect, there's been a sharp rise in calls about unemployment compensation, with 44 calls in the last 2 weeks, compared with just 5 calls during the same period last year. And we believe the volume of these calls will continue to grow substantially. We recognize that the demands on our unemployment compensation system are extreme. However, we are concerned that the process of actually getting cash out to Vermonters is not going as smoothly as we hoped. Most of our clients desperately need those benefits, and they need them now. How quickly those benefits will get out will have a big impact on the court system. For without the unemployment compensation benefits, many people will not be able to pay their rent. And once the courts reopen for evictions, the courts are likely to be inundated with eviction filings. At the same time, how well programs for landlords and businesses work will also impact court filings, as landlords might be less disposed to file an eviction if they can quickly access loans and the other supports they've been promised. Other parts of legal aid also face significant challenges. The Office of Healthcare Advocate is fielding more than 50 calls a week, and our mental health law project continues to represent people in commitment cases. Finally, our long-term care ombudsmen are inundated with calls from terrified residents and family members of those in Vermont's nursing and residential care facilities. On Friday, one of my colleagues will be addressing your committee with our comments on S-114, and she will address the changes we have seen in our housing practice and what we can expect in the future. I wanted to briefly address our family and domestic violence docket. As is true in the housing area, we believe it is essential that there is consistency statewide regarding access to the courts, personal safety, and public health. We have serious concerns with the court's continued scheduling of RFA hearings for in-court appearances in some counties. We believe that this puts our staff, court staff, and the litigants at significant risk during those hearings, many of which could be held by phone or delayed with an extended temporary order. Other states have simply extended all RFA orders statewide rather than schedule hearings. We have parents concerned about parent-child contact orders seeking our help to help them avoid exposure to the other household, as well as from foster parents concerned with visitation with the parents. We believe most existing orders could be extended, perhaps with court-ordered phone or video, quote, visitation. If a hearing is required, it should be carried out over the phone. We are not sure yet the full extent of the impact of the pandemic on the judiciary, but we believe the pressures on the courts and on low-income litigants will actually be worse when the stay-at-home order is lifted than it is now. We urge you to begin to plan for what will happen when the state of emergency ends and the courts begin hearing the, quote, non-emergency matters. While Vermont's legal assistance providers will be there to try and help solve these problems, we will not have the capacity to meet the coming surge of housing, family, unemployment, and health cases. Earlier this session, the state's Access to Justice Coalition proposed a set of initiatives aimed at renewing Vermont's commitment to access to justice for low-income litigants. Many of those initiatives could be readily adapted to focus on COVID-related legal problems as the pandemic winds down. Thank you for your hard work, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Great. Thank you very much. In terms of other states who are extending the relief from abuse orders or some of the family law orders, if you could, I don't know if you have that available, but if you could send that to us, that'd be very helpful.
I will talk with one of my colleagues or a couple of them who have been particularly practicing in the domestic violence RFA area, and I'll get them to be in contact with you with some materials.
Okay, great. Thank you. I am looking for hands.
Question.
Martin.
So to be able to extend the temporary relief from abuse order, I assume that we might need a legislative change during this period of time, because right now for an emergency order specifically, they have to schedule a hearing within 14 days after the order has been issued. Do you agree that that's something that would be necessary, or is there a way that courts are getting around that requirement right now?
I believe the statutory change may be necessary, but again, I will also be sure to have the staff attorneys practicing in that area specifically get back to you with recommended language and the confirmation that in fact it cannot be done, at least formally. We would need a statutory change, I believe. The courts have been being flexible, shall we say, and accomplishing some things with the letter of the law may not in fact support.
Right, which understandable in this situation. And if there are other suggestions that would ease that process during this period of time, certainly that would be helpful to hear from your folks.
I will get that.
Anybody else? Nope. Okay, I'm not missing anybody? No. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I'm happy to, reach out to other staff members at Vermont Legal Aid. If particular areas come up, we have been working closely with the courts, the legislature, and the administration around a whole variety of different legal problems. And if there's issues that your committee comes upon, I'm happy to respond. Thank you for everything you've been doing.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. So we're now going to move to Professor Carter. Welcome.
Great. Thanks for having me. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Would you like me to sort of just jump in, or how would you like to proceed?
Absolutely. I know, and good morning, or I guess this afternoon, Eric. And I know that Eric has, Fitzpatrick, our legislative counsel, has been in touch with you about the some of the issues that we wanted to hear about. So welcome you, and we jump in, and sure we'll have questions.
Great. No, I'm happy to be there. I appreciate it. On behalf of Vermont Law School, and I like to think of us as Vermont's law school, as well as Vermont Law School. It's a real privilege to be able to be here and share my thoughts with you at this obviously very difficult time. And I would just like to enter into the official legislative record that two intrepid Vermont Law School students, Anders Newberry and Adam Mittermeier, assisted with some really terrific research on this important topic. And I'd begin just by recognizing from a constitutional perspective that the legislative branch is obviously a co-equal branch. And I think even in these difficult times, in these times of crisis, it's certainly heartening to me as a Vermont resident and as a constitutional law professor that the Judiciary Committee is taking a look at these difficult issues, because as a co-equal branch in a constitutional order, the legislature does have important oversight roles to play. And one of the wonderful things about the Constitution, in my mind, is that it really is a nonpartisan document, or should be a nonpartisan document. I'll do my best to keep my opening remarks to 10 to 12 minutes, as Eric asked. But it's always hard for a law professor to stop. And when we're talking about something like the Constitution, it's even harder. So I apologize if I get going. Feel free to jump in. I'll focus my opening comments on a couple of areas here this morning, consistent with what Eric and I had talked about. Number one, I want to talk a little bit about the constitutional implications of Governor Scott's executive order. And I'll primarily focus on Addendum 7 in paragraph 5 that deals with the travel issues, as that seemed to be of interest to the committee. But certainly, I'm happy to try to answer questions related to other components of it as well. I'll talk a little bit about that. I'll talk a bit about the statutory authorities, and then perhaps some things that the legislature could look at if it so desired. I do this all from a position of humility in these trying times. I don't think there are concrete, perhaps unfortunately, answers to these constitutional questions. We've certainly never faced anything like this in our generation, and probably in the history of the country when it comes to a pandemic. So I don't represent that I have the answers. I'll do my best to give you my thoughts based on the case law, the statutes, and the constitutional provisions at play. So first of all, constitutional implications. At first blush, it's important to recognize that the executive of each state does have broad authority in times of public health emergency. And traditionally, the US Supreme Court and the circuit courts have said that that is the purview of the states under our federalist system of government. Now, that can cut both ways, of course. On the one hand, allowing states to try different approaches allows us to learn from each other, what worked, what didn't in New York, how can we apply that in Vermont? On the other hand, a virus doesn't know boundaries. And so a patchwork can also be a drawback. But nonetheless, the authority that the Supreme Court has seen in the context of a public health emergency is broad with the state executives. So what are the constitutional implications of Governor Scott's order? And again, focusing primarily on the travel components here. I think there's really three areas of constitutional law that would be the most relevant and at least raise questions that I think an oversight committee such as yourselves might be interested in taking a look at. The first is this issue of the Commerce Clause. Now, as a general principle, it's the federal government who has the authority under the Constitution to regulate interstate commerce and travel between the states. Admittedly, we're not in a normal situation. So to a certain extent, I think take all of these with that grain of salt, all of these comments with that grain of salt. But traditionally, it's the federal government that regulates interstate commerce. That means and the US Supreme Court has said this, that when states unduly burden interstate commerce and interstate travel, that those laws may be held invalid. The Supreme Court has tended to focus that on instances where the state seems to be exercising some sort of economic protectionism for its own residents, rather than a more general application. But nonetheless, interstate commerce is generally the purview of the federal government. That doesn't mean the states cannot regulate it. And certainly in an emergency situation, those abilities are perhaps heightened, particularly when the federal government is not acting in a universally applicable manner. But the legal test that courts would look at, first of all, is does the law burden interstate commerce? And I think in this instance, the answer is certainly paragraph 5 of the addendum 7 to the executive order does have a burden on interstate travel, interstate commerce. That doesn't, again, necessarily mean that it's constitutionally infirm, but states are likely to face higher scrutiny in general terms when there is a distinction made between residents and non-residents, as is the case here. A state's going to have to probably meet a higher, stricter standard of scrutiny. And courts will look at whether the benefits outweigh the burdens and whether there is an adequate alternative that's less burdensome to interstate commerce. Here, I don't think there's any evidence of economic favoritism, obviously. And in terms of adequate alternatives, at least based on my knowledge, I think there's no widespread mechanism of identifying who is a carrier of COVID-19 and who is not. And so it doesn't seem to be an adequate alternative to, say, have testing of everybody at the border or some process like that. Those tests just don't exist. So there probably is no adequate alternative in light of the realities that we're operating within. So I don't think that Governor Scott's order under the Commerce Clause or the Dormant Commerce Clause is likely unconstitutional. I think it would stand up to constitutional scrutiny if there was constitutional scrutiny. Second area that I'd highlight just briefly is the Privileges and Immunities Clause of the federal Constitution. That's Article 4, Section 2, for all those that are following along in their constitutional pocket handbooks. It essentially says citizens of each state are entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens of the several states. And the underlying principle behind that at the founding of the adoption was we don't want states discriminating against residents of other states or they'll turn on each other. And so some classic examples are things like your driver's license from Vermont works in Florida or works in California. Marriage certificate in Vermont is valid in Colorado. Judicial orders are valid across state lines. That's based on this principle of privileges and immunities. So how does that fit here with Governor Scott's order and the language around visitors being instructed not to travel to Vermont from particular hotspots? I think always important, what's the constitutional test at play? First factor that a court would look at is a non-resident discriminated against in their ability to conduct fundamental activities? That's number one. And by fundamental activities, we're really talking about constitutionally protected interests. Is a non-resident discriminated against? Number two, the courts would look at, does the state have a substantial reason to discriminate based on residency? And then number three, are there no less discriminatory alternatives? And the idea is, as the courts have held since the 1800s, it's to protect the free ingress of citizens of one state into other states, that fundamental right to interstate travel that is enshrined in the Constitution under U.S. Supreme Court jurisprudence. Again, I think walking through each of those factors here, Governor Scott's order clearly does, I think on its face, distinguish between residents and non-residents. If you look at paragraph 5 of addendum 7, it does say visitors are instructed not to travel to Vermont. A visitor presumably is a non-resident, and it applies to folks that are coming from these hot spots as well: New York, Connecticut, Louisiana, etc. So I think it only applies to non-residents. And the order does appear to implicate protected interest, right? Fundamental activities, namely that right to interstate travel and the ability of free ingress into Vermont if you are a visitor and coming from one of those hotspots, or are coming from one of those hotspots, rather. Moving through that analysis, remember we look at, does the state have a substantial reason? And I think here, battling, obviously, a pandemic, the likes of which we've never seen, COVID-19, is a substantial reason for the state's actions. But, and this is where I think it's perhaps a bit more constitutional murky, bit more murky in terms of the Constitution. But I think what courts generally require is some justification for the distinction between residents and non-residents. Some support that the non-residents, the visitors in this case, are a particular source of the problem. And I think a closer examination of the order at least calls that into question. In other words, if it's a visitor coming from a hotspot is likely to be a health risk in the same way that a Vermont resident coming from that hotspot would be a health risk. And so I think if you think of an example, right, a Vermont resident coming back from New York City, they would be able to enjoy that right of interstate travel, whereas a New York City resident coming up to Vermont with the same potential health risk, they've both been in a hotspot, would not be able to enjoy that constitutional right. And that's, I think, what tends to concern courts to the extent there's anything in here that concerns them. And then that question, are there potentially less burdensome approaches? Again, I don't have the answers to that question, but I do think a different word other than visitors might achieve the state's interests while not discriminating based on one's residency, which is critical to privileges and immunities analysis. So I think that's perhaps something to look at. The final constitutional issue that I'd cover is due process. And the idea of due process is that, you know, as I'm sure many of you know, when you have a fundamental right at stake, that the government needs to have some sort of process in place, procedural due process, to make sure that that right isn't being burdened in a manner that lacks process, lacks protections. And the legal test there, in the context of this, I think is likely to be that a restriction on the right to travel must be necessary to a compelling state interest. Again, I think the state has a compelling state interest, obviously. And so the question becomes, is it necessary? And I don't have an answer to that. Nobody has an answer to that until a court decides what the answer to that is. But certainly, I think from a purely liability issue, one could argue that it isn't necessary to discriminate against visitors versus residents. In other words, if a 14-day self-isolation is enough for a Vermonter, why isn't that enough for a visitor? Why do we have to have that added layer of, if you're a visitor, you can't come at all? In other words, that piece, I think arguably, or an argument could be made that that isn't a necessary component of furthering the state's obviously compelling interest. We don't have data on that. You know, I haven't seen data on whether visitors are more likely to be a health risk, or how these particular provisions of the order are being enforced. But I certainly think that's something that, from a constitutional oversight perspective, that even in a crisis, the legislature could look at that data, because ultimately, with many of these things, in determining whether something is necessary or not, that's a common test in a constitutional context. Courts are going to look at, well, is it necessary to further that compelling government interest? And what we're really looking at there is, what does the data show? And so understanding how these particular provisions are being enforced and what the data of enforcement indicates could go a long way to making these actions constitutionally valid. Again, I'm not saying at this point that they are not, but if the legislature is looking for ways to engage in that oversight role, certainly enforcement data would be one place that that you could look. I think the last thing I would just touch on, and again, this gets to the constitutional delegation of authority issues that are so critical in both peacetime and crisis, is what is the statutory authority for these sorts of orders, whether it's Vermont or anywhere else in the country. And in Vermont, the governor is cited to the emergency acts, the Emergency Management Acts, 20 VSA, and I think sections 8, 9, and 11. And there are broad catch-all provisions in those statutes that seem to grant the executive broad authority in the context of a declared emergency. For example, 20 VSA section 11 paragraph 6 says that the governor has authority, quote, to perform and exercise such powers as may be deemed necessary to promote and secure the safety and protection of the civilian population. That's a very broad grant of authority. On the other hand, it doesn't explicitly say that any administration can put up barriers to travel or categorize visitors versus non-visitors, residents versus non-residents. So I think certainly the legislature in its role, constitutional role, performing oversight could look at what the delegated authority is and decide, have we given the governor too little authority? Does he have too much authority? Is it just right? Those are certainly roles that I could see the legislative branch looking at in addition to that enforcement data and enforcement oversight. I think in the end, just having these sorts of hearings is very, very important. And I don't say that just as a citizen and a resident of Vermont, but from a constitutional perspective, as a co-equal branch of government. In the end, government, of course, needs to be able to rise to the challenges that it faces and respond to a crisis. No question about it. But as a constitutional lawyer, I don't think we can lose sight of the fundamental underpinnings of our constitutional order. And that is ultimately a constitutional oversight role as a co-equal branch of government, even in a crisis. And so just the fact that this committee is taking testimony on these sorts of issues, I think sends a message that Vermonters are paying attention, and that when we get through this horrible crisis, it will be important that we go back to the fundamental constitutional order and constitutional rights that have made Vermont and I think the United States a special place. And I think these checks and balances are very important, both in a crisis, which we obviously face, and in peace times. And so I appreciate you taking the time to hear this testimony. I'm more than happy to do my best, as I said, to answer any questions that any members of the committee have. But that's essentially the end of my commentary.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And we did give you extra time because I knew that the committee would have a number of questions. I do, before I take questions, could you just please state your name for the record?
Sure. Jared Carter.
Great. From Vermont Law School. Okay, great.
Vermont Law School, yeah.
Questions, comments? See Martin. Who else? Okay, let's start with Martin and then I'll looking.
So looking at the executive order, the paragraph 5 that you mentioned, with respect to travel, the fact that it states in this in that paragraph that residents of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut should stay in their home states in strict compliance with CDC travel guidance issued Saturday, March 28th, 2020. Does that citation to that federal guidelines somehow help with respect to, for instance, the Commerce Clause issue? I mean, if the CDC guidance is saying New Yorkers stay home, are we violating anything by, stay home, don't travel to Vermont?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And certainly when you're talking about the Commerce Clause, to the extent that the federal government has acted, that does provide, I think, some cover for states to act consistent with that. And so if that's part of the basis for the governor's order here, and they cite to that, and it's consistent with those things, then I would certainly posit that yes, from a purely Commerce Clause perspective, that does seem to reinforce the authority of the state to do this.
Right, I haven't looked at the guidance of the CDC, so I don't really know what exactly it says, but just assuming that that's what it said. But
yeah, and I think the other thing, the CDC travel guidance is guidance. It's not something that's being actively enforced by law enforcement, so far as I know. But I do think that does, from a Commerce Clause perspective, at least send the message that we're not running afoul of what the federal government is doing. And I think that calls into question, or not calls into question, but raises issues around preemption. So federal law can preempt state law, as we know. And so to the extent that we're acting consistent with federal guidance, reinforces the idea that we aren't preempted from doing what we're doing.
Thanks.
Tom.
Thank you, Maxine. Thank you, Professor Carter. I found it real interesting, but one of the things that the way I understood it with the constitutional issues that we could be in is, did I hear you right? Being in unprecedented times, that new rulings may have to be made on some of these issues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm getting at is that, well, first of all, in instances of public health emergencies, the courts have consistently deferred to the authorities, the executives, unless a law, rule, regulation is arbitrary, oppressive, unreasonable, then they aren't going to meddle. And I think that's particularly heightened when you're facing like health emergency. I think the point I'm trying to make is that yes, courts do tend to they operate in our society. They are products of our society, and so certainly things can change depending on the necessity of a particular regulation. So, and that's why you see instances where in emergencies authority is broader. Courts are much more likely to defer to the executive branch. And we haven't had a pandemic, an epidemic of this nature ever, certainly not since 1918 with the Spanish flu. And so we don't have much case law. There's a smattering of cases where the courts have looked at this, and they have tended to favor executive authority. There's a case from 1902 at the US Supreme Court where a ship with folks from Europe was denied by the Port of New Orleans the ability to disembark. And the US Supreme Court said, under the Commerce Clause and due process principles, that was okay for the state to prohibit those folks from disembarking. Where courts have been much more likely to be more circumspect are instances where there is discrimination based on race, or if it's forced isolation. In other words, someone is being forcibly isolated and that is being enforced. Whereas here we have self-isolation, and it isn't clear that there's any specific enforcement mechanism.
Okay, and one other thing, what I think it may not be your exact words, but what I think I heard you say is you talked about when we come out of this. And did you say that maybe some of these things should be looked at?
Well, I think the point I'm trying to make is that when this is over, when we get past this, however long that takes, hopefully not very, but when this is over, it'll be very important for us to remember what the base layer, what the constitutional norms are, because it's not normal for folks to be required to self-isolate. It's not normal to say people from New York can't come into Vermont. And I just think certainly the role of the legislature and the administration and Vermonters to remember that, so that when this is over, we haven't ceded fundamental rights That's always the concern in an emergency. And I think that's the point I was trying to make.
Okay, no, that's great. That's great. And I know at this point, there's a lot of people who already think those rights are being violated. And one thing that I've talked about with people is government, the authorities holding on too long. And that's all going to be relative. I mean, as I said, there's some people that already think that. And where's the tipping point, I guess, as far as the population goes. But again, I want to say thank you. I really appreciate your testimony today. It's some of the most compelling I've heard, for me anyway, in the 10 years that I've been in the legislature. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I wish my students would say something like that to me one day.
Selena, I see your hand.
Yes, I'm gonna lower my hand now. Okay, so I'm wondering if you, thank you. I want to echo what others have said. This has been really helpful, and I particularly appreciate how you're underscoring, like, okay, what do we need to do to ensure that our fundamental rights are, kind of, we're reset to constitutional norms. I'm wondering if you want to comment at all on some of the civil ticketing that's been announced in Burlington. Yeah, just at all, if you want to comment on that.
Yeah. I mean, I think my hope, and I'm not entirely familiar. Again, I think the data has got to drive the decisions. But certainly, my hope is that we're not rushing to ticketing, and that the data doesn't bear out. And this is where I think enforcement oversight is really, really important. Who are the people that are getting tickets? Certainly, if you're a homeless person or a person that doesn't have a place to go, and those are the folks that are getting the tickets, I think that would be incredibly troubling from a constitutional perspective. But until we see that data, it's speculative. And again, I think that's certainly from a constitutional co-equal branches of government, whether it's at the city level and city council taking an oversight role in determining who is this being enforced against, or it's the state legislature taking that oversight role. It's just so critical, because certainly if we're enforcing this against people based on their economic status, their status as somebody who doesn't have a place to shelter, race, gender, sexual orientation, any of those protected classes would be hugely problematic. And so until we know what's happening, it's impossible, I think, to make informed decisions. So really, really important to get to the bottom of that sort of data. And I think that can happen even when we're in a crisis, and should happen, because that's how, in the end, I think we get back to the constitutional norms that we've got to get back to once this crisis is over.
Coach.
Professor, thank you very, very much. Like Tom, I found that, riveting. It's interesting, your point about data, and you did state that a number of different times during your presentation. And I think that supports, well, our other two speakers as well, both the ACLU and Mark Hughes. I just got a message post from a family member who is a sergeant on the East Hartford Police Department, giving an example of a stop that was made by one of the officers because of a Black customer at Walmart wearing a mask, and they felt that he was going to, exhibit some odd behavior. So now we have this whole thing of shopping while Black. And, until we hear more instances of that, like you said, with the data, it's fascinating because that goes to the point of the systemic environment that we're living in. But your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I read a similar article, I think actually this morning, and I don't know that it was from Hartford, but with any grant of broad authority, and certainly the courts, and I would say under the Emergency Powers Act that the legislature passed years ago, the governor does have broad authority. With any grant of broad authority, there needs to be a commensurate opportunity to do that fundamental oversight. And that is, again, this idea of a co-equal branch of government. Yes, it is easy for the executive, whether it's a mayor or a governor, to act, more efficiently than, say, a legislature. And I know I'm probably saying the wrong thing to the wrong group of folks, but obviously moving through the legislative process, if every single decision that had to be made in an emergency had to pass both houses of the legislature, et cetera, it would be very difficult to do. And so we do need a vibrant executive. On the other hand, because of exactly the things that you've highlighted, it's very important to have that data, to have that oversight. That is the check. And that's what protects us in the long run from these things, these broad grants of authorities to becoming systemic, and the horrible implications for our society when these sorts of decisions are being made at the local level based on race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, all of these protected classes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Okay. You did touch on this, but I also wanted if you could please speak a little bit more about traffic stops and what authority law enforcement does have to stop a car. I've heard from a number of constituents concerned about students coming home from college and being stopped both inside and outside of Vermont.
Yeah, I think a fair question. I'm not sure. The latest I've heard, I think from it was Commissioner Sherling, although it might have been somebody else, that what they're doing at the borders at this point is essentially collecting data, watching to see who's coming in and who's going out. I haven't heard specifically of individuals being pulled over based on, say their license plate. And again, I think that's why this oversight, this data will be very, very important to get from the administration. Even in this crisis, it seems as though it's certainly constitutionally relevant to get to that question of, is this particular activity necessary? Is this particular rule necessary? Well, we can't decide that unless we see what the data shows. If the data shows that visitors have a higher likelihood of being carriers of COVID-19, then perhaps the enforcement of it is necessary. If they don't, then there's a question. So I think that data is very, very important. And I think in terms of the delegated authority under the statutes, how far does the legislature want that to extend? I think that language that I read a few moments ago about activities necessary, powers necessary to protect the civilian population, what does that mean? And certainly the legislature would have a role in determining that. Does it mean you can pull someone over because they have a New Jersey license plate when they're coming home from college, or any of these circumstances that your constituents are talking about? I think certainly that is a debate that the legislative branch could have.
Thank you. Anybody else, including Eric? I don't know, Eric, if you have any questions or comments?
Nope, I'm all set. Thanks, Maxine.
Sure, you bet. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, but I want to make sure I haven't missed anybody. No. Okay, great. Thank you so much. It's really been interesting and helpful, and really, really appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to be here. I wish you all the best of luck. Be safe and stay well.
Great. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. So committee, we are ahead of the schedule. Let me just look. Okay. So before I open up to general discussion, anybody have anything they want to ask or start with, or? No?
So, yeah, the issues that we just talked about with the professor, as far as next steps, it seems one of the overriding issues is understanding the necessity for the particular action of banning or discouraging the travel, and whether there's a less discriminatory or intrusive method. But it seems to me that at least the question of the necessity is beyond this committee's expertise. I mean, that would seem to be something that Human Services or the Health Committee would have to weigh in on, that this is necessary and there aren't any other better ways to do this. And then we apply the constitutional analysis from the judiciary's perspective on whether we agree or how big of a threat this is, et cetera, as far as being struck down because it's unconstitutional. So I mean, I don't know if this is something that the other committees are taking up, and I guess I'd ask Eric if this is, and you, Maxine, if my understanding of that is correct or not.
I haven't heard that these are concerns of other committees, but Eric can chime in if he knows. Certainly the enforcement, like some of the questions we heard earlier about Burlington and some of those measures, I've heard those concerns, and we'll have David share at one point talk to us about their guidance and how they got there. Eric, have you heard of any other committees being concerned?
No, nothing beyond what you folks have sort of done to solicit some input from a law school professor, but I think sort of general thoughts about, making sure that the actions are consistent with constitutional values. I think committees have expressed that general perspective that the committee had as well. I know that Senate Judiciary, I think, is going to be talking.
Awesome.
We lost you, Eric.
Yeah. Huh.
Personnel taking notes about which the license plates of cars that are crossing the border, that sort of thing.
Actually, excuse me, Eric. So we lost you when you said Senate Judiciary is, and then we lost you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I've had a poor connection today. The issue that they're looking into a little bit, and I say looking into, they're just hearing some testimony from the Agency of Transportation about is there's been some suggestion that there have been some recording of which license plates from which states have been crossing the border into Vermont in different places. So that issue is one that's sort of connected to what's been talked about today. And I think they're going to talk a little bit about that on Thursday. That's the only specific thing I've heard about, other than the sort of general concern that the committee registered today.
Tom, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Maxine. Martin, yeah, this was pretty much came along because I had asked for it. Just some concerns that I had with just people talking, the chatter that you hear, in the times we're in. And I thought that was a great idea you had, that it may have to go to Human Services or Health, the Health Committee first, if this was pursued before it came to us. And from what Eric's saying, other committees are touching on it a little bit. And just for myself, I certainly hope that it is looked at in hindsight. I don't think right now, I don't think it would be proper to step in on anything just because we're in such unprecedented territory right now. I mean, it's it's what's right and what's wrong at this point, as far as what's happening, and I think a lot of that is going to get sifted out for the future because of this. So again, I do hope we can look at this in hindsight and hopefully improve the system, I guess, going forward. But
So I mean, just a comment on that is, I mean, I could see that a scenario where this continues longer than we hope, that they're locked down and the whole situation continues longer, and there's a next progression for law enforcement where they in fact are starting to stop people at the border. Maybe that's the time we take it up a little bit more, because if that happens, I could also see a lawsuit against that component of the executive order. And the professor is right that we could, if the legislature looks into it and says, yeah, this is why this is necessary, because that is a little weak as far as what is in that executive order. It's somewhat justified, but if the legislature as a co-equal branch has examined it and said, this is a necessary step, there's not a better way to do this, that would make it a stronger action as far as if it does get challenged in court. And maybe it's something we just kind of monitor. If it looks like this is going to be lasting for a while longer, then maybe we should urge the other committees with that expertise on the health impact issue to take this up.
yeah, I agree with that. It's especially you touching on, so if there's any escalation as far as law enforcement goes and that type of thing. So,
right.
Maxine?
Yes, go ahead.
One of the interesting things, and I noticed this because the way to the pharmacy, because we have that big clover leaf here in White River, to go over to New Hampshire, which opens up a whole nother ball game in this discussion about inter versus intra-state jurisdictions. We don't have a hospital here in the White River area. We have one of the biggest in New England, 2.5 miles away from my home. So the Vermonters on the border in the Upper Valley have to go, or you would think would have to go to Dartmouth Hitchcock. But we haven't really gotten, let's say, guidance or information about how that's really going to work. Because one state says one thing and the other state says the other thing. And even though your doctors might be over there, there's been some relaxing of the rules as far as the whole medical discussion between the two states. But that travel piece, and then this recording of the data, there have been state trucks parked at the U-turn between the two states. And I mean, one of my constituents sent me a picture at 6:09 was the timestamp. So to get to Martin and to Tom's discussion, they're counting or doing something. But when you see 3 state trucks and a supervisor vehicle in the picture, you ask yourself, well, they're not doing maintenance at 6 o'clock at night, So it raises some questions about what are we doing and how we're doing it. But
And those were DMV and VTrans trucks, is that correct?
they were VTrans.
Okay, all right. So we certainly, if folks are interested, we certainly can ask VTrans to come in and as well as DPS and ask them what type of data they're collecting, that we are seeing trucks and I see thumbs up. So that's making a list. So that's certainly something that we can do. I've heard concerns about sheriffs. So we can certainly bring folks in. Okay.
And just a quick geeky thing, you know, you notice things sometimes, and so going back, you know, like into the center of town on Saturday, I had to, you know, go over to, you know, the pharmacy again, and so on my way back, there were a disproportionate number of out-of-state plates versus the Vermont plates that I saw. And it wasn't like I was doing a statistical analysis, it was just an observation. I saw more of one particular state than, and that's not the Vermont, New Hampshire thing on the valley. These were from one of our neighbor states, and you just went, why are there so many? and there's no events going on, so I mean, you know, other than possible second homeowners, you know, that might be the other, you know, the other piece. Thank you.
Ken, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just a couple comments. First of all, I think if we back this up a lot, even before or during the governor, when he first came out, I believe Senator Leahy was asking people very nicely to stay out of Vermont and limit your travel. I think, and I'm having serious computer problems today, by the way, but I think the other thing that we really need to keep in mind is I'm sure there's some sort of policing that's going on out there with stuff. There has to be, but I have not heard of anything that we're overdoing anything or anything like that. If anything, what I've heard more is we've got more speeders out there on the highways and more stuff like that. But I mean, let's face it, we know this is prime time for the drug runners and some of this other stuff that we deal with all the time. And I sure, everybody wants data, they want this and they want that. And we hear every day that data is lacking or data is changing from day to day, whether you're listening to Como or you're listening to the president or you're even listening to our governor. So I'm not really sure what we're going to get to at this point, because it's all so new and it's so overwhelming. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm getting bombarded primarily with people looking for money and how to do other different things.
Tom, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just real quick, you had mentioned the sheriffs or somebody coming in possibly. And I guess what I'd like to hear from them is if anybody at all is getting pulled over. I mean, you hear the rumors, you know, if it's one person, if it's 20 people, or if it's none. I would just like to know definitively if they have pulled over, like somebody from out of state or in that type of thing, for being pulled over for non-COVID-19 reasons, but that being used as the excuse, you know, just I'm going to say I really doubt it, but it would just be good to hear it. Then those rumors can be put to rest.
Great. Thank you. So anything else on law enforcement and this before I move on to some other topics? Selena.
Yeah, I just would like to, phew, sorry. No, apologize for being unmuted though, because I have background noise. I would just like to understand if there are other jurisdictions that are, have explicitly created, civil infractions. If it's just Burlington or if there's other municipalities who are going a similar route.
Great. Okay. Anybody else on this?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It might be interesting for all of us to take a look. It just came out a couple of minutes ago. The governor has requested a federal disaster order, and I just scanned it, but there's some implications there too around some of the questions that we've already asked. So it'd be interesting to take at least a few minutes at some point and take a look at the implications with that, because a lot of it overlaps with some of the discussions we've just had.
Thank you. Okay, I have a few notes that I wanted to address. First thing is Friday, we're scheduled in the afternoon, and that's Good Friday. And I just wanted to see if that was, I'm sorry that I didn't pick up on that before, and if that's an issue for anybody, because we certainly can cancel. So, okay, I'm hearing that people are okay being present. Okay, great, thank you. So some of in terms of our earlier witnesses, some of the things that were mentioned, the medical furlough. I'm hoping I'll check in with Chairwoman Emmons. I'm hoping that corrections, that's really something within their jurisdiction. I'm hoping that they will hear about that. But certainly that is something of interest. And let's see. The other thing is Justice Reinvestment 2. My understanding, I think we heard from Mark, is that corrections have started to take some testimony, and they've taken some testimony on the racial disparities piece, which is certainly something within our jurisdiction. So I'll also check in and see what that committee's plans are with that. That's certainly a very important piece of legislation that I was, my dog saying hi, that I was concerned that we might lose with all of this. So I'm glad to see that there is testimony being taken, and I know that's of interest to folks. Let's see what else. Other things that from we heard today, or other things that you're hearing from constituents within our jurisdiction that folks want to take testimony on next week?
Maxine?
Barbara.
Hi. So two things. One is the medical furlough. It's great if institutions take that up. I remember Marshall the other day saying that he was worried that they've been able to find some ways to do some things creatively. And it just seems like it might be good for us to sort of keep an eye on if institutions makes changes, if it's something that will interfere with what the public defenders and the state attorneys have been able to do. So that was one thing. And then, gosh, let me see what the other one was. Okay. Oh, I wrote a note so I wouldn't forget. As we are starting to look at appropriations for next year, and as Mark mentioned, money coming to the state, and also Coach talking about federal disaster money, it would be great if Approps is looking to hear from our committee about what our priorities are, or things that we would love them to not forget about taking into consideration.
Thank you. Selena.
I think it's on our agenda for Friday that we're going to hear from the network again. But I think really looking at the question of how we get clear and consistent practice around RFA across the state is really critical. And yeah, so that would be for sure a high priority. And I actually think some of the work that we did, you know, about really troubleshooting that process in 610 that has nothing to do with firearm relinquishment could be a good basis for digging into that. But because we took a lot of testimony about just that process and the challenges of the remote process and how to try to make it work better and more consistently. But that seems like a really critical need. So I hope we'll prioritize.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm looking for hands. Okay, Tom and then Barbara.
Thank you. Going back to Mark Hughes, it sounds like he's going to get a couple hours along with other witnesses with Senate Judiciary, and it sounds like he may get more time with us also going forward. This remembering what was said and head shakes and that type of thing. So would it work instead of him going to Senate Judiciary for 2 hours and then coming with everybody and testifying with us for 2 hours? Could we put together a joint meeting? And possibly, I know corrections has been brought up. If that would be the right way to go at that point too, it would again just getting everything done at once, and then all the witnesses don't have to spread their time so thin and just to say the same thing. So.
Right, now that's a great idea, and I will. So there's a chairs meeting today, so I can certainly reach out to other chairs and see if that's being done, and also speak to Senator Sears. I'm not sure, the scheduling is a little wonky in terms, you know, so, but yeah, no, I think it is a good point, and certainly if we do take up, and I do hope we can take up justice reinvestment too, that would be a great time to hear from Mark and others. And Coach and I spoke earlier about putting together a witness list as well. So Eric, are you, I don't know if you have any information in terms of what the Senate is doing, if they're planning for next week yet, or?
I haven't heard any planning for next week. They did this morning, Senate Judiciary voted out the sort of court's relief package, the COVID-19 related issues that has the power of attorney and the deeds language in it, as well as the other requests that the court has made as far as ways to, you know, adapt the court process to the crisis that's going on right now. So I think that the thought there was, again, I'm not sure that they know when that will come out on the floor of the full Senate, but they did vote that out of Senate Judiciary this morning. So I think it's on your agenda for Thursday, if I remember correctly. So I know Bryn's been working on the finalization of that document. So once it's proofed and edited, you guys will be able to have that. And that's what we can work off when we walk you through it on Thursday. But as far as next week goes, I haven't heard anything yet.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. And do you know if they kept the involuntary commitment, the extension of time for those hearings? Did they keep that in?
They did not.
Okay.
That piece got taken out.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you. I think so. Yeah. Eric, is your impression, and I think this goes also to the sentencing reconsideration, is your impression that only bills where there's true consensus, no opposition, that's really what the Senate is focusing on, and that things are coming out to either be done later or elsewhere, but but not included.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. The reason pieces like that one specifically, when they discussed it in committee, the reason that it came out is because there was an anticipation that it could potentially be divisive on the floor. And they don't want anything at this point, obviously not saying never, but at this point, they don't want things coming out on the floor that there isn't already general consensus about. So if they're notice things that it looks like that's not the case, then they're setting them elsewhere. And that's the same, I think, that they did with the, the 90-day reduction in the people being able to, the parties being able to agree about someone being released, a reconsideration of sentence. Set those aside. They might well and are still talking about taking them up in other bills and other legislation, but not as part of the ones that are trying to move more quickly, consensus-based items right now.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Sure.
Anybody else? Okay. I do see that we have Jean Murray on Friday for Vermont Legal Aid, and I think she might have been speaking about the involuntary commitment hearings, but we could also ask her about some of the family law questions and domestic violence questions that we heard today. And I know, Nader, you had also heard from a constituent regarding visitation. So I think we are hearing about those things that Legal Aid has been hearing about. So try to reach out to her and have her be prepared for that. So
sounds good.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have one thing, if we're done.
Absolutely. I mean, we're still on the record, but yep, go ahead.
Well, on the record, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry that not everybody can sing along with this because of the way it works, but happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Wait, I'm way off. Let me try it again. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
We can join in.
Happy birthday, dear Coach. Happy birthday to you. That was terrible. You would have done better, Patrick.
That was good. That was good. Nice job.
Well, thanks a lot, Martin.
Happy birthday,
Coach.
Thank you all.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry we're not with you in person, but I'm glad we're here with you today and can collectively wish you a happy birthday. So.
Well, thanks.
Great. Okay. Tom, I see your hand up, but I don't know if it's because I didn't lower it before. You're good.
No, that's from before.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we're ahead of time, but that's okay. Just anybody else have anything? And certainly if you think of anything afterwards, just let me know. But
yeah, I just had a question for Mike and where I can find this on YouTube or what I would have to search for on YouTube to repost this.
It's on the committee webpage. If you just click the live stream link, all the videos are right there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? No. Okay.
Ready to go off the record?
I just want to say thank you to everybody for your feedback and your support. I'm really winging this. And I think as we do it more, it'll get easier. And what I find challenging is the timing and making sure we give folks enough time and also respect the fact that people are being pulled in a number of different directions. And there are many folks that want their time as well. So just please keep your feedback coming and issues that you're interested in. And as much as I can keep you updated about scheduling, I think we'll see the Speaker's Office continue to schedule for us, but I'll get updated on that today at the chair's meeting. And I think that we're still focusing on quote unquote emergency legislative responses, which I know can be defined differently. to different legislators, but we'll keep working as much as we can. So, anybody else? Nope.
Maxine, just to double check, so we're on, it's 11 o'clock on Thursday, is that right? When we'll take up that's still the plan to take up the other COVID-19 related judiciary legislation?
Right, exactly. So you'll quickly just, talk about the probate.
Yeah.
Right, and that the language from the deed bill is not in just go over that language is not in there.
Sure.
And I think we'll hear from Terry also, and then we'll hear from Bryn. So yes, that's what I have.
Great, thanks.
And we'll see you tomorrow, everybody. And I guess that's it. All right.
All right.
So let's go off the record. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
You.
Yeah.
See you
take care.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Or a fellow legislator's perspective, we could just get a quick overview of the thinking and where the House is, and then we'll go to David Hall and do a walkthrough of the bill, and then we'll start opening up for witnesses and discussions. But I'd like to hear from Tom for maybe 5 minutes, and then David for 10, and then hear from witnesses, including the administration, on this. Oh, you switched boxes on me, Tom. Hi.
Hey, well, I decided to block myself out until we got to this point. So,
okay. So take it away, Tom. Thank you very much for all you've been doing over there.
Yeah.
no, thank you for having me in, and I'm gonna do this and then duck out because everybody here is gonna be able to answer the questions far better than I am. We did this, as everybody knows, on the 12th or so of March. The House, anyway, was given the directive to start working on a COVID response for areas in our portfolio. And of course, it came up very quickly that the three things that are in 11.1 were the first things that came, and it became the most important things to come out of our committee. And they do go hand in hand with some of the COVID response that came out of Commerce in other committees. But basically, there's three parts in the bill as it stands. And the first part is about family leave. The second part is about homelessness mitigation. And the third part is about rental evictions. And I think the strongest work in the bill right now is in the rental evictions. This was a longish process of trying to get the language right. We had the parameters as early as March 13th about what we wanted to do. But as we all know, with eviction processes are not just simply saying you can't evict. There have to be many nuances dealt with. And what is truly impressive over the last couple of weeks, while it was pretty tedious at times in terms of the language and doing it in a Zoom setting or in a phone setting rather than face to face. The work that was done between Vermont Legal Aid and Vermont Landlord Association, the judiciary, the advocates, early on, VHCB was a heavy participant. Early on, we talked to AHS and DCF about some of the aspects of the homelessness mitigation, a lot of which has been done, but now there's the issue of funding, ongoing capacity issues. So what you're going to be looking at is the result of that work. Again, I think the most important piece of it is going to be the rental eviction, but I wouldn't ignore the other pieces right now as well. Our committee, I sent an email to Senator Clarkson and Senator Sorokin last night just with a quick update of how our committee has left this. Given that the Senate is in a closer place to passing bills we're fine with taking this language and working on it and passing it back to us to finish up. Our committee was pretty exhausted by the end of yesterday in talking about this, simply because of the details that went into it and getting this eviction protection process right as we could possibly get it. And so I'm hoping that when you look at it, you'll also take a look at, for instance, there is a number associated with an appropriation in terms of the homelessness mitigation. By the end of yesterday, we felt like that language we weren't comfortable necessarily putting that into a finished bill at this time. But that's something for you to consider, that, without knowing how much federal money is coming and how much money might be available in our general fund, we thought that just simply implying that, and this is not in the bill, this is just in the message that I sent, which was saying that we were comfortable with purveying the message that to the extent that funds are available, we would like to see this funding go to DCF so that it can address these purposes that are in the bill. In terms of the family leave portion, we think we can handle that or address that after this particular portion of the bill is passed. I think that's something that we'll see as an ongoing need rather than an immediate need. So that's really it was good to hear from the Senate last week and try to work together in a way that we haven't worked with, try to expedite this. I think the stakeholders have all emphasized how important it is to get a statewide program in place when it comes to addressing eviction protections, and not just eviction protections, but also everything that goes along with it. We don't want to put landlords out of business. We don't want to put people on streets, and that was the problem we had to solve here through our existing legal system. And so this is session law. This isn't changing anything in the underlying statute. This is all in response to the COVID crisis. And I expect you guys to do good work on it. And, David has worked hand in hand with the advocates to get the language right. And again, everybody who's here, Judge Gerson, Jean Murray, and Angela have all been in our committee testifying this week on the bill. So I think you'll find that there's some unanimity in the language. There may be some questions about is there going to be more to be put forward, but again, that's up to you guys to determine. So I appreciate the opportunity to fill you in. I'll be happy to answer any questions before you get to David. If not, then I'll take off.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking on our web page, and the last document I see, I think, from David Hall is draft 8.1. Am I missing something?
I thought Faith and Denise were posting 11.1.
I see it now. I see it now. It's under Damian
Thank you.
Leonard. It's under Damian Leonard. It probably should be under David Hall.
It should be under David, and
Damian was the initial attorney on this, and he did the work. He did the first draft on this, and then when it started to go further, David, of course, came in to lend his expertise to the rental housing portion of it. The other thing that did not get handled in this bill, because and this is the interesting part between while you are our sister committee on many issues, you are also the sister committee to Commerce. And one of the issues that came up in this conversation that I don't think is fully addressed here is the aspect of commercial rent.
Right.
And so that's just something to leave out there. We felt comfortable with residential rental processes, not commercial. That's something that the Bankers Association will probably be able to give you good information on about what's happening in that world. But commercial leases are not in our portfolio, so that portion was not included in this bill. This is strictly for residential at this point in time.
May I just say, Chair, Tom, thank you for that. We had Betsy Bishop in. It was a little rushed at the end of our meeting, and they may need to be a second bill because they will take more time. If our objective is to roll this out fast, and then I think that is a separate issue. It's a very different creature. I would encourage us to think about that and move fast on it, but move fast maybe in a separate bill for later in the week.
That's fine. I mean, this bill does include language on mortgages as well, and just I think what's come up too is this notion of how we're going to, once this bill is put into place, of how we're going to message this bill. There have been some concerns raised by folks like VHFA and others who are concerned that people will consider this a rent holiday, and that it is clear in the bill that that is not the case. This is not an opportunity for you to not pay rent if you're able to do so. This is strictly emergency situations if you're unable to do so during this crisis, and so that's a fine line. That's going to be a messaging thing coming from our respective leaderships to make sure that when this bill is put into place, that we are not telling people that they can stop paying rent or stop paying their mortgage. What we're saying is that if they are being negatively affected financially, that there are some protections in place until things straighten out a little bit.
Right.
Let me ask you one question. I'll let you go, Tom. Thank you again. The time frame of this moratorium is how long in the bill, and is that where you were originally when you first started talking about it, and has that changed at all?
It has. I mean, our original work on this said when the emergency is declared over, that there would be a period of 60 days where this would still move out. Through negotiations, again, with the stakeholders, and they'll be able to clarify, as with anything relating to residential statute, landlord-tenant law, it is, there's all these notice requirements, and when it comes to the writs, the number of writs that are being drawn up legally, and they'll be able to go through it. But we had put a blanket 60 days, which got changed in the first next draft, a couple of weeks ago when we started meeting by Zoom, down to 30 days because people felt that was sufficient in order to restart the processes, and they've been refined since. And you'll hear that from David and the advocates about each particular instance has a slightly different time frame to it. So it's not as simple as saying 60 or 30 days.
So we talked about this a little bit at our all Senate meeting, and one of a concern that I have is that the situation we're laboring under right now is not ideal, but there is the possibility of further legislation on residential evictions down the road, and in the camp of not sure if we've gotten it right or heard from everybody and all the interplay that happens in a normal legislative process. I think what we're going to be talking about is how far out we want to go in this with this bill without further review. One of the things I'm thinking about, and what I've heard, is that there is potentially substantial help in the federal law to address these situations that could get at the health problems of people potentially being put out without having an ability to find alternative housing. And as you well know, it's a nightmare out there trying to understand all the ins and outs of the federal law, which will become clearer over the next week. So money was a key part of your bill at one point. I think it's the flip side of what we're doing here in terms of prevention of the health crisis. So we're going to take a look at how far out this bill goes and needs to go, knowing that we could pass subsequent legislation to try and be somewhat more nimble with this. If you have any thoughts for that, that's fine. I just want to let you know that's one of the thoughts that at least I've been having.
No, I think that's fine. I think that's again, we put the number in there back in March. as a placeholder, because that was when we were doing the back of the envelope math on what it would take to fill the HOP grants in terms of rental arrearages or rental assistance programs that may or may not exist already. You know, it's just, it was a real immediate indication of what we thought the size of the problem was going to be, especially in the short term. But the way that this has been managed since then is really trying to say that there's an emergency period, and during the emergency period, certain things can and can't happen. And then once the emergency period ends, what will happen after that? And so it lends itself to being viewed in a longer term, but that's not the money part of it. The money part of it, I mean, it may be in terms of what courts will need eventually down the line or what we'll need for rental arrearages. But I think that the other aspects of this, including the homelessness mitigation, again, by the end of yesterday, we didn't feel comfortable saying that 5 million was the number. We're not an appropriating committee, but we really want to make sure that the money that has been appropriated can be used, if it can be used for these purposes, that it is absolutely being spent on these needs. And like you said, it's still too soon. You may know more by Wednesday of next week about how that money can be spent, and that would be ideal. So I at this point, we wanted to get you the language. We wanted you to do your work on it and be able to pass it, because you're, again, going to be in the position to do that a little bit sooner than we are. And certainly we want to be able to get to a point where when we're able to vote as a caucus of the whole, that we'll be able to do so on a bill that really gets it across. It's really become clear as more people have become aware of some of the housing issues, especially now with the turn of the month, where rent is due. People are nervous about what may happen. So basically, we're just do your work and then stay in touch, and we'll continue to work together on it, and in a way that we really aren't able to do otherwise.
One final question. I promise this time I'll let you go. That came up also in our all Senate meeting was, do you have a handle, or were you working under any assumption as to the numbers of people out there presently who are down the line in terms of writs of possession that are not theoretically protected by the court's administrative order right now?
No, not in terms of actual numbers. We were concentrating on the numbers that we were concentrating on was trying to get the same rules across 14 counties. First of all, there have been protections put in place by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. There have been protections put in place by HUD, oriented properties, but you're talking about upwards of 65% perhaps or more of rental buildings or rental units that are funded in some way by any of those federal programs. We don't know that we're going to miss anybody in those programs, and again, we don't know everything about those programs yet. So we're still talking about, at the very least, 35% of the people of renters who may be in this boat of potential eviction protections in terms of just buildings that don't have any money that's attached to the federal government or the state government in any way. So, but no, not in terms of, perhaps the advocates will have a better idea of what they've seen and what they would expect under normal circumstances, and then what they might be expecting under these circumstances. But we don't have a number there. We were just concentrating on trying to do something that was statewide rather than a county by a time. We saw what happened in Chittenden County, where an order was put forward, but we wanted to make sure that we had the same rules going on across the whole state.
Thank you very much, Tom. We appreciate it. Let you go now.
All right. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the time. Do good work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, David Hall, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, so I'm having a little trouble on my end pulling up the bill. I have it, but it's frozen. Let me see if I can try something else.
I'm sharing my screen if it helps any of you.
Right, I see it. It says you're viewing David Hall's screen, but I'm not able to scroll at all.
Oh, that's, well, from my share, I'm controlling the.
He's controlling the scroll.
Okay. Well, can you, well, my screen is showing section 7.
Yes.
So is there a way to get to the beginning of the, or is this the part of the bill that we're talking about, only this part?
Well, sections 1 through 6 deal with the family leave provisions that Damien worked on.
That's the answer to the mystery. Okay. Why don't you proceed and walk us through what you have? Let me turn off my. I'm sorry.
Okay. For the record that we're keeping, my name is David Hall. I'm an attorney. Provisions that Damien worked on. Sounds like somebody has YouTube on in the background.
Why don't you proceed and walk us through?
Sorry, Michael, we've sort of lost your audio. What?
I'm here. I just went on to mute, so I'm going to put I'll leave my thing on unmuted, but if David could go forward, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, as you discussed, section 7 here is the appropriation section. I understand this may come out or it may be modified to remove the number and say something like to the extent funds are available, but for now, section 7 is a live appropriation in this draft. Section 8 is the charge to DCF, DHCD, VHCD, and other partners as necessary to administer funding for emergency relief, specifically necessitated by the spread of COVID-19.
Somebody needs to mute their phone, please. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure. So these, we've looked at these before. I don't know, we don't really need to go through them now unless you want to, but these are basically the services that are being performed currently by DCF and the HOP programs. And you know, it just essentially is a across the board service for housing search, stability, mediation, follow-up, arrearages, security deposits, short-term assistance, etc. You know, they're supposed to develop a process, criteria. I understand this may also be streamlined to say that they can just use whatever existing protocols they have. You know, there haven't been a lot of discussions, frankly, about whether DCF is the right place for this to go, this charge, if it's the right charge, the scope of the services, et cetera. I want to flag those, but I'm going to move on to the eviction piece unless you have specific questions on section 8.
No, please proceed.
Okay. So section 9 moves on to ejectment and foreclosure actions. And I want to note from the very beginning that right now, this deals expressly with residential mortgage foreclosures and with evictions. It does not, at this point, I think it still needs to be clarified whether this is going to address commercial leases. So if it's going to include that, we need to say so. If it's not, I think you need to say so. Right now, it's kind of in a gray area. In subsection A, there's a couple of definitions that go with this piece. The emergency period is the period beginning with this declaration of the state of emergency on March 13th and ending 30.
Right, and that had changed from the last draft. It was
against a residential property under 9 VSA 137 and 12 VSA 169. But I'll leave that to you. So the duties here, you have seen this piece before. It's a little broader in its scope. The purpose of this subsection B is to explicitly state, you know, duties going forward that are not sort of paused by this bill. So under B1, this act would not relieve a tenant of the obligation to pay rent. Under 2, this would not relieve a tenant in a pending ejectment action of the obligation to pay rent into court pursuant to an existing order under 12 VSA 4853A. So if you've already got that order in and the tenant is paying rent into court under that section, this does not turn that off. They are still obligated to continue making those payments pursuant to the order. Under B3, this does not relieve a borrower in a residential loan agreement of the obligation to make timely payments pursuant to the terms of the loan agreement. And then 4, this is a piece that was negotiated by the stakeholders extensively, and I think at this point they're all happy with it. Under 4, it would not limit a court's ability to act in an emergency pursuant to Administrative Order 49 issued by the Supreme Court as amended, including when a landlord terminates a tenancy pursuant to 9 VSA section 4467B2 based on criminal activity, illegal drug activity, or acts of violence, any of which threaten the health or safety of other residents. So
I'd just like to, could I put a flag there for further discussion at some point? You know, when we get to discussing it.
Well, I think we should, in some ways, take some questions as we go. I think I have a question on this section as well. So why don't you go for it, Allison?
Okay, David, the one thing that's been raised for me in my neck of the woods is there was a question from a landlord about extreme physical damage to an apartment. So I suppose we could interpret this as threatening the health and safety, but it limits it only to people. Extreme physical damage to a property is also something I'd love to have us at least think about.
Sure. So let me say that subdivision B4 is meant to preserve basically the status quo under AO 49. And
right
under that standard, it is in the discretion of the Superior Court to determine what an emergency landlord-tenant situation is and whether or not they're going to hear that case or that motion or that whatever, and whether they're going to act on it. That is reserved specifically under this order.
Right.
And the addition here in lines 13 through 15, again, I think that is included to expressly say, you know, what is implicit and is already the law, which is
right.
You know, subdivision B2 here, those bases, criminal activity, drug activity, acts of violence, those are things that could be considered emergency circumstances that a court would hear. But, you know, the function of B4 is not to create some other standard than what the administrative order has.
Got it. It's just building on it and being more explicit in some areas. Okay, fine. So you're saying that the judge could consider that any extreme action?
Yes.
Right. Okay, I'm fine with that.
And it leaves it in the court. You know, I mean,
right.
This could be different. This could be constructed in a way that says, notwithstanding everything going on in this bill, in cases of extreme damage or immediate threat to health, a court shall hear that action immediately.
Right.
But that's not what this does.
Thanks.
Okay, so my question, I'll see if I can articulate this, is, and Judge Gerson may comment when he testifies on this. Presently, as I understand, the emergency power is that there is a moratorium on doing the preliminary eviction filing, and in the most commonplace instance, our payment for payment into court process, and then it becomes, from that point forward, it becomes a ministerial act to reduce this to by the court clerk and then by a sheriff to proceed with the eviction. the off-ramp that the court has under the administrative order is generally applicable for a landlord probably to get beyond the administrative order's scope of its moratorium. There are a lot of tenants out there that are unaware of anything we're doing, and they're already at a point where they haven't paid their rent and are subject to administrative acts going forward, and would never think to come and ask the court for an emergency relief. Here, what we're doing in this bill is we're saying, okay, there are these people out there, and we're going to have to try and find out how many are subject to writs of possession without any further court involvement, and we want to stay those writs of possession in this case. So I guess what I'm asking is that limit the court's ability to act in an emergency pursuant to administrative order. Does that envision the court stepping in and blocking execution of a writ of possession already, and is that power already there? And do we already have the ability to stop these evictions going forward, both theoretically and practically? I don't know if you follow that question, or if you can answer it, or whether we should wait to Judge Grierson.
Well, I welcome his insights. Let me say that this bill, I mean, if you pass this, it goes a step further, and it says new general rule moratorium on pending actions, new actions, any orders, any writs, or anything else, period. Everything hits pause when this takes effect, and it is unpaused. Some things are going to happen at different times under the different subsections of this bill, but generally we are hitting the pause button on absolutely everything. And so then the question becomes, all right, what should be the scope of any exception to that blanket moratorium? And again, pursuant to Senator Clarkson's point and question, you could have said, or you can say, we're going to make exceptions for these circumstances, whatever it happens to be, issue writs already in action, let them keep going, or we're only going to hear a case if there's damage or health. But it doesn't do that. It says blanket stop on everything.
Right.
E4 says, except if it's an emergency under AO 49. And so under that order, the courts have said, we're going to hit pause on everything in the court except for this list of things that we consider to be emergency circumstances. Included among those things is landlord, tenant, emergency, I don't know, procedures, actions, whatever you want to say. It's a one-liner. It's very narrow. And so it's been left to the discretion of each court, each superior court, to decide what that's going to look like. And so you have things like Chittenden County, where it's a very extensive limitation for a period of time on what they're willing to hear and what actions they'll take. Other courts haven't done anything yet. And so could there be the equivalent of a blanket moratorium under the status quo? Sure, if every superior court took this approach. But every superior court right now has the authority and the discretion to decide what is an emergency in the landlord-tenant context, what are we going to hear, and what are we going to do? And so this would create the general rule, pause everything, and then if you can show that it's an emergency, the courts would still have the ability under B4 to take that on. Does that answer your question?
Okay, is Judge Grierson on the line?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my question simply put, Judge Grierson, is if there was a writ of possession that has been long-standing out there, even before COVID-19 presented itself, is AO 49 something that a tenant could go in and say, I can't find another place to live. I have an emergency here. Under AO 49 right now, does an individual court have the ability to stay a writ of possession?
Judge Greer,
Judge Grierson, right? I mean, I think the answer is yes, but I'd also like to hear.
he was with us. He may need to unmute himself. I mean, sadly, with David's document up, we can't see everybody.
Okay, so let's.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there he is.
Okay. So I was saying I agreed with David's analysis, and in response to your question, Senator Sirotkin, under AO 49, either a landlord or a tenant can seek an emergency order from the court. And so if a tenant was going to be dispossessed and had no other place to go, they have a right to file with the court and lay out whatever the facts are. And the court could consider that. But there is a latter part of this bill that David hasn't gotten to yet that talks about writs of possession that have already been executed, and they are under this bill, if you pass it, they are stayed as well. So even if there's an outstanding writ today, yesterday, a week ago, a month ago, that action on the service of the writ has been stayed by this bill. And if there was ever a question about it, the tenant would be able to seek relief from the court under AO 49.
Okay. All right.
Let
Thank
me
you.
ask a question, Michael, if
Yes.
I would like to go back for a second to section B4 in terms of the particular activities that could result in eviction. If I read it literally, there are three things: criminal acts, illegal drug activity, or acts of violence. And then it's qualified, any of which, meaning those three activities. I can envision a situation, for example, in which a tenant allows a huge amount of garbage or human waste to accumulate within the property, or allows the water to run such that water runs into another tenant's property. Now, none of those are criminal. They're not illegal drug activity, nor are they acts of violence. I wonder if that qualifying clause is sufficient to clearly cover all of those activities.
I think David answered that when I asked about physical extreme damage.
And I would be interested in what Judge Grierson's opinion of that might be.
Well, keep in mind, it's my opinion, Senator, of what I think this language says. And I believe that B4 is broad enough so that the circumstances you just described would fall under the court's authority under AO 49. I don't see the additional language of criminal activity, drug activity, or violence as limiting the court's authority. I view that as something that says it's including this activity, but it does not, by including those, that type of behavior, prohibit the landlord from seeking relief under AO 49 because of the circumstances you described. And even the circumstances that Senator Clarkson described, extreme damage to property, could in and of itself be criminal activity if it's
right,
unlawful mischief, unlawful destruction. So the kind of behavior you're talking about, quite frankly, may qualify as criminal behavior. But even if it didn't, Senator Brock, I think the court, that is broad enough for the court to continue to act as circumstances require.
Fine, thank you.
Michael, I know Josh Hanford has to leave in 10 minutes, and
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that. Okay.
I believe he can unmute himself. Josh, is that still correct? Because if so, obvious.
I have 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you had to leave by 10:30.
Okay, so let's do this. Then I wasn't aware of that. Let's hold our questions on going through the bill at this point, and then we'll hear from Josh so he can leave in a timely fashion. Because if we go, we could take a long time going through the bill if we ask questions right now. So the rules have changed a little bit, and let's move forward.
Sure, I'll be quick. Subsection C, we've looked at this. This addresses pending foreclosure and ejectment actions. So this says when this act takes effect, all pending actions for ejectment and actions for foreclosure are stayed until the end of the emergency period. So that's the state of emergency declaration plus 30 days. Under 2, a court of the state before which any matter is stayed shall issue necessary orders and provide notice to the parties of the stay not later than 5 days after the effective date of this act. I understand that that time frame is not realistic for the court and probably needs to be not 5 days. Under D, new foreclosure and ejectment actions. So during the emergency period, the landlord may commence an ejectment action. A mortgage lender can commence a foreclosure proceeding, but it's subject to 1, 2, 3, and 4 here. The plaintiff can only commence the action by filing and not by service. The court has to stay the action as of the date of filing until the end of the emergency period. Plaintiff shall not attempt to serve, and a sheriff or constable shall not serve any civil process. And then the deadline for completing service will be pushed back for the 60 days after the emergency period ends. So everything in these new cases, from the filing to the service, are just going to be paused until the emergency period ends. So E deals with writs of possession that aren't yet issued. So during the emergency period, the court will not issue a writ of possession in any ejectment action and in any foreclosure action. Under F, writs of possession already issued. So 3 things here. 1, a writ that was issued by a court prior to the effective date of this act is stayed as of the start date of the emergency period and resumes running when the governor terminates the state of emergency by declaration. So notice that that's a different time, and this was negotiated by the stakeholders. So if it's a writ of possession that was already issued before the emergency, it is paused, but it unpauses upon the declaration, not at the end of the emergency period. Under 2, if a writ of possession was issued but not executed prior to the effective date of the act, then after the governor terminates the state of emergency by declaration, under A, the plaintiff has to serve or reserve the writ to the defendant. B, the plaintiff shall be restored to possession not sooner than 14 days after service. Under 3, if a writ was served but not executed prior to the effective date, then the sheriff or constable who served the writ shall coordinate with the court to determine how to notify the defendant of the stay of the execution date. So that was a little bit different from the last time you saw it. Previously, the suggestion was that the sheriff or constable would have the duty to provide written notice on the defendant that there was a stay. This is changed so that the sheriff or constable will work with the court and they will determine how best to notify the defendant that it's been stayed, whether that's certified mail or email, or I don't know what else. There's discretion there to figure out the most effective means collaboratively.
I'm going to break my rule just for a second here. Can you just be clear with us,
yes,
the committee? the difference between serving a writ of possession and executing the writ
Sure.
of possession?
Yeah, so if you think of the writ of possession as sort of moving in three phases, it's first, so after there's a judgment and the court has decided that the landlord or the owner has the legal right to be restored, then it issues the writ of possession. That goes to a sheriff or constable who serves it, and that is service of the writ. The execution comes after that, and execution is the period. If there's a date that comes with your served writ and it says this writ is going to be executed not sooner than 14 days from now, but it'll usually have a date, right? Is my understanding. And that is the date on which the tenant has to be off of the property. And if that date comes and they are not off of the property, then the sheriff or constable shall remove them from the property. That is the execution. And in Vermont, there is no self-help. You can't do a constructive eviction by cutting off the power or locking the doors. You can't move everybody's stuff out onto the front yard. An eviction and ejectment has to happen according to these steps, and it has to be the sheriff or constable who executes the writ and accomplishes the change in physical possession of the property.
Is it always the case that there's a specific date when that's going to occur, that's put on the writ of possession?
I believe so. Yes. I mean, there are people who deal with this stuff in real life more than I do, but I believe there is always a date of execution.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
And I think the reason for us to act quickly is that this is where some of the uncertainty is right now for a handful of people, and maybe Jean or Angela can, when we get to them, can give us a better notion of how many people are in this kind of funny limbo between service and execution. But in my mind, this is the concerning group that may be affected by this bill. Is that right?
I think
David.
They're affected for sure. And yeah. This bill, yeah, would be, the difference between them losing possession and not.
Right, exactly. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to keep moving in the interest of time. Resumption of rent escrow hearings. So I believe we have looked at this before. This is after the emergency period has ended, and we're starting back up with rent escrow hearings under 12 VSA 4853A. So in the first 45 days after the emergency period ends, and one of these hearings comes up, then this is going to be to deal with the problem of how much rent you actually have to pay into court. Right now, under the current law, you would have to pay not only the rent as it's accruing during the pendency of the action, but also all of the back rent, essentially since the action began. So if this emergency goes on for 6 or 7 months, these actions start back up. Under the current law, a tenant who is ordered to pay rent into court at that time is going to have to pay all the rent that is accrued during the entire emergency period. So that could be 6, 7, 8, 12 months, who knows, right?
That assumes that they haven't been paying rent.
Sure. So this would be where a landlord files a motion for an order for the court to order the defendant to pay into rent because there's been non-payment. So the court has to find that you were obligated to pay and you didn't pay. In that case, they can order you to pay rent. So the change here from the deviation from the statute here is that the rent accrual from what is back rent, what's owed, the arrearage, whatever you want to call it, it will basically start from the end of the emergency period or the date of the service of this motion, depending on when it was filed. But the net result is going to be that everybody is paying back rent only from the end of the emergency period or later. I can go through the words, but I'm trying to hurry unless you have questions.
Yeah. Okay. Can you just explain
Sure.
I guess the general rationale? Is that basically relieving tenants of back rent that the landlord's never going to be able to get?
Well, it relieves the tenant of the obligation of showing up to court and being, in a court issuing an order that requires the court to collect back rent from the time a suit was begun. And coming out of, let's say, an 8-month emergency where people aren't working and maybe they haven't been paying rent because they can't, then they'll show up to court and they'll be ordered to pay $8,000 into court because they've missed 8 months of rent payments. So to avoid that problem, the amount that would have to be paid as back rent would be measured from the end of the emergency period or from the time the motion was served, if it was served after this act takes effect. So the question I hear you asking is, well, what happens to the landlord who now has 8 months of back rent that's unpaid? Fair question. You know, the action will proceed if the tenant pays rent in the court and, you know, they're legally on the hook to have paid it. So, you know, the tenant could still lose and the landlord would still have the legal right to receive that money. Whether the tenant has it, I don't know. Ideally, whatever funding you provide will help the landlords and the tenants in those situations.
Okay, well, I assume we'll ask Angela that question. My guess is that the premise is that we're still assuming that the tenant is going to be moved out, and that's the primary goal at that point. And to the extent that they can get some money during the pendency of the action, that's what the landlords.
Further, but the court will have that discretion. Again, this is only for motions for this kind of order that are going to happen in that first 45 days. After that, we go back to the default standard in section 4853A. So 2 more pieces here under subsection H. Notwithstanding any other provision of this act, an ejectment action for breach of a rental agreement pursuant to 9 VSA 4467B may proceed in court when the governor terminates the state of emergency by declaration. So this gives a 30-day jump on these types of actions, and the basis that's referenced here in subsection B, there's 2 of them. It's a breach of a material term of the rental agreement, or B2, which we've already seen above, which is the criminal activity, illegal drug activity, et cetera. So if an ejectment action is proceeding on one of those bases, then it can restart as soon as the governor declares an end to the state of emergency. Doesn't have to wait until the end of the emergency period.
Got it.
Okay, last piece, subsection I. This was formerly a change to the underlying statute, which requires notarization. It has been modified so that only applies during the emergency period. So during the emergency period, notwithstanding 4 VSA 27B, a party may file any document that would otherwise require notarization by including the statement, "I declare it's true and accurate, best of my knowledge." So the one addition here is starting on line 13. It says, "I will be subject to the penalty of perjury." The statute ends there, and the addition is this last clause, "or other sanctions in the discretion of the court." So this gives the court some flexibility about what maybe they can impose some other sanction if somebody has filed a false document or a false attestation. And these other 2 pieces, 2 and 3, just follow the underlying statute.
Right. Great. Thank you.
So that's all I have, and I'm going to stop unless there's questions and let other people speak.
And you're with us for the duration?
I am indeed.
Okay.
Right.
So Denise and Faith, I can see where this is headed. It's already 10:30. I'm thinking that our second issue we may not get to today. There's a lot of work and discussion that needs to take place here. So why don't you call the witnesses or get in touch with the witnesses for the unemployment small business piece, and tell them that we're not going to go forward with that today. Unless people have objections and see a real need to get that information done, I think we really need to focus on this particular bill today. And I think there's going to be a lot of questions. So anybody on the committee have concerns with that or feel differently?
No, I think that's good, particularly because we have the Small Business Solutions Task Force meeting at 1:30.
Right. Okay. So if you can call those witnesses and let them know, we're probably going to postpone them. We'll get back to them. We'll postpone them to Monday or Tuesday, but for them to just stay tuned. Can we hear from Josh at this point?
Thank you.
As to what the governor or the administration's position on this concept at this point is, and if they've reviewed the bill, whether they have specific concerns?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Josh.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the record, Josh Hanford. First, thanks, Senator Schrock, and to you and your committee, and also Representative Stevens and his committee on this work, and the stakeholders. They've done a great job of coming to agreement here. This new version addresses many of the concerns that I brought up before about the public safety issues and the need for those evictions in many cases to go forward. Also, the funding piece, I know there might be more time needed on that, but that's kind of critical as well. The sort of flexibility that's given under the existing language is something we support. We will work with the CARES Act and the various funding that's going to come through on that to leverage and work with this appropriation if it moves forward. But the latest conversation about what's going to happen with certain payments that haven't been paid to landlords during this period, not being satisfied, could have a substantial impact on some properties. So I know the idea is to move this eviction part forward quickly, maybe come back to that funding. I think that the federal funding is going to be a big help, but there will be holes. A lot of that's going to go through, housing vouchers, rental assistance, that is not going to touch all these situations. But I'll just leave it at that. So the governor, particularly on the governor's position on this, the governor has not been able to review and respond to this bill. He has it last night. But like I said, many of the issues we raised earlier have been addressed with this new version, and really commend the work of the stakeholders to get to this point. I think that, it's been brought up that other states have issued executive orders to stop evictions much faster. We've looked at the New Hampshire order, for example. They don't have a court process to go through. Their eviction process is much quicker. And so that was of consideration in the governor looking at an executive order in Vermont. That New Hampshire order was reviewed pretty thoroughly, and they have a much different process. I think the main point here, it was raised by many in the committee, is sort of the balance that we're trying to strike here. Relief from these evictions during this time in the interest of public safety, and the balance of folks, this not sending the wrong message that it's okay to not pay your rent or your mortgage, and what that might mean. I know Senator Schrock and Representative Stevens, you received, those comments from VHFA about industry sort of concerns, and that's the balance we're trying to strike here, and what the ultimate message of this will be. And some of that's out of our control. The media, how they look at what this bill says and blast, that there's an eviction and Rents don't have to be paid. That's still of some concern. But the work that's been done is a good step forward. I can't give you the exact governor's position on this today, but I will assure you that it's being looked at and that this is good progress. So that's all I really have. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Could you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
I'm just trying to deal with my mute. Thank you very much. That's very helpful and encouraging. I think there'll probably be more work to be done on this issue, even if this bill goes forward. And we're committed to doing that. I mean, we're in strange circumstances here and trying to get some immediate action, but that doesn't mean we're finished. So thank you. And does any of the committee members have any questions for Josh?
May I ask one, Michael?
Absolutely.
Michael, I mean, Josh, did you hear Tom describe if we took the money out, just because that will slow down the bill for next week? Tom had talked about his committee being more comfortable at the moment with inserting the language to the extent available through federal government funds appropriated will, and then deal with Section 8. Are you have you had a chance to see that, and would you support? I mean, you're not saying whether you fully support it at the moment, but is that sort of the direction you're hoping will go in, rather than a specific amount? But just to
yeah, I heard Representative Stevens. I mean, I think that's fair with what you guys are trying to consider and how to move this. And we don't have the answers either about the federal funds and what if the 5 million was the right number or not. And clearly, DCF and how they're going to administer this. There's a lot to still be figured out there, but the effort to keep that section in there that appropriation to be determined or something is appreciated. That there's still a placeholder there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And my response to that is that I would want to talk with the Rules Committee and the Appropriations Committee, because I don't want to inadvertently slow down this bill by putting an appropriation section in there. We haven't dealt with this stuff. It's kind of crazy. Does this bill then have to go to appropriations for a review? And does that set us back a day? Does it set us back a week until we next meet? We don't know whether we have remote voting yet. So those kinds of questions also need to be answered. But rest assured that I think a very significant piece of this issue is on the spending end as well. That makes people comes up with an equitable solution that tries to make people whole as to the fullest extent possible. Okay, let's move on. One of the things that when we hear from the landlords and the tenants, and to a lesser extent from the courts, is one of the things that I'm concerned about with this bill comes from experience we've already had in other bills. We're moving fast, and we don't have necessarily all the facts. So we want to prevent the hardship, but we may want to skinny this bill down a bit and not deal with issues that are not immediately before us. And for instance, we don't know what the feds are going to do on the money and how that can help either shorten the time period of coverage of this bill, or a lot of the words in this bill that deal with what happens after the emergency goes away. And I draw people's attention to the orders from the county court judges, those specific to Chittenden and Washington County, and they seem to have addressed the same problem we're trying to deal with in a couple of sentences and paragraphs. And that seems, what I'm hearing is that seems to get at the heart of the problem that we need to face immediately for the tenants that may be evicted or homeowners that may be being foreclosed upon, without getting into a lot of detail of how things are to be dealing with in the future. And we may have during, for instance, if we put this into effect for until the declaration is finished, and we just dealt with the stay and not how things are going to be picked up later on. I'm not minimizing the fact that we need to deal with those things, but we may have more time to deal with them, and we may get further input on those things. So for instance, when we were dealing with the unemployment stuff, everything was a moving target from where we were learning about what the federal law did and where we were hearing from other stakeholders who have not been heard from, and a whole raft of issues that came up either during or after the time we had to get that passed. So I would like the testimony to, in addition to telling us of the experience of these negotiations, of, you know, why every piece of this bill is essential at this point, if you know that we will continue to deal with this issue for issues that don't have the immediacy, but we will continue to deal with them over the course of the next weeks and months. So with that, I'd like to, I'm looking for who's on the, Gene, I'd like to hear from you next about where you've been in your negotiations and why you think every part of this bill is essential right now.
Thank you. I'm Jean Murray. I'm an attorney at Vermont Legal Aid. I want to say why we're a stakeholder on the tenant side. When you think about all of the evictions that get filed in Vermont every year, and that the most recent data says that's almost 1,800 evictions get filed every year, about 150 a month. Most of the defendants, most of the tenants are not represented by counsel. To a great extent, the tenants that are represented by counsel are represented by Vermont Legal Aid. So as we have been sitting here talking, I have also been on the email with a lot of my colleagues, gathering the information about how many cases that we have worked on since Administrative Order 49 came out of the judiciary. So Administrative Order 49 that stayed hearings, that's the essential thing that it did. It said, we're not going to hold any hearings unless they're an emergency. That came out on March 16th. Since that time, Legal Services Vermont and Vermont Legal Aid have filed, I think we filed 22 motions to stay. How we found these people, Vermont Legal Aid called all of the sheriffs and said, what writs of possession are you holding? And then we got the names of those people and called them and asked them to call us so we could file motions to stay. We also had people where we knew, because we had worked out settlement agreements for eviction cases, that we knew that people had writs of possession coming up. In other words, the execution date had already been set, and we knew that these were coming up because of settlements that we had been involved in. And so that's where we got knowledge of 22 cases where writs of possession the dates were coming due. Since March 13th, the dates were coming due, and we found 22 of them. And right now, I think 10 or 11 stays have been granted, and 11 motions for stay are pending. In the meantime, individual county courts, starting with Chittenden, Washington, then Windsor, and this morning Wyndham, have done that brief stay. But what that says is that they won't hold any hearings on writs of possession and won't issue any, which is fine, which is great. But that doesn't take care of the ones that were already agreed to and are already pending, and those dates are coming up. So this bill is needed to stay all of those all across the state.
Right.
So that's what we've been doing.
Let me ask a question because I'm a little unclear. So the 22 are where the writs of possession have been issued. I don't know if I can't remember whether it's by a judge or by the court clerk, and that writ of possession has been served on the tenant, and in that writ of possession it says 2 weeks from now I'm coming there. If you're not out, I'm going to move you out.
Different writs of possession have different number of days.
Okay.
And so yes, these are ones that the court has issued a writ of possession, or the parties, the landlord and tenant, have agreed that a writ of possession will issue, and they've agreed as to the move out date. And those were coming up where people settled their cases and tenants walked out of court with writ of possession in their hands that set a specific date.
And that's 22 that you've found by calling the sheriffs or by they were your clients to begin with?
Yes, and we have done a little bit of looking through dockets, but the court keeps a docket on every case. And as I say, there's 150 cases filed a month all across the state. And so it's not that easy to find them by just looking at docket entries. That would be a lot of docket entries to review.
Okay. But are all of those, have they been, all of them been served already by a sheriff or constable?
Well, we pulled back some from the sheriffs. We found out where the sheriffs were holding them and hadn't yet served them.
Okay.
They had them in their in baskets to serve.
Okay.
Some have already been served, and some are already in the hands of the tenants because they walked out of court with them in their hands.
Okay, and you're saying if they have been served, the orders from these 4 counties doesn't cover that? The sheriff is going to go out and move people out of the houses if the people don't leave?
Right. Neither Administrative Order 49 nor these 4 counties' orders would stop the execution of the writs that are in people's hands. Like, for instance, we talked to the sheriff in Caledonia County who was holding some writs in his hand, and he said, he needed to communicate with the tenants about this, but he also told them to call legal aid so that legal aid could file motions to stay.
Thank you.
Is there any, Judge Grierson, I know you probably had conversations with the judges that have issued this, why they didn't, could they have, and why didn't they order sheriffs who a writ of possession had been served did they purposely, they must have known that those people were still, I don't want to be judgmental, but at risk. Did they purposely leave out that group of people?
Senator, I have spoken with the judges. I can't tell you why they didn't issue orders broader than the ones that have been issued. But keep in mind that with those 5 counties having issued these orders, that still leaves 9 counties that haven't issued these
Right.
orders. And the other issue, as simplistic as the orders appear, so far they have not been challenged whether or not an individual judge can issue a standing order for a class of cases as opposed to an individual case based on its circumstances. So I can't tell you why the judges that issued these orders didn't go further than they did. But there are still more than half of the counties out there that have not issued these kinds of orders. And from what I understand, will not be issuing similar orders. So right now you have a mix of orders out there relating to these issues. And if nothing more, the bill would resolve that inconsistency.
I understand the rationale of uniformity. It just struck me as curious is if they were trying to achieve a goal of dealing with this virus, COVID-19, why they stopped short on a small number of people who were still in their homes and still in the process, and why there was, whether you knew of any rationale as to people who had been served with writs of possession wouldn't get the same protection.
And I can't speak to that, Senator. Why they didn't go beyond what they did.
But you agree with Gene that the orders that have come out thus far do not protect somebody. There's no stay on somebody who's already been served with a writ of possession.
Some of the orders vary a little bit in their language, but overall, I would agree with that statement.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
helpful.
I did want to say, now I lost my train of thought. I would like, one of the things about the stakeholders in this, and Angela can also speak to this, is legal aid is at this table because we represent a lot of tenants. The people that represent a great deal of landlords, Vermont Landlord Association, and we also heard from the attorney that represents a lot of the large nonprofits to work out these things. We are really familiar with all the ins and outs of eviction process and all the beginning and the middle and end. And so that's, so the things in this order, I believe, you wanted to talk about why all of these different pieces were necessary. We wanted to be very specific about that this is staying the cases, staying the issuance of orders, staying the issuance of writs of possession, staying the issuance of orders for foreclosure sale, staying executions of writs of possession. And we took each of those independent actions and were very specific about it. There were some questions about rent into court process. The idea of rent into court in Vermont system, the court holds a hearing on whether or not the landlord's complaint for eviction should be granted, whether the landlord should be granted possession, and how much money, who owes to who. So all of those are set up to be regular trials. And because that process can take a couple of months, Vermont has a rent into court statute. And the rent into court statute says at any time in the eviction process that the tenant becomes delinquent in any amount of rent, not the whole rent or whatever, they're just delinquent in any amount of rent, the landlord can seek a rent into court order so that there is money there at the end of the case, not necessarily all the money that the landlord is owed, but there is some money while the case pens. So when the case comes to judgment, the court decides how much total money is owed to the landlord. And so nothing about rent into court or this particular piece where we have said at the time the rent into court hearing is held, it will be the rent owed from the end of the state of the emergency or service up until the rent into court day, and then ongoing further. Nothing about that process says that tenants don't owe the whole rent. They owe the whole rent. And what we are advising people is that even if they have reduced income during the state of emergency, they should be paying what rent they can, because at the end of the day, they're going to owe the whole thing. So I hope that clarifies a little bit about why the rent into court order piece is in there. Because we expect that once the state of emergency is ended, people will go back to work, but it will take them a while to earn enough money to be able to pay their whole rent into court.
So the part that we went through with David Hall, where it seemed to say that new rent into court proceedings should only capture the rent from the time of that proceeding to it should start with the time of that proceeding and have a payment schedule going forward until the eviction takes place. It sounded to me like what it said was that because of this stay, at least in terms of what the court was ordering in the rent into court process, would not include the period of the stay.
It may not, but the point is, it would allow the tenant an ability to keep their apartment while the ejectment process got adjudicated. So, because they would be paying on a schedule going forward, but it wouldn't essentially preempt that process by saying, hey, today $8,000 is due, and oh, you don't have it, so get out now. It is what we assume is going to happen is that there will be rental relief money available. That's one of the pieces of the rent into court, which is when the judges set rent into court, this bill would allow them for 40 days after the emergency period, 45 days after the emergency period, to consider the financial circumstances, which is not currently in the law. So this is just a session law. It would just be for this time. And in considering the tenant's financial circumstances, the judge could also consider whether the tenant availed themselves of available rental assistance funding during this time. In other words, this is not for rent forgiveness. We're trying to balance the responsibility of tenants with what is practical during this period of time.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Jean?
No.
Let's move on to Angela.
Thank you, Senator Sorokin and the committee. My name's Angela Zakowski. I'm the director of the Vermont Landlords Association. I'm also a practicing attorney, and I represent landlords throughout the state of Vermont, generally in eviction proceedings. So I am very well versed on sort of the landlord side of the eviction process and a lot of the issues that they are facing. I want to let the committee know that while you are seeing this bill for the first time in this version, this is something that behind the scenes, many of us have been working on for a couple of weeks. And what we have tried to bring you is a balanced bill where we have spent considerable time weighing both the rights and responsibilities for tenants and for landlords. And given this sort of extreme situation that we have found ourselves in, have tried to find a balance where we have protections that, given the governor's order, going to provide some safety for people to stay in their homes, but also balances the needs and interests of landlords. And one of the biggest components to this bill is the funding piece and the expectation that some assistance is going to be available to help people make their rent payments. Landlords are being encouraged to communicate with their banks, to inquire about mortgage forbearance, to provide some relief for them on that regard. I know some municipalities have extended tax payment deadlines without penalties or interest. That also can provide some relief. But this is a time when we all need to be in this together. And so we have created this bill to try to do that, to not only deal with this period of emergency, but for a brief period after that, as we know the courts are going to be dealing with a huge number of cases that they have to address, that people are going to be newly back to work, and trying to find a sort of collaborative approach to just keep the process and people safe and moving forward. And along with making sure landlords get rent payments or have some money coming in. I'm happy to answer any specific questions.
That last point is, I know we heard, or at least last week we heard from Mr. Handy, and it seemed like he wasn't necessarily comfortable that this bill or this proposal would have money coming in, continuing to come into landlords. Is he part of your association, or are you hearing from landlords that feel differently?
What I'm hearing from landlords is they are wanting to know what resources are available for their tenants. Many of them are in communication with their tenants and will be passing that information along. This bill in Section 8 contemplates expanding the emergency housing program beyond its current state to allow, and I think the bill also would provide for some additional rules. Those are not things that have been worked out. I mean, one option would be to allow landlords to petition in for the rent payments if their tenants haven't done it. Those are not things that have specifically been worked out in this bill, but could be a way to ensure that the money goes to landlords for rent payments.
Okay. Given the
may I ask Angela a question?
yes.
Angela, how many of your landlords are applying to any of the SBA programs, that are available for small businesses? Because they're all basically small businesses.
Right, they are, and I'm not entirely sure. I know I've been providing them with that information, and I believe the application today is the first day that actually applications are open, or maybe even Monday. So we're not quite there yet. But that information has been provided to them. Whether they're taking advantage of it, I don't know. But I am getting that out, and I have received communication and information directly from some of the SBA representatives.
Great, because there is going to be obviously some assistance for them as small business owners, or not so small business owners.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And part of my job right now is just to get that information out to them so they know.
So it sounds like you would like to have us keep Section 8, and that you'd like to have us add the language that Tom Stevens was talking about, to the extent that possible. We would be putting money, no matter where it originated, state, feds, wherever, into this.
Yes, I think Section 7 and Section 8 are critical components to this bill. Whether
but a modified and more flexible Section 7.
I think that's probably prudent. I understand that the number that was in there was a placeholder.
Right.
So that, from your perspective, is critical, even if we were intent upon doing something in that area, but we thought that provision would slow down the bill. Your position on the bill would change if we deleted it, just to make sure we can get this passed quickly. It doesn't have to go to the appropriations, through the appropriations process.
I have always said through this process that providing a funding mechanism for tenants and for landlords is critical. And I think it becomes more critical if we're talking about stopping the processes which allow landlords to deal with these financial issues. To the extent that it needs to be stripped out at this time to move this bill along, it makes me uncomfortable because I think the funding is the critical piece here, and providing that security.
Okay. Do you have the question of the ancillary pieces of this bill beyond the moratorium pieces? As I said before, I'm a little uncomfortable in terms of not knowing what we're going to learn in the next 30 days on a number of fronts to be dealing with some of the detail in this bill. I appreciate, certainly as a former lobbyist, the fact of all the work that's been done behind the scenes, and it's actually very good news for legislators to hear that there's agreement among the stakeholders, but to date, but to add those pieces now. And I guess what I'm thinking of is taking something like the court orders and adding the
landlords and tenants and the various folks who work with landlords and tenants some plan and some predictability and some certainty and understanding what they are going to be facing while we're under this state of emergency. Part of the issue that I think all of us are having is a level of uncertainty. And so if we deal with just part of it now and say we're going to save the rest of it for later, we still have a huge deal of uncertainty of what that's going to look like. So I think the entire bill is important.
Okay.
For that reason.
Well, I thank you for that. And obviously, the flip side is if we learn new things, we could always amend the bill in accordance with that.
Correct.
But I appreciate the work you've done. Okay, that's great. Judge Grierson, I remember there was some administrative difficulties for the courts the last time I was involved in a hearing here. Has that been addressed in terms of a time frame of notices, or have you been relieved of that obligation somehow?
Well, the short answer is no, as I look at this draft, but during the course of the morning here, I've had a chance to look at previous drafts where I thought the parties had agreed to eliminate. I'm looking at paragraph, let's see, it's under C, pending foreclosure and ejectment actions. And if you look at paragraph 2, it talks about the court would give notice not later than 5 days. And I thought the parties had agreed to remove that, at least an earlier draft, interim draft from one of the parties had eliminated that.
Yes, we talked about that on Tuesday. I thought that was going to be changed too, that the time frame that you were going to add a more realistic time frame. Brian.
No, I think what I said was the 5 days wasn't realistic, and I think it would be a mistake to put any time frame, because the reality is we would get out notice as soon as we can, and having a arbitrary time doesn't seem to assist the process. We'll either, if you put in another time frame, we'd either make it or we wouldn't. But the important thing is to get the notices out there. So I would just suggest that it be left, that we'll get notice out. And I thought Angela and Jean and the rest of the folks involved had agreed that time limit could come out. And before I say anything further, I would just say that Angela, Jean, Wendy Morgan, Nancy Sybeck have worked extremely hard to bring this bill to where it is now, and the court's involvement. They've shared drafts as they've gone along. The court had, I'm going to say, about a half a dozen relatively discrete issues that we wanted to address, and the parties have addressed the concerns of the judiciary, with the exception of this 5-day limit, which I thought was coming out, and just the paragraph before it, and I'll explain that in a minute. But other than that, those two paragraphs, the court is comfortable with this bill, and I understand your concern Senator Sirotkin about the simplicity of those other court orders, but I think, and again, you've heard me say it before, I think what's important is consistency across the state, and this bill, I think, attempts not only to address pending cases, which is critical, cases that may come up during this interim period, which we don't know how long it's going to last, but a framework that suggests a way at the end of this emergency period. I can tell you that the court obviously is cognizant of what they could be facing at the end of this emergency period. They are also working towards a plan, but I think everyone needs to have some plan in shape, and we may have to change it. So I do have one other change, but I don't want to get into that unless the committee wants me to at this point.
It would be helpful if you can do it quickly. Yes,
sure, I can do it. So,
sorry, Brian, could we just hear from Jean and Angela about the 5 days? I mean,
sure.
Did you guys discuss that, and what's your?
Because in an earlier draft, it had already been taken out. So what I think is just a little bit of an accident here that it.
That's what I thought.
Okay,
that would be my recollection as well.
So it would just say in paragraph 2, shall issue any necessary orders and provide notice to the parties of the stay, period.
Do you have that, David?
David, you're muted.
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
Okay,
so
thank you.
And then if you go to the preceding paragraph, and again, Jean and Angela, I think we had agreed on this. It reads the last clause, and outstanding orders in those actions are stayed. That is a very broad concept, and there may be orders that folks do not want stayed. So the language that, again, in an earlier draft we had included was at the end of where it says foreclosures under 12 VSA chapter 172. At that point, the language was going to read, as well as any outstanding orders in those actions which could lead to execution of a writ of possession against a tenant or resident are stayed until the end of the emergency period. And then that language would make it clear that what we're dealing with is orders that would result in someone being removed from premises, as opposed to any number of other orders that may be in effect. And I think the parties had agreed to that language.
Yes, that's my recollection we had. Yes.
That is not language that I have. I may have.
David, I can send you that language.
Okay, thank you.
I would echo that. I agree. I think it just got left out of this draft.
Okay, so go ahead, Judge.
Those were the only changes. Otherwise, as I said, the parties had worked hard to get the draft to this point, and they had reflected other changes we had suggested. So
thank you.
The court supports this bill in its present form with those minor changes.
Thank you. So we haven't talked very much about foreclosures. What can, Jean, what can you tell us about the discussions around that? And have there been other stakeholders that have talked about that? I mean, we're doing a bill here that not only limits evictions, but limits foreclosure actions.
Well, for both ejectment and foreclosure, the landlord or the mortgagee can file the case and commence it. So it's those, if there's deadlines or limitations, those actions can still be filed. They just need to stay or pause right where they are. Legal Aid in the past has done a lot with foreclosures. And so I understand the foreclosure process and I can outline it for you. But the notion is by the end of the foreclosure process, after the redemption period has happened, the plaintiff can seek a writ of possession, which is a 30-day writ. And we know of the 22 things that I mentioned, at least one of the pending motions is to stay a writ of possession in a foreclosure case. So at the end of a well, not the end, it's not quite the end of a foreclosure case, it's kind of in the middle, because once the period of redemption is ended, a lot of times a foreclosing mortgagee wants to have the property vacant so that they can move on to a foreclosure sale. The standing orders in the, I guess 5, because Franklin County has now added a standing order similar to Chittenden, Washington, Windsor and Wyndham, says that they will stay all orders for foreclosure sale. But if there's writs of possession outstanding in foreclosure cases, just like there are writs of possession outstanding in ejectment cases, those need to be stayed too. And so that's why foreclosures are included.
So, I mean, I guess the counterpart to the landlord association in these negotiations for foreclosures might be lending institutions. Have you been in contact with any lending institutions? I know we heard, we were here briefly from Chris. Delia, and I don't know that we have online, but certainly there have been emails exchanged. Have you heard anything from any of those lending institutions with their potential issues with this legislation, or did the House, as far as you know?
Other than Chris Delia, I don't think we've heard anything. If Wendy is on the call, she may have had some contacts with some other people. I mean, Chris Delia's argument was essentially foreclosure process is different. It already takes a long time. And it is true that there is the 6-month period of redemption between the time the case is filed, a judgment is granted, 6-month period of redemption is right in the statute. And then there is a second period of redemption all the way up to the time of sale. In other words, if the homeowner can pay off everything they owe, that's what redemption means. But there's cases in process.
Right.
By my count, there's 852 foreclosures filed a year, and it doesn't really matter how long the process was before the period of redemption ends. Right now, we're got a number of cases where the period of redemption is ending and that a writ of possession could be sought. So that's why we included foreclosures. Not to stop the beginning of the case, because the beginning of the case can still happen.
Right.
To stop the very end of the case.
Right.
And there is an off-ramp for foreclosures for the emergency situations like there is for evictions, where the parties could go in and plead their case still?
If there was an emergency, yes. And I imagine emergency isn't going to be as big of a thing in a foreclosure case as it might be in an eviction case.
Right.
We did have a conversation, and we did end up putting some things in there, I believe at the suggestion of the judiciary, about the foreclosure piece, thinking about empty properties. But
I remember seeing something on that, but I don't know exactly what.
Our feeling about, so where a lot of times mortgage lenders or the foreclosing mortgagee is not necessarily a Vermont bank or somebody local. A lot of times it is somebody who's the servicer of a mortgage, who is somebody from a national company. And while they might believe that the place is already vacant, our experience has been that the places aren't necessarily vacant. They may not have heard from the homeowner in a long time. And I guess the difference for me is right in the landlord-tenant statute, vacant properties, the tenants are required and landlords are required to check in with each other if they think that the property is vacant. They're supposed to ascertain the intentions of the tenant. And that nothing exists like that in the foreclosure process. As a matter of fact, by the time a foreclosing mortgagee, which could be a national servicer, is on the scene, the homeowner often doesn't have a number to call that will actually be answered by a person who knows what's going on. So there are a lot of, we have had more than one case of the bank thinking that the property was empty when it is actually still occupied. So,
And
that's why we would include.
And the 5 counties that have initiated this countywide stay, those apply to foreclosures equally?
Well, they apply to, in the wording from the 5 counties is fairly standard, and it applies to anybody seeking a motion for a writ of possession. But again, that's just in 5 counties, and it leaves the other.
I understand that, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But it does apply to foreclosures, not just evictions.
Yes, it would, I believe.
Okay. And what is the process? I think I understand the process from an issuance of a writ of possession and service of a writ of possession to execution. I think that's one of the key gaps we're trying to deal with on the eviction side.
Right.
Is that the same thing for a foreclosure, that there is a writ of possession issued and served, and then the person has to get out by a certain day?
In an eviction judgment, it says if judgment is granted to the statute literally says if judgment is granted to the plaintiff, the court shall issue a writ of possession. In foreclosure, the plaintiff, the foreclosing mortgagee, needs to make a motion for a writ of possession. But
okay, so once they get that writ of possession, then it's the same thing. It goes to the sheriff, and the sheriff serves it and then executes it if during the period of time that the homeowner doesn't get out, then they can be moved out. Is that correct?
yes, so the court does not send these things to the sheriff. The plaintiff takes the writ of possession that's been issued by the court and delivers it to the sheriff. Writs of possession, according to law, are effective for 60 days. In other words, the date of execution mentioned in the writ of possession, if it's not served, the writ of possession expires by itself in 60 days. Is that right, Angela? Did I get that right?
That's correct.
So, so plaintiffs, when they have a writ of possession, they call the sheriff, send the paperwork over to the sheriff. Angela would know more about that than I would.
Okay, so let me interrupt you. A couple of us have received an email from Chris Delia, who would like to testify, and he has been asking consistently to testify. So I'd like to figure out a way if Faith or Denise can let him be unmuted, and he could tell us if he has any concerns, or at least educate us on things we might need to know. Is that possible, Faith?
This is Faith. If Denise sends him an invitation and he sends me an email when he's ready, we'll open the meeting.
Great.
Okay, we'll do that right now.
Okay. Thank you. Now I got to get back to where I was.
Yeah.
Oh no. Well, okay, there we go. Okay, so does anybody have any further questions for any of our witnesses at this point while we await to hear from Chris?
No, I'm comfortable with this. I guess my one question is how we can facilitate the money piece, but making it flexible and for the moment, and maybe having a talk with Jane to figure out how we could keep it out of appropriations.
Okay, we will do that. I'm feeling like, given the time frame here, we may have to have a meeting on Monday, or hopefully not very long before we
Right.
take.
And how does, given that I understand from Becca that we're meeting Wednesday as a body.
Right.
And so if we came to consent, if we could agree and vote out this bill on Monday, that gives us time to consider it on Wednesday, right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So while we're waiting for Chris, I'd like to have a little bit of committee discussion on, you know, levels of comfort with the bill and any other outstanding issues committee members may have, and specifically whether I guess we want to go the route sort of similar to what the House deadlines are, or shorten them with the idea of continuing to look at it, or leave them there. And if we find out new information, we can come back and amend the bill. So it's open for discussion at this point.
I think we're in a good place on this bill. The one concern I have, and it's ongoing, is the commercial leases, which is I had wanted, after we finished this discussion, to get a sense from David about how complicated or not it would be to add something about commercial rent, because again, for small businesses like restaurants in particular, the rental piece is really hanging over their heads. So I was hoping we could do something with it, but it may be something we could do as a further action. It's
right. I really appreciate that point. I meant to raise it, and I think probably the way to go, if we're shooting for Wednesday, is to make a commitment to take that issue up separately, and we will find out, how big of an issue it is and how immediate of an issue it is. I know there's a lot of help out there on the federal side for small businesses, both landlords who are renting shopping centers or commercial businesses, as well as the tenant restaurants. But I think if we start opening that issue now, we're going to slow down this, which is pretty close to closure.
I agree, and I just wanted to get a sense from David about how difficult it is. But maybe we could talk about that on Monday, because our time is already short.
I think it would also be useful, to the extent that we can get a sense of what the federal timelines are, to provide us with more information, because acting on this, the federal information is really critical.
Yeah, I share that belief, but I've come around to the point that we're going to have to be nimble and flexible, and we could do something different than what the House has suggested, and continue to look at it over the next couple of weeks as we learn more from the Fed, or we can do exactly or very similar to the House has done, and also continue to look at it over the next couple of weeks and make a change. So,
right.
What we heard from the landlords lobbyist is that there's a certain degree of comfort they take in knowing that, at least as a default placement going forward, beyond the lifting of the declaration, they have some plan from the legislature already. And I think they've worked hard at it, and you don't always find landlords and tenants in agreement. And I think, part of the thing is that we're all in this together, and people realize it. Yep.
Becca or Cheryl?
I think we're in good shape.
I'm glad.
Cheryl?
A woman of many words.
Cheryl?
I said, I'm glad to see the stakeholders agreeing, and I agree that to have at least a skeleton of a plan beyond the emergency is something that is necessary. And if we need to change it, we can always amend things.
So, and realistically, the only thing that's going to happen immediately is the stay. So we will have time to look at other issues. But I'm
I
still
think
waiting for Chris. Denise, any luck?
Getting there.
a good new break moment.
I just heard from Chris, no email yet.
It's coming. Some technical difficulties.
Does that, well, we all theoretically have our invitation. Would that work if we, or not, oh, we're not allowed to do that? If we send
Senator,
Chris.
Denise has sent it out. We'll get Chris on shortly. If you would just hang with us, it would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else to add at this point? David, there are a couple of changes that you've heard about. We can talk after as well, and we can get that out to the committee as soon as possible. Do we want to set a time for Monday to button up this finally?
So why don't we just do 9:30? Why don't we do 9:30?
Okay, why don't we do 9:30, and we'll probably just do this, and as long as it just takes us, and we'll probably set another meeting for Tuesday at our usual time, from 9:30 to 11:45, with an agenda yet to be determined.
Yeah. And
while we're waiting for Chris Delia, can I just say, I was disappointed. I understood why DOL needed to cancel on us, but I'm actually hearing more about that issue than any other issue right now, that people still cannot get through to DOL. And so I don't know how we can be supporting them better. I don't know if they've been asking for what they need, but more than any other issue, that is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and I think you're probably hearing more of it. I have a daughter-in-law who's living up here with us now, who just lost her job in New York State, and she can't get through to the New York State thing.
Yeah.
So it is it is a question of resources, and I think one of the things I said to them when I was on the phone with them was, what you need really has to come from you asking.
You're right.
us. We're a partner. We don't know the minutia of your system, whether you can use more staff, more IT,
Right.
but there's dollars out there, and we need to worry about repaying those dollars later if it's going to make a difference in terms of flattening the curve. So we need to get these people some support, and we'll be talking about that. If you want to join in on our task force call at what time is it? 1:30 at this point?
1:30.
Yeah, it's not technically within our jurisdiction, but I'm sure it's going to get there.
Okay.
No question.
Yeah.
It's in Cheryl, you and Chris have been tasked with the UI stuff, right?
We're doing with the inequities in payments.
Right. Right. Yep. Okay. I'm still waiting for Chris. I better charge my laptop here.
So if we have a moment, can I ask a question?
Absolutely, David.
So considering the discussion that you just had about commercial leases and whether you'll pursue that issue in another vehicle, can I go ahead and just add a small piece to this bill that expressly limits it to ejectment actions concerning residential leases?
Oh, right. They had asked for that. That you'd asked for that on page 10, the before the duties, you'd asked for that third definition.
If that's what you want.
I think we probably need it at this point. And then maybe on Monday, you could leave a little bit of room just to explain to us the complexities of the commercial lease intervention.
I think, you can, I think you should put that in. I think we will deal with that. I mean, I don't know if those Judge Grierson, do you know whether the orders in the 5 counties extends to commercial leases as well?
I'd have to reread them, Senator, with that in mind. I don't have one right in front of me, but
Okay.
I think they were geared, I want to say they were geared to residential, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay.
Jean may have, David will probably know.
That really wouldn't change my opinion of how we should approach this at this point.
Right.
I think we want to hear from some of the, we did hear from one, Jed Davis from the Farmhouse Group, but we haven't heard from. And actually, that raises one other question I have for the stakeholders here. Generally, we've heard from some public entities, public housing entities, that they had some concern with the moratorium. And I'm wondering, I assume you've had discussions with them, and I trust that their overarching concerns have been addressed. There was some concern that it may affect bonding markets, and the treasurer might have some issues. So could Jean, could you touch upon that a little bit?
My understanding from an email from Maura Collins a few days ago, that the CARES Act and the HUD affects HUD-funded properties, and low-income housing tax credit properties are not funded by HUD. And so the CARES Act isn't specifically addressing them, which is why they're concerned about making sure it's funded for those kind of low-income properties. That the CARES Act and the HUD, wow, I'm echoing.
It's Chris. Chris Delia's joined us, and Chris, if you mute, then we won't hear ourselves on the live stream. Thanks so much.
Yep.
And welcome.
Go ahead, Jean.
So they are concerned about making sure that there's rental assistance available for tenants in the low-income tax credit properties. Is a concern that you're worried about?
I think so. I mean, so we could deal with that in making sure that our appropriation language does not in any way limit ourselves to CARES Act funding if CARES Act monies is restrictive, because we have potential to use other monies as well to make sure there's no inequities perhaps there. But so there has been no follow-up as far as you know? I will follow up with you and others to make sure there's no lingering issue there at this point.
Right.
Over the weekend.
I think the person to follow up with is the Earhart from Affordable Housing Coalition. My understanding is they are still like wondering exactly what money is coming and where it's coming and how to figure it out. They don't know yet. They're worried about it.
I will get in touch with Earhart. We were playing email tag at 2:30 in the morning last night. Okay, so Chris, you unmute yourself. Thank you. I hope you will educate us and not throw a wrench in this whole thing at this point.
Well, good morning, folks. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. For your record, Chris Delia, President of the Vermont Bankers Association. This is an interesting day for the banking industry and businesses in Vermont because we have been spending the last 5 or 6 hours trying to get the Paycheck Protection Act program up and running. And while we got the guidance, final guidance last night from Treasury at about 6:30, I can tell you that the infrastructure behind the scenes was not ready. And it is an incredible challenge trying to roll that out this morning. That said, I wanted to listen to your discussion this morning on this bill. And Senator, to your point, if we were talking here last week, as I had testified with Representative Stevens' committee and Representative Marcotte's committee, I would have voiced opposition to the foreclosure portions of this bill for reasons that I will briefly go into. But at this point, it's clear to me that the train has left the station. So I will still voice that opposition, but it's not going to stop you from passing the bill. At this point, and the reason I offered the testimony last week is because the issue in the marketplace has really passed this discussion by. We got to a point very early on in this crisis that we were working with borrowers and have been on both the commercial and residential side, that none of my institutions were going to move forward with foreclosure, even if it was in process. Bank of America, JP Morgan, Chase have not moved forward with foreclosure. The secondary markets have shut down the foreclosure process. In listening to Judge Grierson the other day in his testimony, and I had to call him just to verify, even the courts have basically stayed anything that's going to go on with the foreclosure process. So at this point, and last week, my view is, why do we need a piece of legislation that has already been dealt with in the marketplace? We recognize, well, first of all, we don't want to throw anybody out of their homes. We would love it if everybody paid their bills, but that's not the reality. In today's environment, we are not going to throw anybody out of their homes because it creates more of a healthcare crisis than anything else. So while I appreciate Gene's testimony, I felt it was important that I represent my industry and you hear directly from us as to what we are doing. And I can tell you on foreclosures, we're not doing anything at this point and have no intent to do anything until we get out of this crisis and the courts are back up and running. And then if there is a new normal, we will get back to that. So that was my opposition to the legislation. But again, the train's left the station, so I understand that.
Okay, thank you very much. And my apologies for not getting you into the committee last week. I was had other things I was dealing with, so I appreciate you coming on now, and I think we're good to go unless anybody has any questions for Chris.
Just Michael, just one question, Chris. Does that apply to all foreclosures, including commercial?
Well, as you can imagine, Senator, we are working countless hours, regardless of what passed with Congress last Friday. We are working countless hours to try and help all of our borrowers, both commercial and residential. And that includes any number of approaches based on their individual circumstances, so forbearance and so on. The challenge you run into with commercial, as you alluded to earlier, Senator Sorokin, is the relationship between the commercial entity and the property owner that they're renting from. And that's beyond our control. We're actually on both sides of that because we've got a business that we've probably funded who's renting that space. And then we've got the landlord that we probably funded who's leasing that space. But the purpose of eviction or the issue of eviction is really left up to them. Our goal working with the businesses right now, whether it's the landlord or the tenant, is to try and avail them of the PPP program to see whether they can access funding under that. I can tell you right now, just to give you a quick glimpse, as of 9:30 this morning, there were 50 applications, 50 banks across the country that had filed 1,123 applications, and $402.5 million had already been claimed under the program. It's a $350 billion program. I'm concerned by the end of the day or Monday, it's all drawn down. And then we're having to go back to Congress to figure out what the next package looks like. So this is, you can't believe the pace this is moving at right now.
Right. For a program that hasn't rolled out yet. I mean, that's just rolling in.
A program that unfortunately, as I had a conference call with our SBA director this morning, I have 4 pages worth of questions from my bankers who are rolling out the program today without those questions being answered. So I commend SBA. They have done a phenomenal job. This has really been Treasury who's been driving the bus in developing the guidelines. And I have to give them some credit because they did it in less than 6 days. But every time you get the new guidelines comes out, you get 4 pages worth of questions, and it's tough to move forward on a loan without knowing what the closing document even looks like or what you're certifying to. So we're working through all of that today as we speak.
Chris, could you, is there a way you can send me those updated numbers at the end of the business today?
If I get them, I'm not sure I'm going to get them. My goal over the weekend is to send every legislature an update on what's happening out there as far as branches, as far as working with individuals, businesses, and municipalities to give you an update on the implementation of the PPP program. So that is my goal this weekend, to put all of that together and get it out to every legislator.
Okay, is there, we're having a meeting, as you may know, at 1:30 that's going to include this issue. It's a preliminary meeting, but basically in my conversations with Representative Marcotte, we want to know how we can help industry, the government, other than getting out of their way, but with resources and public relations, education, to help this along, so people know what's available and know that, and not get confused by all the different portals they can go through. So I don't know if you have any general thoughts at this point. I know it's going to change by Monday, you know.
Yeah, it's going to change within the next hour, unfortunately. What I have found to be the best portal for overall resources for businesses in Vermont is what ACCD has put together, because they're trying to incorporate everybody else's information. As far as the PPP program, if you've got businesses who are contacting you, my recommendation is you get a hold of them, and they need to communicate with their borrowers ASAP. We've tried to, or Treasury tried to come up with a very streamlined application and information requirements, but for small businesses, we know that's going to be challenging. You asked a question of what we can do. Here's the reality for many of these businesses. Some will be able to take on the loans and afford to pay them back over a period of time, but we're going to have a growing number of businesses in Vermont that need an outright grant. And if they can't qualify for the PPP program, or if the money's run out with the PPP program and they can't get in, we don't have enough resources in Vermont to give grants out to the businesses. The grant portion of the PPP program is the first 8 weeks dealing with payroll or rent or mortgage payments. And that's a number that people are going to have to try and get their arms around. And that's the forgivable portion that they are going to be able to access. But again, if you can't get into the program because there's no more funding, we, the state of Vermont, do not have enough grant monies to respond to the request. I heard of a figure yesterday that the anticipated $350 billion is about 5% of the estimated need across the country.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
And you're suggesting that that money might run out by the end of the day or the weekend, or?
Well, yes. I'm suggesting, let me give myself a little bit of more time. I'm going to suggest that the money's probably going to be gone by early next week. Or let me rephrase that, the drawdown on the $350 billion will be gone by early next week. It's then the question of what happens after that. And in hearing from the Treasury, they recognize that they're going to have to probably go back and put another package in front of Congress. Well, Congress, as I understand it, is out to April 20th, which means they've got to get back in session. They've got to review that package, and they've got to reach agreement on it. I heard yesterday on a call that some senators across the country are reluctant to go down that road until we see what this first program looks like in the rollout. So there's so many moving pieces to this that people may have to wait 2, 3, 4 weeks before there's another pot of money that businesses may be able to access. It's just moving that quickly.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Let me leave you with this. Our banks are full steam ahead, taking applications, trying to get them into the SBA portal, which has already crashed several times. And our goal is to try and get as much or as many of our borrowers on that drawdown list as possible before the funds run out.
Right.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Yep.
So much for the
Uh,
promise of that program. Okay.
So, Chair, the Senate Rules Committee starts in about 4 minutes, and where would you like? What do you want us to do?
I would actually, Becca, could you carry our water on that and just find out whether if we vote this bill out on Monday, can we get it on the calendar to be talked? I don't know whether we suspend the rules, I guess, and do everything in one day, but can we get it for discussion on that? And also knowing that I will be speaking to Jane about any appropriations issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, everybody. Bye-bye.
Senator, are you?
Hello, Senator.
Excuse me?
This is Faith. I just want to know if you want to end live stream.
Please do.
And welcome to the afternoon meeting of the Vermont House Education Committee meeting. We are continuing our discussion on the COVID-19 response, and we have a variety of people here speaking to us from the field as to what's going on. I spoke briefly with Mill Moore the other day. I'm happy to have him here today. So Mill and Ed Nasta. Mill, why don't you go first as the executive director of the Vermont Independent Schools Association? And I understand this is primarily related to special education. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Webb, for welcoming me and members of the committee for your attention here this afternoon. I just want to make a quick observation that this is certainly not my first teleconference in the last few days. I've looked at several online from state government. I've also participated in others with other groups for other reasons. Figuring out things as we go along seems to be a remarkable talent here in Vermont. We're moving it very rapidly toward adapting to this extraordinary situation that we're in. It's working reasonably well, I think. So I am Mill Moore, Executive Director of the Vermont Independent Schools Association. And yes, I am here today to talk about special education in the special education only independent schools. We held a teleconference amongst the heads of many of those schools a few days ago. I wrote a brief summary of that meeting and forwarded it to the two education committees. And that was the impetus for my being invited to be here today. To brief you on what is being observed out there in the field amongst these schools, of which there are 32 in Vermont, enrolling roughly 800 students These are all students who are quite disabled. Their disabilities are so serious that they can't stay in their former local school, so they have been sent to a school that specializes in the disabilities that they have. Adaptation to the COVID-19 school closings and distance learning developments has been really challenging for these schools. The school heads tell me that many of them were skeptical at the very beginning that a distance learning approach would work, but their skepticism has been proven at least partly mistaken. Things are working to some extent, but as you might imagine, there are some problems, and I want to address some of those. First, I'm going to talk about the problems that they're experiencing from the student point of view, and then I'll turn to the school's point of view. The main problems are getting in communication with schools, with students' homes. Internet access, as everybody I think understands, is limited in some regions of Vermont. In some regions, it's not even present at all. Some households cannot afford internet service or the electronic equipment that goes with it, the laptops or iPads or so forth. I listened back on Friday when Erin McGuire testified to your committee, and I remember clearly she stressed how important is family cooperation with a distance learning approach for students with disabilities. But family cooperation isn't always possible for a couple of important reasons. One might be that the family members are essential workers. They're out of the house. Or second, and this is really very important, is some families are very fragile, and students are part of that fragility. So reaching them is really important, and they are very hard to reach because even if they do have internet connections or telephone connections, sometimes there's no cooperation in actually making the contact. So those are all equity sort of issues tied up with the new medium of remote communication. The schools themselves, as you might imagine, are worried about revenue, retaining staff, sustaining their business models, and moving into their programs that they have scheduled for the summer. Many independent special ed only schools have summer programs that are vital to their revenue streams for the entire year. At this point, nobody really knows, I don't think, how that's going to shape up. So that's very much on their minds. Remember that these schools are all administratively independent, but they are wholly dependent on public education funds that flow through supervisory unions to sustain the special education services that they're providing. So they're in an anomalous situation in that respect. They do have some concerns about the extent to which they're going to be relieved of regulatory requirements that have to be met in ordinary times, like upcoming reviews and approvals. A bulletin just came out today, hours ago, from the Agency of Education saying, don't worry about that, we got you covered. So that concern has just been relieved. I'm delighted to see that. It was a very logical thing for the agency and the State Board of Education to agree to. The schools are also concerned that as these new instructional techniques and new media are introduced, that they be forgiven or helped if requirements for confidentiality and other boundary issues are inadvertently or even necessarily breached. I think Ed Nasta, when he speaks later, can probably talk about specifics of that. And these schools need some understanding of the circumstances unique in the work that they're doing. The fragility of their students that I mentioned, the very narrow constraints in ordinary times within federal and state rules for how special education is conducted, and the very detailed reporting requirements that prevail in normal times. So we're now getting information about the federal and state supports that are going to be available for small business. I expect that that will be very helpful in relieving some of the survival concerns that these schools have, but we don't have enough detail on that yet. I do know also that the Agency of Education is very aware of the equity challenges involved in delivery of special ed anywhere, not just in these schools. And I do expect that we're going to hear more from the agency as time goes on and as they have opportunities to get down to these more specific issues. So that's all I have in the way of reporting right now, Madam Chair, and I'll be happy to take questions and then you can move on and hear from Ed Nasta.
Thank you. I have not seen the new guidance that came from the AOE, but I did hear that it was out, and I know we're certainly looking to see what kind of relief we got from the federal government in relation to even just things like the paperwork requirements. So thank you. Questions for Mill before we go on to Ed? Peter.
Thanks. Something that came up when we were talking with Laura Soares of the Vermont School Board's Insurance Trust was about reimbursable unemployment benefits. I'm assuming most of the independent schools, especially special ed schools, are nonprofits that probably use an unemployment reimbursement model as opposed to being part of unemployment insurance. And I'm just curious if you've given that any thought or if that's a factor.
I have not given that any thought myself. I'm sure that the schools themselves are looking very closely at that. I know the Labor Department has started to put out bulletins in that area, as well as the Agency of Commerce.
And I know that there's probably not going to be widespread layoffs in the independent schools because they still need to be in business. And it's the same thing with public schools. But the concern was folks who may have left employment and then get subsequently laid off from another job, and they'll look back and what the impact might be. And independent schools are not part of the part of VISBIT, are they? For property and liability and all that.
That's a question, I guess, for Ed better than me. I don't know the answer to that specifically. Let me just touch on one thing though that came up in our conversation a few days ago, and that was that reimbursement to these schools is or has been under normal circumstances based on contact time. But under this new system of the distance learning, we've got fewer hours of contact time, and contact people are fewer. But that doesn't mean that there are a bunch of superfluous people all of a sudden, because preparation of materials now is more time consuming. And so there's a lot more background work that's going on. And so the employees that are doing that need to be sustained as well. And I think that realization will filter through the process, and those people will be covered. But that's an example of the kind of small details that mean a lot if they're not handled.
And that might be something that could be handled as opposed to a reimbursement model. I'm just, well, it's just an aside wondering if some of those challenges will be removed once we move from a reimbursement model to a census-based model.
It will not work because it appears that the census-based model will not be applied to independent schools. That was a judgment made by the agency a few months ago.
Yeah. And that's before the panel, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. You know what, Sarita, and Larry, I'm thinking maybe what would help is if we could get Ed in, and then we can direct questions to both Ed and Mill. Does that seem okay? Okay.
Good afternoon, folks.
You'll have the first. Go ahead, please.
Sorry. So I'm Ed Nasta. I'm the executive director of the New School of Montpelier. New School of Montpelier is one of those schools that Mill was referring to, independent approved school for special education only. So all our students come to us from the sending school districts, the LEAs, on IEPs, and they've been found to have disabilities and challenges to the extent that the public schools have not been able to serve them adequately. So in terms of, the continuum of disabilities, the children that we serve are at the far end of the continuum in terms of the more intensive needs. Children with classic autism and, severe emotional disturbance and, different trauma backgrounds and often multiple disabilities. So, that said, we have about 30 some odd students that, we've been serving successfully for quite a while. And with the, governor's order, we actually have done some pretty amazing work over the past couple of weeks that I'm surprised we've been able to do as well as we have in terms of setting up distance learning and being available to our students and really trying to offer as much contact and as much learning opportunity as possible. There are impediments. Some of them are technological in terms of, some of our families do not have internet access or have some compromise in that regard. The circumstances put a lot of stress on families because, an adult needs to be available by and large to help ensure that the student is accessing the technology and participating in instruction. I am, fairly confident that moving forward, we will have the capability to provide a full day worth of instruction. Again, the limiting factors are availability of students and adults in the household to help with that participation. And even under the best of circumstances, it's going to be somewhat compromised due to the fact that we don't have face-to-face contact with the students, and it limits the possibilities of what we can do. So certainly we will commit to whatever we need to commit to in terms of continuing education. I am concerned about some of the guidance that came out from the Agency of Education just this afternoon. There's guidance that's entitled Guidance for Approved Independent Schools, including residential facilities during COVID-19. And under the caption tuition reimbursement, I'll just read you a few of the sentences that really caused me a lot of concern. It says an LEA, which is the local sending school district, will not be required to reimburse an approved independent school for special education services that are not or cannot be substantially delivered during the period of school closure. Independent schools may receive reimbursement from an LEA for the delivery of compensatory services if determined necessary for a student's IEP team upon the return to school, subject to the availability of funds for this purpose. So part of the special education regulation allows for IEP teams to decide on whether there's a need for compensatory services if there's a disruption in the typical delivery of services. So that would be sort of after the fact, after schools are back in regular operation, IEP teams would meet and decide whether there was a level of regression or loss of skills that would require additional special education service. So that's sort of an after the fact way to address some of the instruction that students might be missing out on. In the immediate, foreseeable future, in terms of moving to a distance learning platform and trying to offer the special ed services that we can. The way this reads, it really is concerning, and I've already emailed Deb Ormsby, who is listed as the contact, because if in fact they're going to say, well, we're not providing the level of service that we would typically do, and they're not going to pay us, the full tuition for our regular program, it really, that's a problem in terms of, making business decisions around staffing and cash flow and revenue projections. So this is the first day that I've seen anything that really speaks to that, and I'm hoping that there's some amendment that allows for a little more flexibility, because that does put us at risk as a business and as an organization.
Okay, great. Tracy, at some point might want to chat with you about that as well. Sarita, you had a question.
I'm wondering if this situation provides schools, independent schools throughout the state to collaborate and coordinate services or resources or staff, now that people won't have to drive, that you could do it remotely?
I think, with Mill's leadership, certainly the independent schools have, met several times and have been collaborating, both online and through email. There's a weekly meeting for those of us who are special ed only independent schools. I think we're all trying to share ideas. There's been a ton of collaboration around resources, and it's quite amazing, quite frankly, the online resources in terms of delivering curriculum online that are available. So that, those are all good things. We're all learning and becoming, more competent with using online curriculum and getting more comfortable with, having meetings and providing instruction online. So those are all good things that actually would, bode well for education in general in the future. I think, if I could speak for a lot of us, certainly there are concerns about funding, whether we're profit or nonprofit, and we happen to be a for-profit school. Funding, reliable funding is critical. And unless the school districts get assurances that they're going to get their special ed reimbursement, LEAs are not going to make the commitment to continue paying their tuition to the independent special ed schools. So, that's a big one. Some of the other things that Mill had mentioned earlier, I do worry about the stress on parents. Some of these kids have significant behavioral issues or communication issues. It's going to be a long haul over the next 10 weeks for, parents, to have these kids sequestered in their homes. So I do worry about how much we can expect from parents in terms of assisting with instruction. In terms of confidentiality, there are platforms, and I believe Zoom is one of them, that is FERPA and HIPAA compliant, and we've researched those, and we are only using platforms that are compliant with the confidentiality regulations. And we do traditionally offer a 5-week summer program, and obviously that's in question at the moment as well, dependent on how things progress in relation to the virus. So part of what's been a challenge for me, at least, as an administrator of the school and having 60 some odd employees is just the unpredictability of all this, and some of the guidance has been contradictory and just a little bit difficult to decipher. But we're in a better place now in terms of offering program for all our students, and certainly I'm ready to commit to providing a full day's worth of instruction. I can't guarantee that all our students are going to be willing or able to access that instruction.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Representative James. Unmute.
There you go. Sorry, thought I hit the button. Ed, just ask a district-specific question. I'm concerned about the reimbursement question that you raised and how that might impact a school like Burton Academy. They're in my district. Can you fill me in a little bit more on that, please?
Could you elaborate on that just a bit so I can understand?
Yeah, I was understanding Ed to be saying that independent schools, according to the guidance that was released by the AOE today, would be perhaps not reimbursed in full, but only partially for special education services that were delivered remotely during this closure time. And because Burton is in my district, I'm wondering how that might impact, some of our academy schools like BBA.
I can't comment yet because I've just scanned that document once very briefly. I think maybe Ed is in the same position I am. Plus, we're waiting to hear back from the question he sent to the agency. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah. If you read this one sentence of guidance, as it's stated, an LEA will not be required to reimburse an approved independent school for special education services that are not or cannot be substantially delivered during the period of school closure. So in my mind, by definition, we can't provide what we had been providing because we can't have, face-to-face contact with our students. So, either they need to define it better, or again, I would hope that they would be a little more liberal, giving the context that we're working in, and it would affect Burton because Burton does provide special ed services to some of their students.
Yep. All right. Thanks for getting that on our radar.
Yeah, no, it's an important one, and I'm shocked, quite frankly, that they would, maybe they need to reword it, but it's, if you read it literally, it's not good news for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? You just have to use the little hand, Larry. I'm trying to get you ready for the floor.
I don't have a little hand. There's not one there. So, Milt, I have a question, if you don't mind, and it relates to one of the paragraphs where you say that schools need clear guidance and assurances on. Or no, that's not the one. It's about the 175-day school year requirement and possible extensions of the school year. Can you expand on that?
The agency has now answered those questions just in the last couple of rounds of memos coming out. So I feel much more comfortable about those now than I did when we had that conference and when I wrote that summary.
We'll get that document up. I saw that it went through. I have not read it yet. Actually, if you would save a little time and maybe send that document to Avery, then we'll get it posted on our website as well.
I'm happy to do so. Yes, it's still unclear, as Ed said, about what we're going to be doing in the summer. But at least we're beginning to get some clarity about the 175-day school year requirement.
Right, the compensatory education, 175 days, correct. Yes. Okay, I think, Peter, you have a question.
I do. Ed, it sounds like a little bit of the problem you're describing is that, as you said in your testimony, you can't guarantee that every student will avail themselves of the remote learning services that you're offering, yet your business model counts on reimbursement for providing services to those children. So that seems to be a difficult balancing act. If they're not taking advantage of the services, therefore you're not providing them, therefore you're not necessarily entitled to a reimbursement. But I guess, so that's just acknowledging perhaps a challenging problem to wade through. But correct me if I'm wrong, if you're not providing services to a student, the responsibility to fulfill the IEP contract is really on the LEA. Am I correct with that?
You're correct that the LEA is ultimately responsible for the provision of IEP services. They essentially contract with us to implement the IEP that they write. So that is correct. And as a practical matter, I don't believe the LEAs want to suddenly take on the responsibility of trying to provide IEP services for these students because, for one, I'm not sure that they have the capacity. These students have been out of district in some cases for multiple years. The LEA teachers don't really know the students, and I would suspect that they would want us to do everything that we can to provide the services. And I have reached out to each of the LEAs that we work with that have sent students to us, and unanimously they were grateful for everything that we're doing. They wanted us to continue. Sorry, is that me doing that? Sorry. And they said unequivocally that there's no problem. They would honor their contracts and full tuition up and through April 6th. And beyond that, they were non-committal, waiting on guidance from the AOE. And again, that's why I'm so concerned about this guidance that the AOE put out, because my interpretation is that means that there's going to be some significant compromise about what the LEAs are going to be authorized to compensate us. And your question about, so even if we're prepared and ready and able to provide the services, by virtue of the fact that the student isn't accessing them, what does that mean in this context? Because as Mill referred to earlier, there is a lot of preparation that's going into this, and teachers are spending their time maybe doing different things. It's not meaning that there's less time needed to deliver this type of instruction.
I guess just to follow up, it would seem that it's not really in anybody's interest to see this crisis cause failure within the special and only independent schools, because you're clearly providing a service that that public schools have sought out or LEAs have sought out.
Absolutely. So I think it's if in fact the AOE is taking that kind of position that we really don't matter, I think it's very short-sighted, and I do think there will be a major backlash from LEAs and parents and IEP teams, because we wouldn't have these students and unless we were needed as a service. And I'm speaking, I've been working as a private school administrator for a little over 2 years now, but the majority of my professional career has been in the public schools as a special ed administrator and as a school principal. And I know the dynamics of trying to provide for some of these kids, and there are times when you need and legally need a continuum of placements because some kids just cannot be served. And, part of our goal for all of our students is a reintegration plan to try to get kids back to a less restrictive environment. But, that takes, months, if not years to actualize. So, we're part of the big system and we're all sort of interconnected, as Mill said. So, I want to make sure that people are aware that, at some point we're going to be back in regular business and people still need us.
Well, I want to thank you very much for bringing in this perspective. I think one of the things that this crisis has definitely helped us do is begin to uncover some of the weaknesses and inequities and vulnerabilities in the system. And here is definitely another one that we will be looking into. I appreciate getting the copy of the guidance so we can take a look at that and follow up with the AOE. We certainly know that the agency is working as fast as they can and working with folks to forth. And there are times that maybe guidance needs to be pulled back and reviewed, and we'll hear from them next week, I believe.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do now, okay, we'll do one more from Representative Elder, and then I want to move on to the other public school advocates. So Representative Elder.
Just briefly, curious if the new guidance answered any questions or clarified anything in terms of compliance for districts more generally with special ed. I know that we had heard some questions about that from Aaron McGuire on Friday, just whether certain IEP guidelines or rules could be met. And I'm just curious whether, because I know it's an issue of having revenues go to the independent programs as you've been talking about, but also I was concerned about liabilities or problems with revenues generally from the federal level to local to districts. And so I'm just curious, do you know if there was helpful clarification in today's guidance?
I think that would probably be better directed to Tracy because she's involved in this more broadly to include all of the public schools. So I know, Tracy, you were going to speak to us. Do you want to just keep that? Did you have anything planned that you were going to say?
Yeah, I was going to give an update, which
okay. So let's, if you can hold that question on your update, that would be great.
Sounds good.
Because I think that's an important question. And I want to thank Mill and Ed very much for being with us. You're more than welcome to stay on, or you can watch it on YouTube. Either is fine. We are going to hear from the school boards, the principals, the Council of Special Ed administrators, the NEA, and the superintendents next. And really, I think what the focus is, and I've spoken with them, and they've agreed, I'm pretty sure, to speak with us on a weekly basis to basically give us during this period of time where things seem to be changing so rapidly, to just give us what are the key learnings this week that you have each uncovered. And in addition to that, what are things that we could do for you, either statutorily or through funding, that will inform or guide us as we move through this current situation, as well as preparing for the future. So we really need to hear from you as we try to sort out what our role in this process is. So I'd like to start with Sue from the school boards.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Sue.
Thank you for the opportunity to give you an update, and it's good to see all of you. I'm just going to give you a brief update on what's happening with Vermont school boards. As you all probably know, Governor Scott signed into law yesterday H681, which the House voted on last week, and it establishes temporary election provisions and temporary changes to the open meeting law during the state of emergency, and that's something that we have been focusing on this week. The temporary election provisions are going to be very important for the districts that haven't voted on their budgets yet, and those districts that had their budgets defeated during the first vote. There are 9, according to my count, there are 9 budgets that were defeated on town meeting day, and there are 9 districts that have not voted yet on their budget. So those 18 districts or 18 budgets will need to be voted on. And just to go over briefly the temporary elections provisions that should hopefully help with that process. One of the changes is that during the state of emergency, people who are running for school board don't have to collect signatures on a petition in order to get their name on the ballot. Another provision has to do with temporary elections procedures. The Secretary of State is authorized to permit procedures that protect the health, safety, and welfare of voters, elections, workers, and candidates. And some of the ways that that is allowed to be done is by requiring mail balloting, requiring town clerks to send ballots by mail to all registered voters, creating early and mail ballot collection stations, permitting municipal clerks to process and begin counting ballots in a 30-day window preceding the day of the election, permitting drive-up car window collection of ballots by election officials, extending the time for municipal clerks to process and count ballots, and extending voting hours on the day of the election. And then another change is allows any municipality to apply the Australian ballot system to any of its municipal elections held in the year 2020 by vote of its legislative body. Normally, that would be a vote that would have to happen at an annual or special meeting of the municipality, but this is a special provision just for 2020, which will allow Australian balloting to occur in places that it wasn't previously voted on by the municipality. So we are thankful that these temporary provisions are going to provide some flexibility for how school board elections and school budget votes can occur. And we're sending out a legislative report to member boards today, notifying them of these changes, and plan to notify the specific boards that are affected. As I mentioned earlier, those who have not voted on budgets yet, or those whose budgets were defeated, so that they have the information available to them to be able to make decisions at a local level as to how they're going to proceed. The second thing that we've been focusing on are the temporary open meeting law changes. I think you're probably familiar with those. It eliminated the requirement for a designated physical meeting location. There's some requirements for public access to those electronic meetings, and a requirement that meetings be recorded, which is something new for school boards. So we're getting that information out to them, and also preparing some guidance on how to conduct electronic meetings. It's kind of new territory for most school boards, especially it is new territory if they're all doing it, because in the past there always had to be a physical location for the public to attend. I think those have been our 2 main areas of focus so far this week. It is only Tuesday, so I'm sure we're going to be having a lot of other areas as well. But I think one of the things that I've heard from multiple committees at the legislature wanting to know about the school district budget votes. I think that's a big area of concern. So I'm happy to see if there are any school board chairs that are boards that still need to vote on their budget that would like to testify and let you know about any concerns that they have. I'm happy to do that if you would like to hear from them directly.
I think so. I think particularly in relation to the testimony that the discussion that we're going to be having on Thursday with the Ways and Means Committee. I think there is great concern about what is happening with the districts that don't have a budget. What happens if you don't have a budget by June 30th? There are definitely some concerns there. There's also will be questions that I'm sure will be asked related to should all votes happen at the same time? Should all municipalities collect taxes at the same time for school boards? Since we have 125 million that's still outstanding for 2020.
Right.
So, but would people like to hear from a couple of those school districts that are struggling? That don't have, yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Perhaps we could do that Thursday morning, excuse me. We have
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, and if we can't do it then I don't know if there's going to be time. Maybe there'll be time Thursday afternoon when we're meeting with Ways and Means. That could be another possibility. Actually, that might even be a better time. So, Representative James, you have a question of Sue.
Just a quick question. Just coincidentally, earlier today, I had received a question asking whether there'd been any conversation about extending that June 30 deadline.
That's us. That will be part of the conversation. In statute right now, it says that school districts can borrow up to 87% of last year's budget. And where they borrow from, I've since learned, is the bank. Is that your understanding, Sue?
Yes. Okay. So that's an us thing, not an AOE thing.
Yeah, that will be part of what we'll be talking about with Ways and Means.
Great, thanks.
So there is something that we can play a role. Okay, Sue, if you could hang in there, their questions might come back that you could answer.
I'll stay on.
Let's go to Jay.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I will keep it much more brief than the other day. You got to hear my impassioned plea the other day, so I'll keep it much simpler today, much shorter anyway. And then answer.
So we want to hear what's happening from the field, and you know what's new this week.
Well, new since the last time I talked to you is not a lot. It's a lot of the same stuff. I just wanted to start by saying that, you know, the AOE is putting out a continuity of learning plan, and the superintendents have been working with them, and I was invited in on that conversation, and perhaps Jeff will talk more about that Jeff Francis, when he's on. But I think the key is that we have to make sure that whatever we do is doable. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with Dilbert, but I'm reminded on Dilbert, there's Wally, the real lazy guy. And one of the other workers walks up to Wally and says, you know, I'm a pragmatist. I really like plans that are implementable, that can be done. And Wally says, I don't like those plans at all. I want them to be very elaborate and really look good on paper, and not be something that can actually be done, because it's a lot easier. And I think we need to make sure that we stay in the realm of what can be done. And I think you've heard that message from me repeatedly.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're working with the AOE and others to make sure that we put out plans that are implementable, that can be done. The natural inclination by educators, including myself, is to try to meet and do everything and meet every standard, and think that, okay, just because we're not in school anymore, we can do everything that we're normally going to do. And that's not the case. It's not possible. We need to focus on some priorities in terms of instruction and academics. We need to say, okay, what are the 2 or 3 most important priorities for this grade level, maybe in this content area, that we want to make sure kids have a better understanding of by the end of the year, especially given that many kids will not have direct instruction from their teachers. I've also heard comments, I know Ed mentioned today about full day of instruction and other people. It's not going to be realistic for kids to have a full day of instruction unless they've got somebody there providing the full day of instruction to them. So I think we need to be careful about that. I really believe a student should not be required to be online more than a couple hours a day independently. If there's ways to do things synchronistically where all the kids have access to the internet and those types of things, then that's fine. But we got to remember, a lot of kids don't have access to the internet, as I testified to you the other day. And in many cases, when they do have it, they've got a college sibling at home that's trying to use it. They got parents that are working from home. So it's really difficult to try to do this all online. Many of our elementary schools are really focusing on basically paper packets, sending home books and things of that nature, and making sure kids are reading, trying to keep that fundamental love of reading going, providing feedback, contacting kids where they can. But again, it's not timely. It's not like you're in the classroom. From our perception, the equity of resources is becoming more apparent. Inequity of resources is becoming more apparent every day. And those resources are not just technological tools, but also human resources, family resources. So many families and children are already saying to us that you're overburdening us, you're putting too much on us. So we need to be mindful of this. Families are in different places as to how much they can handle, what their own bandwidth is in terms of stress. So I also think we need to make sure that we hold children harmless in terms of the future. If they don't advance academically as much as they would have in a direct instruction setting within a school, we need to keep in mind that in some cases, that's not going to be anything the kid can do about it. We want to be careful about not inadvertently punishing them for things they have no control over. We're all trying to do our best to provide students and families as much as we can without overloading them. To me and to our organization, the most important thing is getting through this crisis in a way that doesn't make things worse for students and families, and that gives them some hope coming out on the other side of this. For us, making sure kids are safe, fed, given some instructional opportunities and experiences and supports is the key to the principles in our association. We can't pretend it's business as usual, but rather we need to provide, again, whatever supports we can, try to help students improve, make sure they don't regress, at the same time, keeping in mind the stress on the family. And lastly, as I mentioned earlier with this committee the other day, and a couple hours ago with Senate Finance, we need to look at cell service and broadband internet access as a fundamental requirement for all of the state in this global economy. All people should have access in this day and age, and for them not to have access is a huge equity barrier and issues that put many children and families at a huge fundamental disadvantage. The last thing I'll say is that several years ago, I was a superintendent and I was the treasurer of the Superintendents Association. That's why Jeff has money in his treasury now. And we had a phone call from our president, who was Brent Kay at the time, the Randolph superintendent. And he was calling us from Peru on his cell phone in the middle of the Andes Mountains. And we could hear him clean as day. And we were in Montpelier and he was calling through to one of our cell phones, and our cell phones weren't working as good in Montpelier, Vermont. This is something that Vermont needs to tackle if we're serious about having an opportunity equity-wise for everybody in our society. And any questions?
I have two questions that I want to start with. One is, do you feel like you've got access to AOE in helping to develop these guidelines?
Yes, we had a meeting yesterday. They were very responsive. We'll see what the final outcome is, probably coming out tomorrow, I guess. And I thought they were very responsive, and Jeff can speak to that as well. But I think they're really trying hard to work with us. We understand that the governor and the secretary and other key officials at the AOE had some situations where they had to turn things around in a hurry. And that's part of crisis leadership. But as we're talking about planning for the future and long-term and solidifying planning, we need to make sure that we're part of that process. And my understanding from the AOE is that they have every intention of making sure that we are, and we appreciate that.
That's great. My second one is our sister committee, the Energy and Technology Committee, has reached out to me in regard to access to technology, access to broadband. It would be really helpful. I did mention this the other day. I don't want to put busy work on the schools, but I'm assuming that you have people that could probably fairly quickly identify where the gaps are in access to technology. It would be great if we could get that information, but I'm also aware that I haven't developed a good question as in relation to getting that that data. I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud as I'm going here, which is never wise when you're online. But in order for us to perhaps have some money to address this problem, if we have an idea as to where the gaps are, how it relates to learning. I mean, I saw in our local paper that at our local high school, 95 to 99% of the kids in high school have access. We
But
heard
do they really?
What?
But do they really? Your principal did a survey of your students at CVU the other day, and there was 450 kids that responded to the questions. And then I went and did the math. You got more than 450 kids. So just because I have the internet at home does not necessarily mean I'm always going to constantly respond. My parents might be using the internet. I might not have the connectivity. I might not have a device. And there's lots of places in the state that aren't as fortunate in terms of access as Heinsberg and that area would be. Secondly, we got 80,000 kids. It'd be awful hard to come up with a survey that would really accurately let us know. I've talked to some principals who say, we know that in our system, 10% of the kids don't have access because they've done little surveys. But there's other systems that have no idea at all. And it also is fluid. Our families that are in the greatest poverty are the families that are most likely to have cell service cut off, lose their internet service, move from one rental place to another, be evicted. So there's all those factors too. I would say in Vermont, probably the vast majority of kids have at least access to some internet, but it's not high speed, reliable internet necessarily for all kids. And the kids who need it the most often are the ones that can't get it.
I don't have that. I don't have the question well organized at this point.
I'll be glad to put it out and see what we get for response.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know that individual teachers are going to know as they're reaching out to their students. They're going to know who's got access.
Right.
Representative James, you have a question.
No, I'll save it for another time. Thanks.
Okay.
Representative Kupali? No? Anybody else? Okay, well, stand by because you might be able to answer other questions that are coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Tracy, I know that there's a question on the table from Caleb, but could you?
Right. Yeah, let me just, I'll give my update here. So
Yeah.
Tracy Poirier is Executive Director of the Vermont Council of Special Ed Administrators. And again, it is good to see you all. Thanks for having me here. Again, I'll keep this brief, but I just want to give you a little bit more background since I haven't talked to you yet around this issue. And then just describe some pieces, some guidance that has come out this week and what we're focused on with regard to the CARES Act. So obviously special education is always complex and now it's a major issue in this pandemic. We all know over the past few weeks, things have moved quickly and we've been working hard to adjust to the idea that we need to support all the children very differently and most notably in a way that's physically distant. And in addition, special education within the context of this new educational paradigm creates significant issues in the context of the Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA. And so that's just really important to understand as we move forward. I was glad that Erin McGuire could talk to you on Friday. And as she told you, the ability to meet the timelines and formal compliance requirements of IDEA is a significant challenge. And it wasn't designed to address implementation of special education in the middle of a crisis. So while we can do IEP meetings on the phone or through a Zoom call, it's far from ideal, and evaluating students through a computer or over the phone is next to impossible in many situations. And at the same time, we want special educators to be supporting families and connecting with children and not just stuck in that massive amount of IEDA paperwork that is required. So the AOE has been working with the field to the extent that they're able to adjust and flex the expectations, which we're really grateful. But as you know, there's a lot of work on the federal level to address these challenges because these are federal laws. So since the beginning of all of this, I've been meeting with the Visbit legal team. So those are the three main special ed lawyers for school districts. And then also Erin McGuire, who, as you know, is a VCSEA member, and she's also currently our national organization's president, the case. And so she's been part of that. And then our board president now is Mary Lundeen from Montpelier Roxbury. So the six of us have been meeting daily, almost daily. And it's been extremely helpful because it helps us do the best thinking together. And then there's consistent messaging to the field, which is really helpful because many of the school districts are trying to get advice from their special ed attorneys at the same time, and we want everything to be as consistent as possible. And then our group's been bringing questions and concerns and recommendations to the AOE, so that's been a really helpful communication and feedback and just a good thinking loop. And Jackie Kelleher, who's the state director of special education, has just been working so hard on all of this from the beginning. Obviously, she's been very accessible, and she and I have been in good contact. And last week, we invited both Jackie and Claire O'Shaughnessy from the AOE legal team to join the six of us for one of our group meetings. And they're actually going to join us tomorrow again. And that's just really helpful to have the AOE as part of those conversations. And when we did meet last week, it resulted in an important piece of guidance that came out on Friday, which is called IDEA requirements for placement and IEP amendments, because that was just the pressing issue for the field to understand what would be required. So what came out is really helpful, and it states that services, not placements, may change in the context of the COVID-19 closure. And it provides options for school districts to amend IEP service pages in partnerships with families. So this was a real improvement from earlier guidance that had indicated that IEP teams would need to change the placement for every student on an IEP if school closure lasted longer than 10 days. So basically this more helpful and updated guidance says the LEA is not required to redraft the entire IEP, which was a significant concern for us. But however, upon the request of the parent, the LEA would be required to incorporate the amendments into a revised IEP. So we felt like that made the most sense, and it really helped and was important for us to have dialogue with AOE around why that needed to be updated. And so the field, my members, it came out at the end of the day Friday, and I think everybody was just very, at least happy to see those pieces. And I think AOE has definitely been working very hard and wanting to collaborate. And I feel like they've done a tremendous amount of work and of being very responsive, but it's just hard. And we're trying to really keep an eye on everything that's kind of coming out. For example, just yesterday, they released their COVID-19 financial guidance, and that reflected the earlier thinking about the IEPs. It wasn't updated to the guidance that we had received by the end of the day on Friday. So we immediately, contacted Secretary French, and he said he would be looking at that, and we really wanted to flag it. It's important and have them update that to reflect what we heard on Friday. So there's just so many pieces of this happening quickly. And again, that's why it's been so helpful to have our regular meetings and be watching everything. Also, I had not seen the new guidance on the special ed independent schools, so I'll look at that, and more will definitely be happening on that, because we're also very concerned about the special ed independent schools. And I do know that many districts did agree to honor the contracts through April 6th, and we were also waiting to see that guidance. So we're going to return to this. And so when we talk next week, hopefully we'll have more information on where that is. But we definitely agree that they're very important partners and that we need a continuum of placements and all of that. So that's another thing that we're concerned about and we'll be working on. With regard to federal law, so we've been working with our national organization, again, that Erin's president of the Council of Administrators of Special Education case. to ask the federal education department for limited flexibilities only in the specific circumstance, so just COVID-19. So where we are is the CARES Act, as passed, requires the education agency secretary, Betsy DeVos, to write a report with information regarding flexibility that might be necessary during the COVID-19 pandemic. And specifically, the Act states no later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this Act, the Secretary shall prepare and submit a report to House and Senate committees with recommendations on additional waivers under the Individual with Disabilities Education Act that the Secretary believes are necessary to be enacted into law to provide limited flexibility to states and local education agencies that meet the needs of students during the emergency. So the things that we're working on, a joint letter of the state, the national organization and the state chapters, is asking for 3 areas of temporary and targeted flexibility. So one, the first is around timelines. So that's the 60-day initial evaluation timeline, the annual IEP review timeline, Part C to Part B transition timelines. So that's the first area. Where second area addresses flexibility around procedures. So IDEA requires several procedures that are meant to ensure collaboration occurs between parents and the local education agency. And during the pandemic, we believe that it's still critical and very important, but it may need to look differently and require more flexibility to ensure that children's needs are met. So the procedural flexibility really has an emphasis on local education agencies and parents making good faith efforts in light of the situation that we're in. That's really the main idea of that. And then fiscal management, specifically IDEA requires local education agencies to verify the maintenance of financial efforts of LEDs and SEAs towards special education year to year. So that's the MOE issue. In addition, school districts are required to set aside IDEA funds to address disproportionality. So we are recommending that MOE be waived for the 2019-20 school year, and that unspent proportionate share dollars are carried over to the 2021 school year. So those are the specific asks around fiscal management that we've been concerned about. So we've been working on this letter and documentation and getting that letter and request in today. So we'll know we've got this 30-day timeline is ticking, and it's a very fluid situation. You know, new ideas are showing up every day, and we're working really hard to find ways to meet the needs of the children and comply with legal expectations and just support families to the greatest extent possible. So that's the most recent update. And again, we'll know more next week. And
thank you. MOE is within the current wheelhouse of Secretary DeVos, I believe, correct?
Yeah, it is.
And I know that we will be interested in hearing any feedback from you related to the issue brought to us today about the private,
yes, definitely,
independent special needs schools.
Yes.
Schools for children with special needs.
Yes.
Any questions for, going back to Caleb?
Yeah, so I don't think I specifically answered your question. That's the most up to date, but do you want to say that one more time and I can?
Yeah, thank you. I guess that it sounded like you did answer it in the sense that it sounded like there was some helpful news on Friday, and that you're seeing some of that flexibility, but that I'm still hearing that there are probably waivers left, the MOE issue, or maybe things left to come from the federal government that are important. I guess that as we think about funding and budgeting and potential borrowing of, tying back to other conversation about the school districts that don't have passed budgets yet, just kind of thinking about trying to really understand where the liabilities kind of reside in this moment. And I know that special ed is a big one. And so, no, I feel updated by, by what you said, but keenly interested for sure, just in these developments, as I know we all
issues. It's a lot of work, big stuff. So yeah, I'll be glad to be able to update you. And again, we're working on this constantly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tracy. We will definitely want to be staying in touch with you, even though we're well aware that most of the complexity is in the hands of the federal government. So this brings us to the NEA. Jeff and Colin, or just Jeff Fannin, I believe. Don't forget to unmute.
No, I did. I hit it, double clicked. Hello, and thank you for listening to me today and remotely. Hope you're all well and staying well. So the update from Friday afternoon is not much, I think, as both Jay and Tracy and Sue, or all three, Sue said. What is new is two things I think are important for you to think about, or we're thinking about, I should say. We are concerned about the education finance piece. And I know that you and Ways and Means are taking up a joint committee on Thursday, I think it is. And I think that's important, and we'd like to participate in that, and likely will. I think I mentioned it when I testified Friday afternoon to you folks, but I know I testified in Ways and Means on Friday morning about the possibility of extending the July 1 deadline of the school board votes. And I know that Sue talked about the bill that just got passed and signed into law. That didn't include that provision. And maybe there's a chance for that idea to be included elsewhere. Worried about the 18 schools that still need to vote on a budget. And in the middle of a health crisis, it's hard to get everybody together to do that and be in compliance with the governor's directives to stay apart. So I think there are some responses necessary for the pandemic and how we get school communities to vote on their budgets, the 18 that still need to do that. The thing that's probably most pressing for us from Friday is the continuity of learning plans, the CLPs, the template that the Agency of Education put out on Saturday afternoon, led to a flurry of activity and Monday and continues to this day. Educators are feeling like they need more involvement, more say, more, because they're the ones who are actually delivering the education remotely. So they're trying to get their voices heard, and with varying degrees of success. So I think at the state level, we met with a group of us met with Dan French yesterday. That was good. I think he acknowledged that the draft they put out on Saturday was just that, a draft, that they welcomed revisions. We'll try to work on that. And I'll let Jeff Francis speak to what they've done, because I think it's important for you to hear that too. So I applaud Jeff's work in that regard. But it's still an effort for, in crisis management, you want to make decisions quickly, but you also want to base those quick decisions on all the information possible. And that means hearing from those at both ends, the top and the bottom, those who are down in the trenches, if you will, and those at the top. And I think that's where you've got to blend a good crisis management decision-making. So we're grateful that the Secretary heard us yesterday